Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Trained by Lord Sullivan. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A gunshot echoed through the dense forest, shattering the eerie silence. Two men prowled through the trees, their heavy boots crunching against the underbrush. "Come out, brat. There's no point in hiding," one of the men barked, his voice rough as he brandished a pistol. "Yeah, once we're done with you, there'll be nothing left to tie this deal to us," the second man sneered, his smirk barely visible in the dim light filtering through the canopy. Nearby, a 16-year-old boy crouched low, his green hair helping him blend seamlessly into the vibrant foliage. His chest rose and fell in rapid, shallow breaths as he tried to remain undetected. "Demenit." Izuku cursed silently, gritting his teeth. "I should have never taken that courier job." His mind raced with regret. "I knew this felt off. Should have trusted my gut." A feminine voice chimed in his head, light but dripping with sarcasm. "Told you so." Yeah, you win," Izuku replied internally, rolling his eyes. "Happy now?" "Very," the voice teased, a playful giggle echoing in his mind. "Now, let's figure out how to get out of this mess." Easier said than done, Izuku thought bitterly, glancing toward the direction of the men. "They're too close. If I move now, I'll just get shot." "Are you serious?" The boy could feel the deadpan expression the woman in his head was giving him right now. "Izuku, you have a way to get out of this situation, use it. Now." Izuku sighed. He really didn't want to, but he couldn't resist her stern, motherly voice. "All right, here goes nothing," Izuku thought, and green energy surrounded his body. "Smoke screen," he commanded, and in an instant, thick smoke billowed out, engulfing the area in an impenetrable fog. "What the hell?" one of the men shouted, his voice sharp with alarm. "Where'd all this smoke come from?" "I can't see a dimmin' thing," the other growled, coughing as he fumbled through the dense haze. Meanwhile, Izuku used the cover to slip away, his glowing green aura fading as he distanced himself from the scene. When he felt safe enough, he collapsed against a tree, sighing as he rubbed his face. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, glaring up at the patches of blue sky peeking through the leaves. "Is it too much to ask to be normal? Just once? Even in my second life? The beginning after the end." A phrase many might find poetic or intriguing, but for Izuku Midoriya, now Suzuki, it was his reality. In his previous life, he had triumphed over All for One, fulfilling his duty as the ninth wielder of One for All. The cost, however, had been steep. His body bore the weight of countless injuries, and by the time the battle was over, he realized his heart had already stopped. The only thing keeping him standing in those final moments was the lingering power of One for All. Then, after saying his teary goodbye, he closed his eyes, embracing the peace of knowing his fight was over, ready to rest his weary body and soul. Only to open his eyes in an unfamiliar place and in the unfamiliar body of a 2-year-old child. At first, he thought it was a dream, a strange trick of his exhausted mind. Days turned to weeks, and as time passed, reality sank in. This wasn't a dream. He had been reincarnated into a world without superpowers, a world utterly unlike the one he had fought so hard to protect. "Izuku, you are normal," the woman in his head scolded, her voice firm yet motherly. "And stop looking at your gift like it's a curse." "Easy for you to say," Izuku muttered, crossing his arms. "You don't know what it feels like to be different." Even as he struggled to grasp his new reality, Izuku found a small glimmer of hope in it. He had been given a chance to live a normal life, a life where he wouldn't be bullied for not having a quirk, a life where being different wouldn't make him a target of discrimination. Most of all, it was a life where he could be respected as an ordinary person, free from the crushing burden of saving the world. But as always, his luck had other plans. At the tender age of 3, his dream of normalcy was shattered. The moment he took his first steps, his scumbag parents saw an opportunity. They began exploiting him for their own gain, forcing him into situations no child should ever have to endure. Then, when he was 6 years old, one of those so-called adventures turned life-threatening. Deep in the forest, he encountered a wild bear. As the massive beast charged, Izuku froze, thinking that this was the end. But in his desperation, he swung his hand. Green energy crackled to life, swirling around his arm, and with one punch to the bear's gut, it fled. He was left alone in the forest, his arm shattered and throbbing in pain. "Then accept the fact that you are different," the woman remarked, her tone dry but understanding. After all, how many 16-year-olds have a talking ghost inside their head? The incident with the bear was a turning point for Izuku. He spent 3 agonizing months with a broken arm and came to a sobering realization. He couldn't keep breaking himself. There was no recovery girl in this world to patch him up. Every injury would leave a permanent mark, unlike the life he once knew. Determined to protect himself and his body, he made a decision. He would train his body, even though he had no intention of using that power at all. And so, once his cast was off, he started training while keeping up with the odd jobs that his parents kept throwing at him. "I know I'm different, it's just," Izuku murmured, staring at his hands as if they held answers he couldn't grasp. "Sometimes I feel so lonely. I miss my friends. And I can't even make new ones because my parents don't care enough to send me to school." At first, Izuku heeded All Might's old warnings about exploding limbs and kept his training purely physical. For years, he pushed his body without tapping into his quirk. It wasn't until he turned 14 that he dared to train his powers again. Starting small, just as he had in his old world, Izuku focused on channeling small percentages of energy through his body. By the end of the first year, he had worked his way up to controlling 25% without straining himself. For once, things seemed to be going smoothly. And then, as always, his luck decided to throw him a curveball. One fateful night, after finishing yet another miserable job, Izuku sat in his handmade tent, staring at the stars. As he relaxed, a familiar face came to mind, a little white-haired girl who had begged him to come home after the war. The memory hit him like a punch to the gut, guilt swirling through his chest. "I couldn't even keep my promise to her," he thought, clenching his fists. Suddenly, an all-too-familiar sensation slammed into him like a freight train. His eyes widened in shock. "Danger sense," he whispered to himself, and before he had time to figure out what was going on, suddenly multiple strands of black whip emerged from his arms. He desperately tried to get them under control because if anyone saw him in this state right now, they would either assume he was some kind of eldritch horror or capture him for research. And that's when, just like an angel, he heard a woman's voice in his mind. "Calm yourself, Izuku," the woman's voice urged. "Nana?" Izuku whispered, tears spilling from his eyes. "Hey kid," Nana replied softly. "We can catch up later. Right now, calm your mind. You know Black Whip reacts to your emotions, right?" Izuku nodded, taking slow, deliberate breaths. Bit by bit, the chaos ebbed. The tendrils retracted, leaving him slumped on the ground, utterly drained. "I know it's hard, kid," Nana said gently, her tone like a mother reassuring her child. "But just 2 more years, and you'll be free to live your life however you want." After the incident, Izuku finally broke down, crying his heart out. For hours, he and Nana talked, and Izuku learned some surprising things. First, unlike the vestiges he remembered, only Nana's soul had somehow latched onto his, and she'd been conscious since his birth. Second, Nana had quite the vocabulary when it came to colorful insults, especially when it came to people she despised, namely, his current parents. And third, to his immense embarrassment, she could block her vision whenever she wanted. Thankfully, she'd been doing so during his more private moments. Yeah, let's leave it at that. After that day, his life and training became much easier, since now he had someone to bounce his thoughts off. 6 months later, Izuku unlocked Smokescreen and Float, but that was as far as he got. No matter how much he tried, FA Gene and Gear Shift eluded him. Eventually, he chalked it up to the fact that neither the third nor the second users seemed particularly fond of him. Even Nana called them old idiots in support of Izuku, which brought a smile to Izuku's face. And then time went on, leading to the present where he now found himself running from gang members after yet another job forced on him by his parents. 2 more years, Izuku muttered to himself, a faint, bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. "Yeah, you know the drill. Izuku's luck is going to kick in any second now. Izuku stood up, brushing the dirt off his pants. Well then, let's head home. The next moment, everything shifted. He was no longer in the forest. Instead, he found himself floating in a strange void, tightly bound by glowing ropes. A bright red sticker on his chest read, "Sold." What the hell is going on here? Izuku yelled, wriggling in the restraints. That's when he realized he wasn't alone. Hovering nearby was a towering, bald man with 2 curved yellow horns and an impressive white mustache. Before Izuku could demand answers, the world changed again. Suddenly, they were flying over a bizarre, otherworldly terrain. Izuku's stomach churned with confusion and frustration. "Sir, who are you and what's going on here?" The man turned to him and spoke in a deep, rumbling voice. Hashtag. Huh. Izuku blinked, completely lost. The man sighed and snapped his fingers. A wave of energy rippled through the air, and suddenly Izuku could understand him perfectly. Now you should be able to comprehend demon language. Wow. How did you do that? Izuku asked in a fascinated voice. Do you have a quirk as well? Izuku. Nana's voice practically screeched in his head. Focus. He said demon language. Ask what that means. Quirk. The man raised an eyebrow at the mention of quirks but brushed the question aside. Izuku Suzuki, he said, his tone now formal. You are in the netherworld, the realm of demons. What I used on you was a simple translation spell that automatically translates whatever you speak in human language and hear in demon language. Spell? As in magic? Real magic? Izuku stammered, struggling to process. Yes, I can use real magic, the man replied with an amused chuckle. I am a demon after all. Izuku's mouth opened, then closed, his brain lagging behind his situation. A demon? He asked, sounding highly skeptical. Indeed, the man boomed. I am Sullivan, and Izuku, your parents sold your soul to me. He said it as casually as if he were discussing the weather, punctuating it with a hearty laugh. As soon as Izuku heard that, his body went limp, and he sighed in defeat. Of course, they would do something like that. As he wallowed in his misfortune, a massive mansion came into view, towering and extravagant. What is that? Izuku asked, his curiosity momentarily overtaking his despair. That is my mansion, Sullivan replied, his smile curving into a mischievous smirk. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he began discreetly focusing on one for all in his body, preparing himself to break through the ropes and make his escape using smokescreen and float. So, what are you going to do with me now? In an instant, the ropes vanished, and Izuku found himself sitting in a plush, oversized chair. Sullivan leaned down, clasping his hands with a warm, almost grandfatherly grin. Won't you be my grandson? Huh. To be continued. Won't you be my grandson? The demon asked with the warmest smile Izuku had ever seen in his second life. Grandson. Izuku stammered. You heard me right, Sullivan replied, his voice filled with sincerity. Truth is, I'm single, and I've always wanted a grandchild. Without warning, he pulled Izuku into a tight hug, tears streaming down his face. Not to mention, all my friends are always going on about their grandkids. It makes me so jealous, you know. Poor guy, Nana remarked sympathetically, while Izuku suppressed his urge to groan at her. Do I even have the right to refuse? Izuku muttered, his voice tinged with resignation. Considering you bought my soul and all. Of course, I respect your decision. The old demon clung to him again, sobbing uncontrollably. But I'm just such a lonely old man. Please, Izuku-kun, fulfill my dream. Please be my grandchild. I'm begging you. Nana, a little help here? Izuku sent a mental plea. Why not give him a chance? Nana suggested lightly. You're only saying that because your grandparent instincts are kicking in, aren't you? Izuku narrowed his eyes. I have no idea what you're talking about, came Nana's reply, though Izuku could practically feel her avoiding his gaze. With a heavy sigh, Izuku turned his attention back to the crying old demon still clinging to him. Fine, I'll be your grandson. The moment the words left his mouth, the old demon's tears stopped, and a pile of papers appeared in front of Izuku. Wonderful. Now, Izuku-kun, please sign these to make it official. Sullivan said, his voice brimming with excitement. What have I gotten myself into? Izuku thought, staring at the mountain of paperwork in front of him as he began signing. Now then, without further delay, Sullivan took the signed papers from Izuku and snapped his fingers. In an instant, Izuku's clothes and the entire room around them transformed. He now wore what looked like a school uniform, and the room had shifted into a sophisticated bedroom filled with books, desks, and luxurious furniture, reminding him of Momo's room. Sir? What's going on? Izuku asked, bewildered. Izuku-kun, from now on, call me Grandpa, do you understand? Sullivan said, and Izuku nodded his head. And this is for you, of course. You're my first grandchild, so I'll make sure you have the best food, clothing, and education. Education? Izuku asked, tilting his head. That's right, Izuku-kun, Sullivan declared with a proud smile. You'll be attending the demon school. And don't worry about the paperwork, your grandpa's got that covered. Also, you'll be the first human to ever attend, so as long as we keep it a secret, you won't get eaten. What? They'll eat me if they find out who I am. Izuku's eyes widened in horror. Oh, don't worry about that, Sullivan reassured him, grabbing a vial of some strange liquid. He drenched Izuku with it, the liquid smelling like nothing Izuku had ever smelled before. This perfume will mask your human scent. As long as you're careful, you'll be safe. Izuku simply looked at him with a resigned expression. Is there anything else I should know? Nothing I can think of right now, Sullivan replied as he walked toward the door. Now, Izuku-kun, you'll need to wake up early for your first day tomorrow. Get some good rest. Just as Sullivan reached the door, Izuku called out to him. See, Grandpa, can I ask you for a favor? Izuku asked hesitantly. What is it, my precious grandson? Sullivan asked with a warm smile. Can you officially change my name from Izuku Suzuki to Izuku Midoriya? Izuku's voice trembled slightly. Sullivan raised an eyebrow. Well, I can certainly do that, but why? One of the main reasons is that I don't want to be associated with my parents anymore, Izuku said in a quiet voice. I never had a real connection with them, and to them, I was just a tool to earn money so they could live an easy life. Quite understandable, Sullivan nodded in agreement. Even I, a demon, found those two people quite, how do I put this? Unpleasant. Izuku let out a humorless laugh. Can't blame you for that, he muttered. And the second reason? Well, I'm not really comfortable sharing that part of it, he said, his gaze falling to the ground. I know this might sound rude, and I didn't want to disrespect you, but... Before Izuku could continue, he felt a hand ruffle his hair, interrupting his anxious thoughts. Don't worry, Izuku-kun, Sullivan said with a kind smile. I understand that you have your secrets. I just hope that one day, you'll trust me enough to share them without hesitation. With those parting words, Sullivan walked out, closing the door behind him. Izuku stood there, exhausted, yet a faint smile tugged at his lips as he leaned against the desk, finally allowing himself a moment of peace. Sullivan closed the door behind him, his steps light and filled with a newfound cheer as he happily skipped toward his room. However, just as he rounded the corner, a demon with fiery red hair and cat-like ears appeared, blocking his path. You take your whims too far, the demon said, their voice low and piercing. You could have adopted any demon you wanted, yet you choose to adopt a human as your grandchild? What on earth were you thinking? Sullivan paused, a small smile tugging at his lips. It's nothing really, he said dismissively, his eyes glinting with a knowing look. You'll understand one day, Opera. The demon, Opera, narrowed their eyes but said nothing as Sullivan, with his usual carefree attitude, continued on his way. I'm so excited for tomorrow, Sullivan continued to murmur to himself, his enthusiasm as undeterred as ever. Opera watched them for a moment, their tail flicking in quiet contemplation, before turning and fading into the shadows, unsure whether to be concerned or simply resigned to Sullivan's eccentricities. Meanwhile, Izuku had changed out of his school uniform and into a much more comfortable set of pajamas, which were already neatly hung in the closet along with a variety of other clothes. "You know, Nana, I still can't believe any of this is actually happening," Izuku said, his voice muffled by the pillow as he lay down on the bed. "It feels like a dream. A really weird dream." "I would have pinched you if I had a real body," Nana giggled in his mind, her voice light and teasing. Izuku let out a small laugh. "Honestly, I'm just glad I have someone to talk to," he said, his voice softening as his eyelids grew heavier. "Anyway, I'm going to sleep, hoping all of this is just a dream. Good night, Mom." He didn't realize he'd said the words out loud until the silence settled around him. But Nana heard it, and those simple words filled her heart with warmth. Despite the strange circumstances, the bond they shared felt real and comforting, and for just a moment, she let herself savor the feeling. "Good night, Izuku," she whispered, her voice full of affection. "Sweet dreams." The next morning, Izuku woke up to the screeching of birds and the harsh sunlight streaming through his window. He rubbed his eyes and sat up, immediately realizing he was still in the room provided by his new grandpa. "So that was not a dream," Izuku muttered to himself, staring out at the unfamiliar scenery outside the window. "Unfortunately not," Nana replied with a gentle tone, her voice echoing in his mind. Just as Izuku processed the reality of the situation, the door to his room opened, and his new grandpa appeared with a bright, cheerful smile. "Good morning, Izuku-kun. Did you sleep well last night?" Sullivan asked, his voice full of enthusiasm. Izuku simply nodded in response. "In that case, hurry up and get ready for school. I'll meet you downstairs," Sullivan said, before turning to leave the room. Izuku quickly went through his morning routine, changing into his school uniform, and before long he made his way downstairs. In the living room, both Sullivan and Opera were waiting for him. "Oh my! You look absolutely handsome, my precious grandson," Sullivan exclaimed, spinning around Izuku with excitement. Izuku blinked, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him, because somehow his grandpa seemed. "Chibi, breakfast is ready. Please take your seat," Opera said, their voice as stoic and calm as ever. Izuku glanced at Opera, feeling a bit out of place. "You are." "I am Opera, Lord Sullivan's loyal servant," Opera replied flatly, bowing slightly. "Oh, nice to meet you, Opera," Izuku said politely, to which Opera simply nodded before going back to serving the meal. The food was placed in front of Izuku, and he couldn't help but stare at it. It was unlike anything he had seen before, even in both his lives, and that says a lot considering he had seen a full-grown adult wear hands on his face. "Not funny, Izuku." "Not funny," Nana said as he felt a glare in his head. "Sorry," Izuku giggled inwardly. Now then, he stared at the strange food. "Is it really okay to eat this?" "Just eat it already," Nana urged. "I don't think that demon would go this far if he just wanted to poison you." Izuku took a deep breath and, with some hesitation, took a bite. "It's really good," he said, his eyes widening in surprise. "I know, right?" Sullivan beamed, obviously pleased by Izuku's reaction. And thus, slowly but surely, they finished breakfast. "Now then, Izuku, let's go." Sullivan stood up, clearly eager. "We don't want to be late on your first day of school." After exiting the house, they walked for a while before coming across a sign written in a language that Izuku didn't recognize. "Oh, my grandson's first day of school. I'm so excited," Sullivan said with a broad grin. "This occasion demands a picture. Izuku-kun, stand next to that stand." "Okay," Izuku replied, standing next to the sign. "But I don't know what it says." "Let me fix that," Sullivan said with a playful wink, casting a spell on Izuku. Suddenly, the words on the sign became clear to him. It now read, "Entrance Ceremony." Sullivan pulled out the small camera and they snapped a picture together next to the sign. "So, Opera, where is this school anyway?" Izuku asked, glancing at Sullivan and then back at the surroundings. Opera pointed off in the distance. "Look over there," they said, nodding toward the hilltop. Izuku's eyes followed their gesture, and he gasped as his gaze landed on a massive castle situated at the top of the hill. "Wow," he exclaimed, admiring the school building from afar. Its size was comparable to UA High, which immediately triggered a flood of memories from his past life. Before he could sink deeper into thought, he noticed a flock of students flying high above their heads. Izuku watched in awe for a few seconds before he realized something: no one was walking to the school except for him, Sullivan, and Opera. "Excuse me, Opera, may I ask you something?" Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. Opera nodded. "Why is no one else walking to the school?" "Because they don't need to," Opera replied flatly, as though it was the most natural thing in the world. "All demons are born with wings that originate from the roots on their back," they explained. In many cases, demons do lose their ability to fly due to accidents, but despite that, they never lose the roots on their back. Izuku's eyes widened. "So you're telling me that my identity can be exposed just by a pat on my back?" he asked with a deadpan expression, and Opera nodded once more. Then Izuku turned towards his grandpa and gave him the terrifying smile that Inko would be proud of. "So, Grandpa, when were you going to tell me about that?" Sullivan's face immediately turned pale. Sweat began to form on his forehead as he stammered, trying to find an explanation. "It was just..." Opera, standing off to the side, couldn't help but smile a little, watching their interaction with quiet amusement. "I never thought I would see the day when Lord Sullivan would be terrified of a human child," they thought. Izuku sighed dramatically, rolling his eyes. "It's all right, I'm not mad," he said with a small chuckle. He turned back to Opera. "Is there a way to replicate these roots on my back?" Opera stared at Izuku for a moment, as if considering the question carefully. After a beat, they nodded. "I will look into it." "Thanks." Izuku grinned, pleased by their response. The smile he gave Opera made their ears twitch ever so slightly. Izuku, oblivious to the reaction, gave a satisfied nod, before turning towards the school once more. After that, they reached outside the school gates where Opera and Sullivan separated from Izuku, wishing him good luck. Izuku stood there for a moment, looking at the towering gates before him. His heart raced, not just from anticipation, but from the reality of the situation. One misstep, and he could be on the menu for dinner. "Kid, don't forget that I'm always here to help you," Nana's voice echoed in his mind, providing a small amount of comfort. Izuku chuckled to himself, shaking his head. "I appreciate the support, but I highly doubt you can do anything if I'm served on a plate as the exotic dish of the day." Taking a deep breath, Izuku squared his shoulders and stepped through the gates. The moment he did, he was hit by a sudden wave of nostalgia. The memories of his first day at UA High came rushing back: how nervous he had been, how he'd tripped and ended up almost in the way of Oka. "Hey you!" A voice broke through his thoughts, snapping him back to the present. He looked up to see one of 4 demons dressed in different uniforms, calling out to him. "Don't space out in the middle of the road. Head toward the auditorium," the demon said, pointing toward a distant building. Izuku blinked and quickly snapped out of his reverie. "Thank you, and sorry for the trouble," he said, bowing slightly in apology before turning in the direction the demon had pointed. As he began walking, he didn't notice the reddish-orange-haired demoness standing off to the side, watching him with a curious glint in her eye. Her gaze lingered on him for a moment longer than most of the other students had, but soon enough, she turned and followed the others. Slowly but surely, Izuku made his way to the auditorium, his eyes scanning the layout of the school as he walked. When he finally entered, he found an empty seat and settled into it, listening to the hum of conversations around him, students chatting excitedly with their families, their voices blending together in a typical buzz of first-day anticipation. "Wow, it's more normal than I thought," Izuku mused to himself, feeling a bit more at ease. But just as he started to relax, a commanding voice rang out, halting the chatter. "Silence!" The entire hall went deathly quiet. "Well, he looks scary," Izuku thought as he glanced at the gloomy-looking teacher who had spoken. "Kind of reminds me of Aizawa." Another teacher stepped forward, his voice loud and clear. "Now, we will formally begin the entrance ceremony for Demon School Babels. All rise." Everyone, including Izuku, stood up in unison. It's time to sing the school song, the teacher announced. Humans only exist to be our food. Dissecate them dry, soul, blood, flesh and all. Tremble at the sound of black wings as we take flight. For we are demons. As this song pours forth from our red lips. Scream for us, for we are demons. Our castle is the greatest evil. Its name is Babel's, a solitary place for study. Sacrificing our souls, blood, and meat without leaving anything behind. We shall aim for the demon's top. That song was quite unnerving, Izuku thought to himself. Izuku, why aren't you more afraid? Nana asked, her voice tinged with worry. They just talked about how humans are food for demons, and all you have to say is that it was unnerving? I'm really concerned. A young boy like you should at least be a little scared for his life. Honestly, I am scared, Izuku admitted, though his voice remained steady. But I just can't bring myself to care anymore. Back then, when my friends and I were around this age, we fought 2 wars just months apart. That's when we learned to push our fears aside and move forward with a smile. Before Nana could respond, the announcer interrupted. Next, greetings from our chair demon. The crowd erupted into cheers, chanting, "Yeah, Demon King." Izuku's head snapped toward the stage, his heart skipping a beat when he saw a familiar face, his new grandpa, Sullivan, standing behind the podium in his chibi form. "It's me, your grandpa." "So he's the chair demon," Nana commented with a resigned tone, though there was a hint of amusement in her voice. The audience, meanwhile, was abuzz, whispering and wondering who the grandson of the chair demon was. "Yes, indeed. My grandson now attends this school," Sullivan announced, his voice brimming with pride. "He's just so adorable." Izuku's face turned bright red, and he could feel his embarrassment deepening. "Damn it. This is more embarrassing than when Mom showed my baby pictures to All Might," Izuku groaned internally, wishing he could melt into the floor. "Please don't make it worse. And here's the photo we just took together," Sullivan added, pulling out a giant print of the picture they had taken earlier. "And he made it worse," Nana said sympathetically, though she was also enjoying this little scenario of a grandparent embarrassing their grandchild. "I'll make sure everyone gets a copy later." Sullivan continued with a grin before leaving the stage, leaving Izuku with his face buried in his hands. The next announcement came, and Izuku was almost thankful for the distraction. "Now we have a speech from a representative of the new students." Izuku looked up as a student with pink hair stood up, his flawless white uniform standing out in the crowd. "Asmodeus Alice," the announcer called, and the boy began to walk toward the stage. As he did, several of the girls in the audience started to fangirl, whispering and giggling over him. "Well, at least I'm not in the spotlight anymore," Izuku thought with a sigh, relieved for a moment of peace. But just as he was about to relax, the announcer's voice broke through again. "The honor student, Izuku Midoriya." Izuku froze. "Huh." Both he and Nana reacted at the same time, staring at the stage in confusion. Then, in the corner of his eye, Izuku saw Sullivan, holding a camera and giving him a thumbs up. Izuku groaned inwardly. "Resigning to my fate, I guess." With a deep breath, he stood up, his heart pounding. As he walked toward the stage, the murmurs of the students reached his ears. "Well, he's quite plain-looking compared to someone like Asmodeus," Izuku overheard from the crowd. "I know I've heard that before," he thought, rolling his eyes internally. "But look at his arms. He looks well-built under that uniform," another voice commented, drawing a faint blush to Izuku's cheeks. "Thank you, I really worked for that." As he approached the podium, Izuku sighed and decided to take charge in the only way he knew how. He slammed the floating picture of him and Sullivan onto the podium with a resolute thud. The audience stilled, their eyes locked onto him. That's when Izuku realized something important. He had no idea what to say. For a fleeting moment, he considered pulling a Kakin, announcing something bold like, "Fight for second place all you want, but I'm going to be the best student in this school." The thought brought a small smile to his face. The demons, however, interpreted his smile quite differently. "Man, even when facing this huge crowd, he's smiling fearlessly," someone murmured in awe, and a ripple of admiration swept through the room. Meanwhile, Izuku's mind raced until his eyes fell on the picture he had slammed down. On its back was a message scrawled. "I've sent this message to you so that you won't stumble through your school days. Love, Grandpa." Beneath the message were several words that immediately screamed trouble. "Should I read this?" Izuku mentally asked Nana. "Can you make something up on the spot?" she countered. "Good point." Taking a deep breath, Izuku straightened up. "Greetings, everyone. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and for my speech..." He glanced down at the text, deciding to wing it. Abrahawk. The moment the first word left his lips, danger sense flared violently. Every nerve in his body screamed at him to stop, but by now, Izuku was too committed. Teradidari. Yuzabib. Rizuturu. Aburus. Sudamana. Abraj. Yoryu. Maharaba. Tsura-zaza, he finished, finally feeling danger sense quiet down. "Thank you," he said with a bow. When he looked up, he froze. The crowd was staring at him, their expressions teetering between awe and sheer terror. Then, like a dam breaking, the entire hall erupted into a frenzy of cheers. The teacher rushed toward him, panic and astonishment etched on his face. "What the hell, kid? You can't just chant forbidden spells like that." "Forbidden?" Izuku repeated, blinking in surprise. "Yes, forbidden," the teacher exclaimed. "Those are taboo spells. If you mess up a single syllable, your body could literally explode. Everybody knows that." "Oh, so that's why Danger Sense was screaming," Izuku thought calmly. "Don't you dare, oh this brat." Nana roared in his head. "Take this seriously." "I'm sorry," Izuku stammered, bowing deeply. "I didn't know it was dangerous. I apologize for the trouble." The teacher seemed to calm down, his serious expression softening into a grin. "Yes, it was dangerous, crazy, and totally amazing." He gave Izuku an enthusiastic thumbs up. "But as long as you understand, it's fine." Izuku straightened, confusion clouding his features. "So, what does that spell actually do?" "If it works, you won't trip or fall for the rest of the day," the teacher explained. "That's it?" Izuku blinked, baffled. "Isn't the trade-off a bit too high for something so small?" "Duh," the teacher replied with a shrug. "That's why it's a forbidden spell." "Yep, makes sense," Izuku thought dryly. "Still, it's nice to know Grandpa was just trying to look out for me." As Izuku stepped off the stage, finally free from the ordeal, he was immediately blocked by another student. The boy in question, Asmodeus Alice, glared at him, his fiery eyes filled with determination. "How can I help you?" Izuku asked, and then Eiko knew she was a simple girl with simple wants. She liked flowers, cute things, photography, and hanging out with people her age. And when it came to boys, she had a clear preference. Well-toned muscles on a lean frame, not overly bulky but effortlessly strong. That was precisely why she found herself harboring a tiny crush on the green-haired honor student. After all, he just used a forbidden spell during his speech without blowing himself to pieces. And now, that same honor student stood in the courtyard, facing a fiery challenge from the student representative, Asmodeus Alice. The commotion had drawn nearly all the first years, along with a good number of upperclassmen. "I was supposed to give that speech," Asmodeus declared, flames crackling to life in his palm. "The punishment for stealing that spotlight from me is death." A little excessive, but also kind of cool, Eiko thought, watching intently. She turned her attention back to the honor student, curious about his reaction. To her surprise, he wasn't panicking or retreating. Instead, he stood there with an expression of pure indifference. "Really?" Izuku asked. "You are talking about killing someone for something so petty?" "Really?" Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. "You're ready to kill someone over something so petty?" "Silence!" Asmodeus roared, his flames flaring brighter. "Since you stole my moment, I have the right to determine if you're truly worthy of it." Upon Asmodeus's declaration, the crowd erupted into cheers, but Izuku's unimpressed glare shifted to them, silencing a few in confusion. "Wow!" Eiko thought, stars in her eyes. He's completely unfazed even against someone like Asmodeus. Hey, do you think the honor student has a chance? Her friend Gakko whispered. Before Eiko could respond, a pink-haired girl behind them interjected. No way. A plain-looking guy like him doesn't stand a chance against someone like Asmodeus. She sighed dreamily. Just look at how handsome he is. Listen, I'm sorry, Izuku said, catching everyone off guard. I never meant to take your spotlight. It doesn't matter. Asmodeus shouted, launching a fireball directly at him. Prove to me you're worthy of it. In response, Izuku raised his hand and pointed at the fireball as some kind of green energy swirled around his body, and then he flicked his finger. And to everyone's surprise, not only did that little flick create a shockwave that not only extinguished the fireball but also sent a few nearby demons tumbling backward. We don't need to do this, Izuku sighed. I can apologize, you can forgive me, and we can move on. Shut up. Asmodeus barked, his frustration mounting. How dare you mock me and the flames of my family? With a snarl, Asmodeus launched a volley of fireballs. Yet, Izuku gracefully dodged each one, the green energy continuing to dance around him. But why can't I hit you? Asmodeus demanded, his voice tinged with frustration. Because you're relying on raw power without anticipating my movements, Izuku replied thoughtfully. Honestly, I am really impressed by the strength of your flames and your control over them. And now he was praising his opponent and giving him pointers. What a strange demon, Eiko thought. Enough! Asmodeus roared, conjuring a blazing sword. If magic won't work, I'll defeat you with martial arts. But despite changing his technique, it didn't work as Izuku once again dodged, but this time Asmodeus's leg slipped on a nearby rock, causing him to change direction. Now, that flaming sword was coming towards her, ready to pierce a hole in her body. Eiko! Gikko shouted her name, but by now, Eiko was too scared to even move from her place. To her, it felt like someone had trapped her feet in ice. And that's when she realized, so this is what facing death feels like, she thought as she felt the heat of Asmodeus's flames on her body. When suddenly she saw green sparks in front of her eyes, and in the next moment, Izuku was holding her in a princess carry. After gently setting her down, Izuku turned to Asmodeus, his green energy flaring violently. His voice, steady and commanding, cut through the tension. Asmodeus Alice, he said, his tone icy, are we done here? Or are you planning to involve more innocent students in this stupid fight? The crowd fell silent as Asmodeus froze under Izuku's piercing glare. After a moment, he exhaled, extinguishing his flames. You're right, Asmodeus admitted reluctantly. There's no point in continuing this. I, Asmodeus Alice, take back my challenge and apologize for wasting your time. With that he turned and walked away. As the green energy dissipated from his body, Izuku approached Eiko, his expression softening into a kind smile. Hey, are you okay? He asked. Sorry for picking you up like that. He rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. No, it's all right, Eiko stammered, her heart still pounding. Thank you for saving my life. Don't worry about it, Izuku said, grimacing slightly. It was kind of my fault anyway. Are you hurt? You to the infirmary if you need. No, I'm fine. I think, Eiko replied, her voice steadying. Good. Take care, then, Izuku said with a wave before heading back into the school, leaving Eiko staring after him. Now that I got a closer look, one of the girls in the crowd mused aloud, he is kinda hot. Eiko, who heard that, clenched her fists as a fiery surge of annoyance rose within her. So this is what it feels like to want to punch someone in the face. With a brick. Chair Demon's office. But I expect nothing less from my grandson. Sullivan cheered, twirling around the room with glee. Izuku, meanwhile, sat slumped in his chair, his face flushed with embarrassment as he stared at the school newspaper laid out before him. Prominently displayed on the front page was a picture of him glaring at Asmodeus Alice, his eyes blazing with intensity. Above it, the headline proclaimed, Honor Student Izuku Midoriya forces Student Representative Asmodeus Alice to back down. Why the long face, Izuku? Sullivan asked, his tone cheerful as ever. Izuku bowed his head, guilt etched across his face. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I didn't mean to cause a scene on the very first day of school. What's wrong with that? Sullivan tilted his head, confused. It's not just about the scene, Izuku explained. I enrolled here as your grandson, and I feel like I've already caused trouble. Being on the front page like this, it makes me look like some sort of delinquent. Now, Izuku-kun, Sullivan said, patting him gently on the head. Don't be so hard on yourself. If anything, it's my fault for putting you in such a tricky spot. Besides, I doubt anyone will think you're a delinquent after how heroically you saved that girl from Asmodeus's attack. Izuku's ears burned, but he said nothing. Now then, Sullivan said, his tone shifting to something more serious. Let's discuss something far more important, shall we? Izuku straightened in his seat. It's about my powers, isn't it? Sullivan nodded. Izuku took a deep breath. You remember how I asked you last night to change my last name from Suzuki to Midoriya? Sullivan nodded again. It's related to that. And I wish I could explain everything right now, but... He hesitated, clenching his fists. I'm not ready yet. Izuku looked up, determination blazing in his eyes. All I ask is for you to trust me on this, Grandpa. Please. Sullivan gazed at him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Finally, he smiled warmly. Very well, Izuku-kun. I will place my trust in you. After all, I was the one who brought you here, Sullivan said. It's my duty to accept you, your good qualities and your flaws alike. Izuku's breath hitched, tears welling in his eyes. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he could almost hear All Might's voice. I told you to stop being such a crybaby. Thank you, Izuku said, hastily wiping his tears. Thank you for believing in me. Sullivan chuckled softly. Izuku-kun, why don't you rest in the adjoining room? You've had a long day. Don't worry, I'll send Opera to fetch you once I'm done with my work. Izuku nodded gratefully and left the office. As the door closed behind him, Sullivan turned to Opera, his cheerful demeanor giving way to a more thoughtful expression. Well, what do you think of him? I want your honest opinion. Opera adjusted their posture, their voice calm and measured. Master Izuku is an enigma. Even without considering his powers, he's highly observant. I've noticed him taking notes on a variety of topics, particularly whenever someone used magic or a bloodline ability. His curiosity is genuine, almost childlike in its awe. But what struck me most, Opera continued, is his complete lack of self-preservation. When the school anthem played or when Asmodeus confronted him, his body language remained steady. Yet, the moment that girl was in danger, he moved without hesitation as though his body and mind are conditioned to prioritize others above himself, Sullivan finished, his smile returning. Opera nodded. Precisely. Sullivan leaned back in his chair, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. What a fascinating human you are, Izuku Midoriya. To be continued. Izuku stood in a dark void, surrounded by a quiet and oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, the sound of running footsteps broke the stillness. He turned, his heart lifting as he saw a teenage Eri sprinting toward him. Spreading his arms wide, he prepared to catch her in a hug only for her to pass straight through him, completely ignoring his existence. Stunned, Izuku turned again. This time, he saw an adult Ochako, clad in her hero costume, standing nearby. Hey Eri, where are you off to? Ochako called out. Oh, hi, big sis Ochako, Eri replied with a radiant smile. She held up a small green Deku plushie and asked, Do you know what this is? I found it in my old stash. Izuku's eyes widened in shock at her words. Did she really forget about me? He thought, disbelief crashing over him. Ochako stepped closer, taking the plushie from Eri's hand to examine it. Nope, I have no idea who this is, she said casually. But it kinda reminds me of those oversized All Might hoodies I used to have years ago. The ones you donated to charity? Eri asked. Yeah. I never even knew where they came from, so I figured someone else might appreciate them more than I ever could, Ochako explained with a shrug. Izuku watched their conversation in stunned silence. He wanted to call out to them, to make them see he was right there, but the black mist swirling around him held him captive. He couldn't move, couldn't speak. It was as though the void itself was smothering him. "Then I'll do the same," Eri said brightly. With that, she and Ochako turned and began walking away. Panic surged through Izuku. He tried to scream, to reach out, but his voice was swallowed by the mist. The space around him began to shrink, the walls of the void collapsing inward until everything folded in on him, leaving him in darkness. Izuku shot up from his bed, gasping for air as his heart pounded in his chest. His body was drenched in sweat, his breathing ragged. "Izuku, can you hear me?" Nana's voice echoed in his mind. "Come on, kid, we've done this drill before. Take deep breaths and calm your nerves." He nodded to himself, sliding off the bed and curling up on the floor. Wrapping his arms around his knees, he rubbed his face with trembling hands and began taking slow, deliberate breaths. Ever since Izuku had been reborn in this new world, these nightmares had plagued him every few weeks. At first, they were about the grief his death had caused in his old world, leaving him consumed by guilt for days afterward. But over the years, the dreams had shifted. Now, they always showed the people closest to him slowly forgetting him entirely, which was even more heartbreaking for him. The door suddenly burst open, and Sullivan strode in with his usual cheery energy. "Good morning, my precious Grand," he froze mid-sentence, his smile vanishing as he took in Izuku's disheveled state. "What happened? Are you all right?" Izuku glanced up, forcing a weak smile. "Oh, yeah. Don't worry, Grandpa. It was just a nightmare," he said, his voice strained. "If you say so," Sullivan replied, still clearly unconvinced. Izuku sat back on his bed and ran a hand through his damp hair. "So, did you need something?" "I love the sound of that." Sullivan beamed, his usual exuberance returning. "Oh right. Remember we talked about roots yesterday?" Sullivan asked, and Izuku nodded his head. "Well, guess what? Your brilliant grandpa has already found a solution. Opera, bring that thing in." Opera, who was standing right outside the door, entered the room carrying a strange black object with multiple branching extensions. It resembled a grotesque cross between roots and some kind of centipede. "Izuku-sama, please remove your shirt," Opera instructed, but then hesitated, noticing the sweat-soaked fabric. "On second thought, perhaps you should bathe first." Izuku nodded. "Yeah, probably a good idea," Izuku agreed, glancing at his drenched clothes. Then after 20 minutes or so, he returned and sat before Opera, his shirtless back exposed. "This may feel a little strange at first, but please bear with it until I'm done," Opera said, and Izuku nodded, bracing himself. Opera pressed one end of the strange object to the back of Izuku's neck, slowly tracing it down along his spine until the other end settled just above his hips. Then, one by one, the branching extensions adhered themselves to different points across his back. At first, it felt strange and odd pressure against his skin. But then irritation set in, quickly escalating into sharp pain, as though countless needles were stabbing into his back. Izuku clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, but before long, the pain subsided entirely. The discomfort vanished, leaving him unable to feel anything on his back. "Opera, what is this thing?" Izuku asked in a cautious voice. "It's a type of living fabric that bonds with living organisms," Opera explained. "Rest assured, it's perfectly safe. Many stage actors use them during live performances as well as the real fights during the play." Izuku blinked. Wait, actual fights during plays? He wanted to ask more but decided against it for now. Instead, he sighed and offered a small smile. "Thank you, Opera." Opera gave a slight bow in response, stepping back to observe the results. Sullivan, meanwhile, clapped his hands in excitement. "See? Your grandpa always delivers. Now, let's see how amazing you look in action." Izuku couldn't help but laugh softly at Sullivan's enthusiasm, the lingering traces of his nightmare momentarily forgotten. After getting ready for school, Izuku walked down the stairs and took his seat at the dining table for breakfast. "Izuku-kun, are you comfortable with that thing on your back?" Sullivan asked, watching him closely. At first, it felt a little weird, But now I don't even notice it's there, Izuku replied with a small smile. That's good to hear. By the way, take a look at this, Sullivan said, grinning as he placed a set of wrapped gifts on the table. I splurged a bit to celebrate your first day of school. Grandpa. Izuku looked uneasy, his hands fidgeting slightly. I really appreciate the gifts, but you don't need to keep spending so much money on me. You've already given me so much. Now it feels like I'm taking advantage of your kindness. Nonsense, Sullivan said, waving his hand dismissively. You're my one and only grandson. Of course, I'm going to spoil you. But... He softened his tone. If it really makes you uncomfortable, I'll tone it down a bit. Sullivan reached into his pocket and pulled out a handkerchief with Izuku's name embroidered on it. Opera and I made this for you. Do you like it? Izuku took the handkerchief and smiled. Yeah, it's lovely, he said, then noticed the bandages on Sullivan's fingers. Wait, what happened to your hands? Sullivan chuckled sheepishly. I'm not used to embroidery. To us. More challenging than I expected. Grandpa, don't hurt yourself over things like this, Izuku said with a tired sigh. Well, at least he's trying to be a good grandparent, Nana remarked in his mind. Unlike me. Come on, Nana, Izuku replied. We've talked about this before. No more self-deprecating thoughts, remember? Yeah. You're one to talk, Nana retorted playfully. Breakfast continued, and before long, it was time for Izuku to head out. Okay, Grandpa, I'm off, Izuku said, activating float and lifting into the sky. Be careful, Opera called after him. Sullivan watched him ascend, a twinkle of pride in his eyes. So he can fly too, huh? He pulled out a camera and unfurled his wings. Now, it's time to follow him to school. Before he could take off, Opera grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back inside. After some time, Izuku landed in front of the school gates, drawing the attention of many students. Is it because of my bag? He wondered, glancing down. On his first day, he'd noticed that he was the only one with an over-the-shoulder bag, while all the other students carried handbags. As he walked a few steps into the schoolyard, he overheard two students talking about him and quickly realized the real reason for their stares. They had noticed him flying without using wings. To them, it seemed like he had extraordinary mana control and a vast magic reserve, which was extremely impressive for a first-year student. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm kinda cheating by using a foreign power, Izuku thought wryly. Izuku, look around you, Nana chimed in. You're surrounded by demons. They're born physically gifted, have magic, and can fly with wings. All One for All is doing is giving you the tools to stand on equal ground. That's not cheating. So, just like last time, Izuku thought with a sigh. Then, from the corner of his eye, he saw someone he wished he could avoid for some time. That demon was Asmodeus Alice, the boy he managed to piss off on the very first day of school. Instinctively, Izuku turned, planning to take another route. But a thought stopped him in his tracks. No. I need to clear this up now before it comes back to bite me. Besides, I don't want another Kaken tormenting me for the rest of my years here. Taking a deep breath, Izuku summoned his courage and walked up to him. Hey, Asmodeus. Can we talk? Hey, Asmodeus, can we talk? The green-haired boy asked, staring straight into his eyes, and for a moment, Asmodeus Alice didn't know how to respond. And Izuku in this EU is as tall as Asmodeus, which is 5.7 feet. Up until yesterday, Asmodeus had been a peerless demon in every aspect of his life. His noble lineage and mastery of magic ensured that no one aside from his family ever dared approach him. Whether it was due to awe or his intimidating personality, he preferred the distance, finding peace in the fact that he upheld his family's prestige by standing out among the common rabble. But yesterday had changed everything. At first, Asmodeus had been furious with the green-haired boy for taking his spot. How could some plain-looking nobody dare to usurp my place? He'd thought. He'd been ready to incinerate him as soon as he walked off the stage, but the realization that this boy was Sullivan-sama's grandson stopped him. Attacking him could jeopardize his mother's work, and he couldn't risk that. So, instead of outright confrontation, he'd done the next best thing, a noble demon's approach, and challenged him to a battle. He conveniently ignored the fact that he'd dragged the boy into the courtyard for the challenge. The boy, however, declined the challenge, apologized, and tried to defuse the situation. Looking back, Asmodeus grudgingly admitted that letting it go would have been the smarter move. Picking a fight on the first day didn't exactly bode well for his reputation. But at the time, his anger only intensified. He attacked, hurling spell after spell, only to see his opponent deflect everything with a casual flick of his finger. The sheer power radiating from that single movement, it wasn't even magic. Just raw energy should have made Asmodeus reconsider. But his pride refused to back down. He kept attacking, and by the time he was panting and exhausted, the green-haired boy stood unharmed, praising his magic and offering pointers. That had been infuriating enough, but what followed was even worse. In a blind rage, Asmodeus charged with a fire blade, tripped on a rock, and almost injured a bystander. Instead of mocking him, the boy was genuinely angry, not at the insults or accusations Asmodeus had hurled, but because he'd nearly hurt someone else. How could he care about that? Asmodeus had wondered, and that's why Alice had placed him into the mental box labeled, "Demons I Don't Understand and Probably Never Will," alongside his mother. And now, here was that same boy standing in front of him, asking for his time. "Yes, what is it?" Asmodeus asked, finally regaining his composure. "Listen, I just want to clear up some misunderstandings," Izuku said. "First of all, like I told you yesterday, I genuinely didn't know Grandpa was going to put me on the spot like that. I didn't even have a speech prepared, so I panicked and had to use that forbidden spell which, by the way, is a total scam given how risky it is." Izuku paused, looking apologetic. "Second, I'm really sorry for taking your spot. If I'd known how important it was to you, I would have turned it down." With that, he bowed his head, surprising Asmodeus yet again. Eventually, Asmodeus sighed, letting out the tension in his shoulders. "Fine. I'll take your word for it, but only because I consider you my competition now." "Thank you," Izuku said, visibly relieved. "I was worried you'd hold a grudge." He then extended a hand toward Asmodeus. "Let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Want to be my friend?" "Huh?" Asmodeus raised an eyebrow. "What is? A friend? You don't know what a friend is?" Izuku asked, blinking in disbelief. "I don't think I've ever heard the term," Asmodeus replied, tilting his head. "Izuku, I don't think the concept of friendship exists in this world," Nana chimed in. "Try explaining it like you're talking to a 5-year-old. "Okay," Izuku said, nodding. "A friend is someone you spend time with without worrying about things like status or power. You study together, train together, share thoughts and feelings, even hang out outside of school." "That sounds like an overly sentimental version of an ally," Asmodeus said, frowning slightly. "But I'm intrigued by your explanation." Then he extended his hand. "Very well, Izuku Midoriya. From this day forth, I, Asmodeus Alice, accept your offer of friendship. You may refer to me as Alice, but only because I see you as my equal. And know this, I fully intend to surpass you one day." Well, that was dramatic, Izuku and Nana thought simultaneously. But despite his somewhat funny declaration, Izuku still showed him a challenging smile. "Very well, Alice, I accept your challenge," Izuku said. "So then, where are we going next?" "Familiar summoning?" Izuku asked as they walked. "Yes," Alice explained. "It's a traditional event here at Babel's and one of the 3 events that determine our rank. Do you know what those other 2 events are by any chance?" Izuku asked. "It should be a flying race and mock battles against the upperclassmen," Alice said. "Our overall performance in these will decide our ranks." "Oh, okay," Izuku said. "I need to restart doing combat training again. Something is telling me that I'm going to need that if I'm going to stay here." "Yeah, sounds like a good plan," Nana added. "You must be quite rusty since you haven't had any real battle for so long." "Yeah," Izuku thought. "I'll need to brush up on shoot style and refine my black whip maneuvers." "Then we'll start working on that soon," Nana said firmly. And thus Izuku and Alice arrived at the hall for the familiar summoning ceremony. The first thing Izuku noticed upon entering the hall was that, once again, everyone was staring at him. What now? Izuku groaned internally. They're probably wondering why we're walking together instead of at each other's throats, Alice explained. Izuku's face flushed as he realized he'd accidentally voiced his thoughts aloud. Which, to be fair, would have been true if not for you. You're quite the unusual demon, as... Wait, so if I hadn't talked to you, you were planning to attack me? Izuku asked, genuinely curious. No, but I wouldn't have been so civil, Alice replied matter-of-factly. And I would have made sure to target you during all the school events. In that case, I'm really glad we talked, Izuku said with a nervous chuckle. As they chatted, a voice interrupted them. Excuse me. Izuku turned to see a demon girl with frizzy blonde hair and black horns approaching hesitantly. I think I know her from somewhere, Izuku thought. She's the girl you saved from Alice's attack yesterday, Nana reminded him. Oh yeah, that's right, Izuku realized. He offered her a warm smile. Hey, glad to see you're okay. What? You remember me? She asked, her cheeks turning pink. Of course. We just met yesterday, right? Izuku lied effortlessly. Liar, Nana huffed. Izuku winced as he felt a phantom smack on the back of his head. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to introduce myself, Izuku said quickly, extending a hand. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Eiko Oni, she replied, stumbling over her words as she shook his hand. Someone you know? Alice interjected, looking between them. Kind of, Izuku replied. Actually, you know her too. Alice raised an eyebrow. I do? Sorry, but I don't recall meeting her. Remember how you almost sliced someone yesterday? Izuku asked pointedly. Yeah, that was her. Alice's eyes widened slightly in realization. He stepped forward, bowing his head slightly. Please forgive me for putting your life in danger. No, please. It's fine. Eiko said hurriedly, clearly flustered by all the attention. Thankfully, the tension was broken when the hall doors slammed open and their gloomy teacher from the entrance ceremony strode in. Silence, the man said, his voice cold and commanding. The room instantly quieted under his intimidating aura. My name is Nibirius Caligo, he began, glaring at the gathered students. I will be your advisor. I oversee this ritual because I am dignified at all times. Today, I will determine whether you are useful trash or useless trash. Great, Izuku groaned internally. No matter what world I'm in, there's always that teacher. As if reading his thoughts, Caligo's sharp gaze landed on him. The demon walked over, stopping inches away to stare directly into his soul, and said, especially those who rely on their grandfather's position and recklessly chant forbidden spells in public, he said coldly. Then he glared at Alice next, and those who pick fights with fellow students, he said, but his eye twitched upon noticing that Izuku looked indifferent to his intimidation and Alice just outright ignored him. Then, stepping back to address the entire class, Caligo continued, incompetent students will be forced to withdraw immediately. Really? Is fate playing some kind of sick joke with me? Izuku thought as he remembered the words of a certain hobo that haunted him for days. The one with the lowest score will be judged hopeless and will be expelled from the school. Upon hearing that, the students erupted into protests, but Caligo's withering glare and overwhelming aura silenced them just as quickly. Then out of nowhere, he produced a small pink digital board decorated with cutesy images of animals and flowers, and yet was totally killing Caligo's vibe. The board's chirpy voice began explaining the summoning ritual steps. A guide to basically summon a familiars. Draw a circle on the parchment with your blood. Walk into the magic circle. Throw the parchment into the flames. A familiar will emerge from the smoke. Caligo's expression darkened as murmurs spread through the room. Without hesitation, he slapped the board out of the air. Stupid guide, he muttered disdainfully. He hit it, one student whispered. Does he hate cute things? Another murmured. Ignoring them, Caligo held up a parchment. Use this paper with my seal on it. If you forge one, I'll know immediately. Now line up. You will be called one by one. Is this going to be dangerous? Eiko asked as she slowly raised her hand. What a foolish question, Caligo said. You will be summoning a subordinate and making it serve you. That's what familiars are, and should a familiar disobey its master, Cal Ego picked up the cute board and created a hole in it. There will be punishment. That's how deep the blood pact is. Now line up in an orderly fashion and perform a ritual when your name is called. And so the event started, and one by one, the students performed the ritual, summoning an array of strange and fantastical creatures. Izuku, meanwhile, was watching with wide eyes, his inner fanboy bubbling up uncontrollably. This is amazing, Izuku thought, barely holding back his excitement. It's like getting your own Pokemon. Stop freaking out, kid, Nana chided. Did Yoichi bite you or something? I mean, how could I not? Izuku protested. I always wanted to have my own Pokemon when I was a child, and now I can get my own. Sorry to disappoint you, kid, but aren't you forgetting something? Nen said. To do that ritual you need magic, and even if you consider one for all a miracle, it still cannot perform magic. Izuku's enthusiasm immediately plummeted. Oh. Eiko, noticing his expression, asked, Are you okay? Before Izuku could answer, her name was called. She stepped forward, performed the ritual, and summoned a sleek, blue fox-like creature. When she returned, Izuku congratulated her with genuine enthusiasm. Then it was Alice's turn. Gracefully stepping into the circle, he performed the ritual. The smoke coiled and thickened before a magnificent snake emerged, its body a creamy white with purple accents, massive horns jutting from its head, and fire blazing at the tip of its tail. Gorgon snake, a serpentine monster with macaroon cream scales and purple highlights. It has clawed wings, massive horns, red slitted eyes, and fangs that gleam like polished steel. Its tail blazes with a fiery inferno, and it can breathe fire with precision and ferocity. Oh my god, it's so cool, Izuku thought. It's like a fusion of Charizard and Seviper. Finally, Kalego's voice broke through his thoughts. Izuku Midoriya, you're the last one. Get in there already. Good luck, Izuku. Eiko cheered with a thumbs up. Izuku nodded at Eiko and stepped into the summoning circle, doing his best to ignore the heavy stares filled with curiosity and expectation. Standing in the center, he held the parchment tightly in one hand and bit the tip of his finger with a sharp intake of breath, letting the crimson bead well up. He carefully marked the parchment with his blood, drawing the required symbol. Summoning. A ritual in which demons summon magical creatures to serve as familiars. But also, a ritual in which humans summon demons. As Izuku worked, a thought flickered in his mind. I know I don't have magic, but what if I did? What kind of familiar would I wish for? He paused for a moment, then smiled to himself. That's obvious Mega Rayquaza. With that wish fueling his imagination, he held the parchment over the fire, fully expecting nothing to happen. Instead, a blinding pillar of light erupted from the circle, shooting upward and illuminating the entire hall. When a summoning ritual is performed with blood containing power from another world, it transforms into a wishing ritual, resulting in extraordinary phenomena. Eventually, as the light from the pillar died down, it revealed a massive, serpentine figure emerged, coiled gracefully in the center of the circle. Its sleek black body shimmered with gold markings, tendrils glowing faintly around its majestic golden horns. The creature's piercing yellow eyes locked onto Izuku, who was staring at it with wide, sparkling eyes. I pulled a shiny, he muttered in awe, utterly enchanted. Hey, Izuku. Why can I see you standing in front of me? Nana's voice echoed in his mind. Not now, Nana. I'm busy admiring my... He froze mid-thought. Wait, what do you mean, see me? One more thing. The ritual cannot create a soul from nothing. Instead, it chooses between the demon tied to the summoning parchment or an extra soul carried by the summoner. Nana, can you roar for me? Just once? Izuku asked. What? Why? Nana asked. Just do it, Izuku said, and a moment later, the Rayquaza in front of him let out a thunderous roar, the sound reverberating through the hall and causing many students to flinch in fear. Okay, Nana, don't freak out, but I think I accidentally summoned you as my familiar, Izuku explained. Oh, Nana replied calmly. Wait, that's it? Izuku's thoughts raced. I thought you'd be furious about being turned into a servant. Well, first of all, Izuku, this is not the first weird thing that has happened to us in the last few days, Nana explained. And second, I'm kind of liking this form. I mean, I could literally feel the power in my body. I also think that this form will be more useful since we're going to live here. As Izuku tried to process this, Kalego's sharp voice cut through his thoughts. Midoriya, what is that thing? It doesn't match anything in our records. It's a Rayquaza, Izuku blurted out without thinking. And how, pray tell, do you know that? Kalego's eyes narrowed. Crap. Me and my big mouth, Izuku cursed internally. It told me. You can speak with it? Kalego pressed. Not directly, Izuku said, scratching his head, but I can kind of understand it. The bell rang before Kalego could ask more questions. Fine. You're dismissed. Thank you, Izuku said hurriedly before unsummoning Nana and bolting out of the hall. After leaving the hall, Izuku, Alice, and Eiko parted ways. Alice claimed to have urgent business, while Eiko went to meet a friend. Izuku meanwhile headed toward the distribution room to pick up his books. Let's see, the basics of being a demon, curses, pharmaceutics, and the art of torture. Izuku looked at the list of subjects in his hands and sighed. Sounds fun. Then just as he reached the distribution room, the door burst open, and a green-haired girl tumbled out, rolling across the floor before crashing into a stack of boxes in the hallway. Startled, Izuku rushed over. Hey, are you okay? The girl popped up from the pile with an unrestrained giggle. Strike, she declared proudly before leaping at Izuku. I'm Clara. My right foot's name is Connor, and my left foot's name is Muff. I was here to pick up my stuff but got distracted. Wanna pile things up and go kabam? Do you want candy? She rattled off, barely pausing for breath, and again started piling up the boxes. Watch. I'll do it again. What is up with this girl? Izuku thought, baffled. Minutes later, Izuku found himself standing in front of Clara, now attempting to swim on the ground. So, how did we get here? Izuku asked wearily. Because the teacher recognized you and dumped the responsibility of this chaotic child on you, Nana replied, barely containing her laughter. I wasn't really asking, Izuku grumbled. So Izuku, what should we play? Clara asked and pointed at the pile of dangerous-looking things. I have a lot of things. A spiky ball, a nom-nom picture book, a broken, blood-stained, family murder house set, and lots of other things. Oh my Izuku, Nana said, not even trying to control her laughter anymore. This girl might be really the death of you. In response, Izuku just sighed and asked the universe, how the hell did I get here? To be continued. Oh man, I'm beat, Izuku groaned, lying flat on the ground as he stared at the orange-streaked sky. Glancing to his side, he saw Clara still bursting with energy, rummaging through her pile of dangerous but oddly fun gadgets. Where does she get all that energy from? He muttered to himself. Hey, Yuoki's there? Clara called out, wobbling precariously as she tried to balance on a ball. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a little tired, but I'll live, Izuku replied, pushing himself up off the ground. Izukin, Clara chimed, tapping one of the smiley face pockets on her skirt. A bottle of soda popped out, and she held it up triumphantly. Here, juice. I have snacks too. Wait, where did that come from? Izuku asked, baffled. It's my bloodline magic, Clara explained proudly, pulling out more toys and trinkets from her pocket. I can produce anything I've seen before. So, you're telling me you can recreate anything you've seen even once? Izuku asked slowly, his expression growing more incredulous. Yep. Clara grinned. Izuku nodded, a distant look in his eyes. And here I thought Momo's quirk was broken. How naive I was. Clara, oblivious to his musings, simply shrugged and started spinning in circles around him. Snapping out of his thoughts, Izuku grabbed his bag. School's almost over. We should head home. Just as he turned to leave, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Turning back, he saw Clara standing there, looking uncharacteristically shy as she clutched his sleeve. Will you play with me again? She asked hesitantly. Izuku froze, taken aback. Her voice was so timid, as if she already expected rejection. His chest tightened as he saw a reflection of his younger self in her, the way he used to play with other kids, only to be turned away the next day because someone had told them he was quirkless. That's why when he saw that same look in Clara's eyes, he felt a weird pain in his heart to see someone so nice have to go through that. Before he could answer, though, someone interrupted. Hey Clara, come here for a second, a boy called out, appearing out of nowhere, and started talking to Clara in a commanding tone that Izuku found very unsettling. Who's this? The boy sneered. Clara, did you find a new owner or something? He snickered before continuing, whatever. Just give me a can of juice. I don't like him. Nana's voice echoed in Izuku's head, her tone sharp with disapproval. Yeah, I know, Izuku replied internally. As Clara moved toward the boy, Izuku instinctively grabbed her hand and stepped in front of her. If you want something to drink, go buy it yourself, he said firmly. Huh. The boy frowned in annoyance. Come on, honor boy. Stop hogging her and let me get something too. Izuku's expression darkened. His reply was short and cold, leave. What? The boy flinched but tried to stand his ground. Wait, what did you? Leave. Izuku's voice dropped, low and intimidating as green sparks crackled faintly around him. The boy grumbled, glaring at them. Fine. Keep her to yourself. It's not like I care about that stupid girl anyway, he shouted and stormed off. When Izuku was sure the boy was gone, he turned to Clara only to see her crying on the ground. Wait, why is she crying? Was she friends with that guy? Izuku panicked, his mind racing with wild theories. Of course not, idiot, Nana chided. Why? Clara sobbed. Why did you do that? Now he won't play with me. Izuku crouched down, his confusion evident. Claire, he wasn't going to play with you. He just wanted free stuff. I'm not stupid, Clara said through her tears. I know nobody will play with me unless I give them free stuff. It's the fee to put up with me. Izuku's heart sank as her words cut deep, and her mindset reminded him of his own mindset towards bullying in middle school during his past life. So taking a deep breath, he gently held her hands. Clara, listen to me, he said softly. Anyone who doesn't want to play with you is an idiot. That got her attention, and she looked up at him, tears still glistening in her eyes. To tell you the truth, it's been ages since I've had this much fun. And it wasn't because of the toys you made, it was because playing with you is fun. Really? She asked, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Really? Izuku assured her, though he scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. I mean, you do go overboard sometimes, but that's part of what makes it fun. He met her gaze, his tone earnest. So, Clara, do you want to be my friend and play with me again? Yes. Clara squealed, leaping into the air. She rolled around in excitement for a few moments before stopping abruptly. This is the first time someone's asked me to play. What should we do, Izuku? Oh, by the way, what's a friend? Oh boy, Izuku thought, bracing himself for yet another explanation. While Izuku was explaining to Clara what a friend was, the boy he had intimidated earlier stomped through a hallway, his footsteps echoing with frustration. His face was twisted in an angry frown, and he muttered to himself as he walked. After several minutes of sulking and stomping, he arrived at a set of stairs where two other boys were waiting for him. Hey, dude, took you long enough, one of them said, leaning casually against the banister. And where's the juice? Don't tell me you couldn't find her. Actually. The boy recounted the confrontation with Izuku, his voice growing angrier as he relived the moment. That's why we're going to get revenge on that honor student by beating him to a pulp. That'll teach him not to steal our stuff. Whoa, hold up, the other boy interjected, raising his hands in alarm. Are you sure about this? I mean, rumors say he fought Asmodeus to a draw and summoned some massive familiar that's never even been recorded in the history of the underworld. Are we really going to take on someone like that? I already know about that, the first boy snapped, his expression sour. That's why we're not fighting him head-on. We'll ambush him when he's not expecting it. No matter how strong he is, the three of us together can handle it. So, let me get this straight, a sharp female voice suddenly cut through their conversation. First, you tricked and exploited an innocent girl into giving you free stuff, and now, because someone stood up to you, your big idea is to ambush him? The boys froze and turned to see the source of the voice. Their blood ran cold when they saw Amary, the president of the student council, standing at the top of the stairs. Beside her stood two other students, a pink-skinned girl with yellow horns and a boy with striking black and white hair. Student council president? The first boy stammered, his earlier bravado evaporating. What are you? Before he could finish, Amary's foot slammed into his head in a clean overhead kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. You too, she addressed the remaining boys, her voice authoritative and cold. They snapped to attention like cornered prey. If I ever catch any of you exploiting another student or engaging in misconduct, you'll face the full wrath of the student council. Am I clear? The two boys nodded so vigorously it looked like their heads might fall off. Without another word, they grabbed their dazed companion and hurried off toward the infirmary as Amary watched them retreat. Well, that's one less headache to deal with, Amary said, brushing her hands off as if the matter were resolved. Then, turning to the pink-skinned girl beside her, she asked, Smoke, do we need to have a talk with the honor student as well? Smoke shook her head. No, I don't think that'll be necessary. Based on what that boy said and what I witnessed earlier, Izuku Midoriya was clearly just defending himself. Amary nodded, satisfied for the moment, and began walking away. Still, a nagging thought lingered in her mind. Izuku Midoriya, he sounds like a troublesome person. I'll need to keep an eye on him. The next day, as soon as Izuku stepped into the school, he was tackled to the ground by a ball of energy named Clara. Good morning, Izuku. Clara chirped, beaming down at him. Good morning, Clara, Izuku replied with a chuckle as he sat up. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. Here, add your contact info. Clara eagerly snatched the phone from his hand and started typing. She paused when she noticed something peculiar. Why do you only have 2 contacts? Well, I just got this phone, Izuku explained. So, aside from my family, you're actually the first person to add their number. Clara's eyes sparkled with delight, her grin widening. I'm the first? That makes me special, right? Izuku nodded, smiling at her enthusiasm. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at the notice board to check their class assignments. As they approached, Izuku's phone buzzed with a message. He pulled it out and read the text. Grandpa, Izuku-kun, I forgot to mention this earlier, but since you didn't want to attract too much attention to yourself, I've created a special class for students who attract too much attention. Naturally, you've been placed there with your friends. Enjoy. Izuku's eye twitched as he reread the message, conflicted between appreciation and exasperation. I get the sentiment, but... He looked up at the board and immediately spotted the list for his class. Unlike the others, which were printed plainly, his had a fancy golden border and calligraphy that practically screamed for attention. While Izuku debated whether to thank his grandfather for the effort or scold him for overdoing it, a familiar voice called out to him. Hey, Izuku. Looks like we're in the same class, Eiko said as she approached, smiling warmly. Turning to her, Izuku returned her smile. Yeah, it looks like it. Oh, by the way, this is Clara. He gestured to the energetic girl beside him. And Clara, this is Eiko. Nice to meet you, Eiko greeted politely. Clara immediately grabbed Eiko's arm with both hands and shook it vigorously. Nice to meet you, Yo-chan. Eiko blinked at the nickname, mulling it over before a soft laugh escaped her. Her smile returned, even brighter. Sure, why not? With introductions out of the way, Eiko pulled out a folded piece of paper and held it up triumphantly. I've already got a map to our classroom. Follow me, and I'll guide you to the treasure. She struck a confident pose, fist raised in the air, but quickly lowered it when she noticed Izuku watching her with an amused expression. Let's just go already, she muttered, her face tinged pink. She spun around and began marching ahead, taking exaggeratedly large steps in an attempt to mask her embarrassment. Izuku chuckled as he and Clara followed behind. Treasure, huh? He murmured, glancing at the golden-bordered class sheet again. Let's hope it's not too flashy. After walking for a little while, Izuku, Clara, and Eiko arrived at a massive gate in a secluded underground area of the school. It looks old, Clara remarked, glancing around curiously. This doesn't look like a classroom, Izuku added, eyeing the weathered door and the eerie surroundings. You two stay here. Let me check if this is actually our classroom or if someone's pulling a prank. Cautiously, Izuku pushed the door open. The moment he stepped inside, his danger sense flared. Without hesitation, he jumped back, narrowly dodging a barrage of flying weapons. Landing in a defensive stance, he positioned himself protectively in front of Clara and Eiko. But then, to his surprise, a cheer erupted from inside the room. What? Izuku muttered as he cautiously approached the doorway again. Peeking inside, he was immediately surrounded by an excitable group of students. Well done, dude, a boy with spiky yellow hair said, grinning. That was incredible, added a tall, striking girl. That's the honor student for you, chirped a bird-like demon. Do it again, shouted a demon brandishing a sword. Izuku is so brilliant, Clara exclaimed, stars practically sparkling in her eyes. Anyone who just lost their bets, line up here and hand over your money, announced a black-haired demon holding a microphone. Izuku blinked, bewildered. Okay, what the hell is going on? And what are they even betting on? A familiar voice answered him. They were betting on how many of those weapons would hit the next person who walked through the door. Izuku turned and stared. Alice? What are you doing here? Same as you, Alice replied with a casual shrug. I was assigned to this class too. And I think we both know why. Yeah, Izuku muttered, glancing away. I can guess. Then, frowning, he asked, but why were they so excited about me dodging those weapons? Because you're the only one who dodged all of them, Alice explained. Everyone else got hit at least once or twice. I just burned them all, and that guy, Alice nodded at a towering shirtless demon behind Izuku, took them head-on. Izuku turned to see the massive demon, weapons still embedded in his muscular frame. Are you okay? That looks painful. Nonsense, the demon declared, flexing. The weapons popped out of his body as he roared. These weak sticks can't even scratch me. I, Sabnok, am destined to be the Demon King. He's so big. Clara gasped, pulling out a measuring tape and enthusiastically measuring his height. Sabnok ignored her and pointed dramatically at Izuku. Listen, honor student. I will become a Yod, rank 10, and then the Demon King. One day, you will kneel before me. What's a Yod? Izuku asked, tilting his head. Yod is the highest rank a demon can achieve, Sabnok explained, puffing out his chest. Only those at rank 10 can be considered for the position of Demon King by the 13 crowns. To reach that rank, I must prove my strength. He grabbed a sword from the ground and crushed it with one hand. Anyone who dares challenge me will be crushed like this sword. Izuku stared, half impressed and half concerned, until Sabnok jabbed a finger at him. But who are you anyway? You don't even know what a Demon King is. What kind of idiot are you? Knock it off, Sabnok, Alice interrupted, stepping forward. Do you really think bullying people will make you the Demon King? Sabnok smirked mockingly. Well, if it isn't Asmodeus. Top of the entrance exam, and your familiar is a Gorgon snake. So what? Alice replied, unimpressed. My familiar is a Kelpie. It has more legs than yours, so it's obviously stronger. Sabnok declared triumphantly. Kelpie, Sabro's familiar, is a Oma, a mutant beast resembling a mix of a horse and a fish. Its green body features 2 front limbs, large fins across its back that double as wings, and a long tail fin. It has a prominent horn and sharp fangs, capable of thriving on both land and water. Alice groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Bah, forget it, Sabnok huffed. Then with a sly grin, he added, you lost to the honor student, so you're not even worthy of being my rival anymore. A vein throbbed on Alice's forehead. I didn't lose, it was a draw. Oh yeah, Sabnok asked. Then why are talking so casually with him right now? Why aren't you hunting him down to settle the score? Because first of all, I am not as barbaric as you, Alice said, and besides I am his friend now, Alice declared as a righteous aura seemed to radiate from Alice, and Clara immediately joined in, cheering, "Me too, me too." Izuku's face turned red as he thought, not this again. Friend? Sabnok asked, confused. A friend is a person you spend your time with without worrying about their social status or power. You study and train together, you can share your feelings, thoughts, and secrets with them and hang around with them even outside the school, Alice explained. Or at least this is what Izuku told me when he introduced me to this term. The room fell silent as the students all turned their attention to Izuku, staring at him with amazement or curiosity. This is so embarrassing, Izuku groaned internally, glancing at the curious and amused faces surrounding him. Can this get any worse? Dear Izuku, Nana's voice chimed in with a tone of exaggerated pity. Why do you keep challenging your luck like that? What do you? Izuku! Eiko's voice cut through his thoughts. Izuku turned around hurriedly, only to freeze at the sight of her teary eyes. Do you not like me? She asked, her voice trembling. What? Izuku stammered, his face flushing crimson. Where is this coming from? Oh my! I knew this was going to happen, but not so soon, Nana teased with a mischievous snicker. Not now, Nana. Izuku shouted in his head, trying to maintain composure. Oh my! A love drama! How exciting! Exclaimed Elizabetta, the tall blonde demoness, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Izuku gritted his teeth, barely holding back the urge to yell at everyone to be quiet. Fortunately, Eiko's brain seemed to catch up with her words. Her face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Oh no. It's not like that, she cried, covering her face with her hands. After letting out a quick, muffled scream, she lowered her hands just enough to peek at him again. What I meant was, why didn't you ask me to be your friend? Oh. Izuku blinked, finally understanding. That's because I thought we already were friends. He offered her a warm smile. But if you'd like, I can make it official. He extended his hand toward her. Eiko Oni, will you be my friend? Eiko's blush deepened, but she quickly grabbed his hand with both of hers. Yes, she exclaimed, her voice full of determination. Izuku, you sly demon. Stop playing with that poor girl's heart, Nana teased again, her tone mock scolding while Izuku resisted the urge to groan out loud. Hey, let me on this friend thing too, sounds interesting, the yellow-haired demon said. Yeah, me too, the black-haired demon added. Hey, let me in on this friend thing too. Sounds fun. Lead, the yellow-haired demon, said with a wide grin. Yeah, count me in, Jazz, the laid-back black-haired demon, added nonchalantly. Before long, Izuku was swarmed by classmates eagerly volunteering to be his friend. The exceptions were Alice, who was already his friend, Sabnok, who looked disinterested, Karori, the bluish-white-haired girl who seemed hesitant, Agars, who was still snoozing on his cloud, and another boy who vanished out of his sight. Wait, Izuku thought, narrowing his eyes. I swear I saw someone there a moment ago. His musings were abruptly interrupted by the thunderous slam of the classroom door. Silence. The scary teacher Cal-Ego entered the class and glared at the students. I could hear you brats from all the way outside, the man growled. Can't you manage to be quiet for 5 minutes? Are you our homeroom teacher, Spooky-sensei? Clara asked innocently, tilting her head. Yes, he replied, his voice dripping with irritation. Yesterday, the principal decided it would be amusing to hold a lottery to assign this class's homeroom teacher. His glare intensified as he fixed his eyes on Izuku. Of course, I later discovered the lottery was rigged by a certain someone's relative and every single slip had my name on it, he said, and all Izuku could do was avoid making eye contact. Now, sit down, brats. Roll call starts now, the teacher barked. With a wave of his hand, a magical attendance book materialized in his hand. Agars Pissarro, he called. The boy lounging on his floating cloud gave a half-hearted yawn in response. Asmodeus Alice. Yes, sir, Alice replied smoothly. Aloser Schneider. I am a thinking reed, the lion-faced demon declared, sounding oddly philosophical. Andro Jazz. Here, Jazz answered lazily, lounging in his seat. 9 Elizabetta. Present, the blonde demoness chimed, giving a playful wave. Valak Clara. Here, Spooky Sensei. Clara announced, raising both hands enthusiastically. Stop calling me that, Cal-Ego growled, his eye twitching. Came Kamui, he called but no one answered. Are you not here, Came Kamui? The small bird-like demon, who had been staring dreamily at Elizabetta, hastily raised his hand. Here. Cal-Ego glared at him but continued the roll call. Garp Goman. Here, the hairy demon with a sword replied. Corsul Karori. Here, the girl with bluish-white hair whispered. Shax lead. Here, the yellow-haired boy replied while playing a video game on a handheld. That again made Kalego's eye twitch. Sabnok Sabro. Indeed, Sabnok replied with a confident smirk. Sabnok, refrain from extremely insolent behavior and foolish actions such as challenging your teachers to fight, Cal-Ego said with a glare. Eiko Oni. Here, Eiko replied, raising her hand timidly. Person soy. No response. Cal-Ego didn't even bother looking up. And Izuku Midoriya. Here, Izuku said, raising his hand. Good, Cal-Ego said. Then, without warning, he ordered, Midoriya, switch seats with Kame. No. I don't want to sit away from, Kame began to protest, but one glare from Cal-Ego made him immediately shrink back and switch seats. Izuku found himself flanked by Clara and Eiko, both of whom seemed thrilled with this new arrangement. Now, Cal-Ego said, slamming the attendance book onto the desk. Class begins. All of you outside. After a few minutes, the misfit class stood on a cliffside at the back of the school grounds. Your ranks will be determined by the familiar summoning exam from earlier. Along with this race and the mock battle scheduled for next Monday, Cal-Ego explained. The goal is the flag at the top of a hill, shrouded in mist far beyond this valley. Cal-Ego continued, pulling out a cute-looking digital board. Now, I'll let this abomination explain the rules. I will now explain the course. The first route is a bit longer, but you can pass through Warbling Valley with relatively little danger. The second route is much shorter, cutting through Cutthroat Valley. However, it's filled with danger and traps along the way. Be wary of the monsters and demon birds protecting their nests. Good luck to you all in the race. As soon as the explanation was over, Cal-Ego knocked the board down and stepped on it. That's it for the explanation. And he still hates cute things, Izuku thought with a strained smile. The Cutthroat Valley is shorter, but it's quite dangerous, Alice said. Well, it's technically shorter, but one wrong encounter could exponentially increase your time compared to those taking the other route, Izuku explained, and unbeknownst to him many of the others were actually listening to him. Not to mention, in the worst-case scenario, you could lose your life. So, in hindsight, the trade-off isn't worth it, just like that forbidden spell. A small smile appeared on Alice's face as she asked, You're still salty about that, huh? Huh. Sabnok sneered, overhearing their conversation. What a coward's way of thinking. The only way for a future demon king is through the Cutthroat Valley. Before anyone could respond, Cal-Ego immediately squashed Sabnok's declaration. The only route this year is through Warbling Valley, he said, cutting through the tension. And good deduction, Midoriya. Thank you, Sensei, Izuku replied. Sabnok, however, wasn't satisfied. He stormed up to Cal-Ego. Why can't we go through Cutthroat Valley? He demanded, his massive frame looming over the teacher. Because, Cal-Ego replied, unfazed, an enormous magical beast that rules over Cutthroat Valley has been particularly moody lately. For everyone's safety, no one is allowed to enter. We can't guarantee your safety if you run into it. I'm still going through Cutthroat Valley, Sabnok declared with a defiant grin. If I can't, what's the point of even participating? Cal-Ego simply shrugged, his expression indifferent. Do whatever you like. But know this, if you go through with your choice, neither I nor the school will take any responsibility for what happens to you. Oh, by the way, during this whole conversation, Clara was trying to catch Sabnok's tail, which was swinging back and forth like a rope. Izuku, looking at Sabnok's determined face, approached him with concern. Are you sure you want to go through that route? I mean, just think it over. Sabnok turned away dismissively. Keep your advice to yourself, honor boy. A true king never fears any danger. Izuku sighed, trying one last time. But Sabnok walked off, uninterested in hearing any more. Alice, seeing Izuku's frustration, walked up to him with a more pragmatic attitude. There's no point wasting your time on an idiot like him. Just be satisfied that at least you tried to warn him. You're right, Izuku said, his shoulders sagging slightly. I just hope he comes out in one piece. Cal-Ego clapped his hands loudly, drawing everyone's attention. All of you, get ready, he shouted. We will now begin the flying race. With a single snap of his fingers, everyone except Izuku unfurled their wings, ready to take flight. Cal-Ego nodded in approval. Ready and go. In an instant, everyone shot off into the sky, leaving Izuku standing awkwardly at the cliff's edge, smiling sheepishly. Sensei, I have a question if you don't mind, Izuku called out, his voice barely carrying over the wind. Cal-Ego, his face already beginning to twitch in irritation, glanced back at him. What now? Izuku hesitated for a moment before asking, Does my method of flight affect my score? Cal-Ego raised an eyebrow. Why are you asking that? Izuku shifted uncomfortably. Actually, I had my wings removed due to a childhood accident, but I have other methods of flight available to me. Cal-Ego rubbed his temples, clearly worn out by this new revelation. Well, it's not like I can take any objections if it's a medical condition, he muttered. I'll allow it as long as you finish the race. Thank you, Sensei, Izuku said gratefully, bowing before springing into the air. Cal-Ego muttered under his breath, watching Izuku fly off. What a troublesome brat, he said, and with a flick of his wrist, Cal-Ego teleported himself to the finish line. Yawn so sleepy, Agars complained lazily, floating along on his cloud, his eyes half closed in indifference. He was joined by Kame, who was staring behind with an almost fanatic expression, and Shax, who was engrossed in his handheld gaming device. Behind them, Eiko, Elisabetta, and Crossel were taking a much slower pace through the valley, chatting and laughing as they walked. The sound of their voices occasionally drifted through the valley, but they were in no rush, savoring the journey at their own pace. In contrast, the third group, consisting of Jazz, Alloser, and Garp, was strolling along with an air of casual nonchalance. They weren't worried about the race or the obstacles. They were taking their sweet time too, enjoying the leisurely walk through the valley. But little did they know, their every move was being tracked by Cal-Ego, who was observing them through a magical screen. He was seated at the finish line, his eyes narrowed in frustration as he watched the students' progress. Idiots! None of them are taking this seriously, Cal-Ego muttered, as he saw Kame stop to hand Elisabetta a bouquet of flowers. His expression darkened, and he immediately deducted more points from Kame's score. Where are those other fools? The screen shifted, and Alice came into view. He was soaring through the valley, flying at high speeds, effortlessly dodging obstacles along the way. Suddenly, a patch of hostile plants launched spikes toward him. Without breaking a sweat, Alice summoned his familiar, who promptly burned the entire patch of plants into ash. Well done, Alice muttered with a satisfied smile, as he unsummoned his familiar and continued his flight. Wowee! A voice suddenly interrupted his moment of peace. Alice looked behind him to see Clara, who had somehow managed to climb onto his back. When did you? Alice stammered, confused and slightly irritated. You see, right at the start, I was already on your back. Clara explained enthusiastically. And then? She trailed off mid-sentence, her attention suddenly fixed on something else in the distance. Don't get bored of your own explanation, Alice snapped. He was distracted just enough to not notice the vines that suddenly ensnared him. What the? This, help me. I'm tangled and can't get free. Clara shrieked, her arms flailing as she too got caught in the vines. Idiot! Stop struggling. You're making it worse. Alice grumbled, his face contorting in frustration as he tried to free himself from the thick vines that had wrapped around them. Just as they were struggling, an air bullet suddenly flew through the air, cutting through the vines and freeing them. Alice looked up, bewildered, and saw none other than Izuku Midoriya floating above them with a grin plastered on his face. "I thought you needed a hand there," Izuku said cheerfully, his hands still outstretched after firing the air bullet. "Izuku!" Clara squealed in delight and immediately jumped onto his back, clinging to him like a koala. Izuku, chuckling at the sight, turned to Alice with a grin. "So, wanna race to the finish line?" Alice shot him a fearless smile. "Bring it on." Clara, who was still hanging onto Izuku, suddenly perked up, pulling out a dummy gun from her pocket. She raised it into the air with a gleam in her eyes. "Yay!" she cheered, grinning ear to ear. 3, 2, 1. Boom! With that, the two boys shot into action, flying toward the finish line at breakneck speed, with Clara enjoying her free ride as she clung to Izuku. The wind whipped around them, but neither Izuku nor Alice slowed down for a second. As they continued their race, they encountered another hostile obstacle, a large mass of thorny plants blocking their path. Without missing a beat, both boys summoned their respective powers. "Fireball!" Alice shouted, launching a blazing fireball straight at the thorns, incinerating them in a flash of heat. "Air cannon!" Izuku countered, sending a powerful blast of air from his hands to blow away the rest of the obstacles. The two methods of attack combined for a perfect clearing of the path, and they both surged forward again, each determined to reach the finish line first. Clara, caught up in the excitement, cheered, "Go, go, go!" As the two boys zoomed ahead, the distance between them and the finish line closing rapidly. At the finish line, Caligo was calmly sipping his tea, watching the students arrive one by one. His eyes narrowed as he heard the unmistakable sound of Clara's voice. Looking to his side, he saw Izuku and Alice racing toward the finish line. Before Caligo could even put his tea down, they both rushed forward, eager to know who had won. "Who won?" Izuku and Alice asked in unison. "Give me some space, brats," Caligo grumbled, swatting them away and giving himself a moment to review the footage from the cameras. After a few seconds, he flicked a finger, and the video played on a screen in front of them. It showed Izuku crossing the finish line a few seconds before Alice. "Midoriya, you're first. Asmodeus, you're second, and..." Caligo paused, pointing at Clara, who was dancing around Izuku, waving a winner's sign above her head. "She's third." Clara didn't seem to care about the rankings as she pranced around, ignoring Alice's grumbling. "You need to go back to the start line and fly here yourself," Alice said, but Clara was already distracted, tossing rocks into the air. Izuku turned his attention to Caligo. Sensei?" Caligo looked over at him, sighing. "What now? Did Sabnok really take the other path?" Izuku asked. Caligo rubbed his face in exasperation. "Yes, despite all the warnings, that idiot decided to go through the Cutthroat Valley." Izuku's face darkened. "What are the odds that he'll actually survive?" Caligo's response was blunt. 5%. That too, only if the Guardian decides to toy with him instead of killing him outright with a single blow. Izuku nodded and sat on the side trying to make up his mind about something. Izuku's expression faltered, but he nodded and sat down, deep in thought, trying to make sense of the situation. His classmates slowly trickled in, chatting and laughing among themselves, but none of them, not even Eiko or Clara, tried to approach Izuku, who was intensely staring at the ground. "Izuku, it won't be your fault if something happens to that boy, you know that, right?" Nana's voice echoed in his mind. "Nana." Izuku struggled to find the right words. "I know I'm not a hero anymore. I know I'm not obligated to save anyone, but I can't just sit here while someone's life is in danger." "Izuku, I don't know what to do with you," Nana said with a soft chuckle. "But you won't be one of us without that attitude." Izuku smiled faintly to himself, rising to his feet. "I'm going to look for Sabnok," he declared, determination in his eyes. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the summoning stickers that Opera had given him. Quickly, he used them to summon Nana in her Rayquaza form. "Midoriya, Stop this foolishness, Cal Ego called out in an irritated voice. You don't need to go after that fool. If you go, the same rules apply to you as well. Izuku's unwavering eyes met Kalego's. Sensei, I understand what you're saying, and I take full responsibility for my actions. He paused, his gaze shifting to his friends. If I don't come back in an hour, make sure to inform Grandpa about this whole situation. Izuku, are you sure about this? Eiko asked, concern evident in her voice. Yep, I'm sure, Izuku replied with a reassuring smile. Izuku, I really don't understand why you're doing this, but don't do something stupid, Alice said, and Izuku nodded, giving Alice a soft smile, grateful for his concern. Izuken, Clara said, nervously approaching him with a small bag of candy. Dad told me it's good to eat something sweet before going on an adventure. Izuku smiled warmly at her, taking the candy. Thanks, guys. Then, without further hesitation, he jumped onto Nana's back, and together, they shot into the sky, heading straight for Cutthroat Valley at lightning speed. Do you see anything? Izuku asked, his eyes darting across the treacherous terrain. By now, he had understood why Kalego-sensei had warned them about going through this route. It was filled with dangerous magic beasts that were constantly eyeing him and waiting for their opportunity to eat him. But fortunately for him, Nana's sheer size and presence were enough to keep all of them at. No, nothing. Nana's voice was cut off by a loud, piercing cry that echoed from deep within the valley. Izuku's head snapped in the direction of the sound. What was that? Nana asked. Don't know, but we should check it out, Izuku decided. I'll go down there, and you watch my back from up here. Sure, be safe, Nana responded. Izuku nodded, then without another word he leaped off Nana's back and began descending slowly into the valley. The air grew thick with danger as he navigated the rocky terrain, staying alert to every sound and movement around him. The eerie silence was broken only by his careful footsteps and the distant calls of unseen creatures. After a short search, Izuku came across a massive white demon bird standing in the middle of a rocky outcrop. The bird had an imposing presence, with dark purple eyes, horns jutting from its head, and an almost regal air about it. However, there was something different about this creature. Its large talon was deeply injured, an open wound visible along its sharp, blackened edges. The bird growled menacingly as Izuku approached, its sharp beak clacking threateningly in his direction. Despite the intimidating display, Izuku didn't back down. He stopped a safe distance away, trying to assess the situation. The bird's body language was clearly hostile, but Izuku soon realized why it was acting this way. Oh, that's why it's acting so aggressively, Izuku thought, narrowing his eyes as he noticed the deep wound in the bird's talon. Maybe I can help. Hey big guy, watch this, Izuku said softly, trying to calm the creature. He then took out a sharp rock from the ground and lightly cut his palm. Blood trickled from the wound, and Izuku wrapped it quickly with a handkerchief to stop the bleeding. Want me to do this for you? The bird paused, its keen eyes locking onto Izuku's, studying his every move. There was a moment of silence before it looked up, sensing something else in the air. A cold chill ran down its spine as it noticed the immense, serpentine creature hovering above them. The bird froze in place, understanding the power dynamic now, realizing that Izuku was connected to this terrifying beast. Reluctantly, the demon bird stretched out its wounded talon toward Izuku. Oh, thank you for trusting me, Izuku said, a little surprised at the bird's response. He moved closer, reaching for the bird's talon, but then paused. I don't have anything to wrap your wound with. As Izuku stood there thinking, a drop of his blood fell from his hand and landed directly onto the bird's talon. The moment it touched the wound, something incredible happened. The injury began to heal before his eyes, the flesh knitting together as if the wound had never existed. Izuku blinked in surprise. Huh, he murmured, staring at the now healed talon, then looking at the drop of his blood in his hand. What just happened? The bird, now free of pain, examined its talon with a sense of relief. It gave a happy cry, and then, with surprising gentleness, the bird lowered its head and affectionately nuzzled Izuku. Its touch was soft, like that of a cat, but much larger and stronger. Izuku stood there, caught off guard by the bird's affection, until a loud, furious roar broke through the air, shaking the ground around them. Sheet! I was supposed to be searching for Sabnok. Izuku cursed under his breath, realizing how much time had passed. Hey big guy, it was nice meeting you, but I have to go now. Izuku took a step back, but the bird wasn't ready to let him go just yet. It caught the hem of his uniform gently in its beak, pulling him back toward it. Izuku sighed and turned to face the bird. You want me to ride you? He asked, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. The bird let out an affirmative cry, and with a reluctant chuckle, Izuku climbed onto its back. As soon as he did, the bird flapped its wings, lifting off the ground with surprising speed, and started flying to somewhere while Nana followed them, shouting Izuku's name. Somewhere in the Cutthroat Valley, Sabnok knelt on the edge of a cliff, just inches away from falling into a constant stream of lava behind him. His body was screaming in pain, and his wings were badly damaged, leaving him with no way to escape. In front of him stood the gigantic, hairy demon beast with glowing red eyes, the guardian of the Cutthroat Valley. The beast growled menacingly. Curses! I was too careless, Sabnok muttered, wincing in pain. At this rate, I might die before even becoming the Demon King. No, I won't give up. Sabnok shouted as he stood, gritting his teeth. He grabbed the metal piece around his neck and, with a defiant look in his eyes, summoned an axe made of the same metal. Sabnok family's bloodline magic. Weapon creation. Sabro can instantly forge a weapon out of nowhere, manipulated by what he is currently biting. He mainly has 3 elements of metal encased as a necklace on his neck. I cannot lose here. Sabnok rushed toward the guardian. A destiny? A promise? Fate? None of that nonsense. I must become the Demon King because that's the coolest thing you can be, he declared, charging at the guardian. But in response, the creature's massive claws struck him, sending him flying off the cliff. Sabnok glanced at the flowing lava below, a bitter feeling rising in his chest. He knew he was going to die without fulfilling his dream. He had sworn to himself that he wouldn't become a weak demon like him. But there was no point in complaining now. His will had brought him this far. And with that bitter realization, he closed his eyes, accepting his fate. But it never came. Opening his eyes, Sabnok was stunned to see himself suspended in midair, just inches from the lava. Looking up, he saw black tentacles extending from Izuku's arm, holding him up. Jeez, almost lost you there, Izuku said with a relieved smile. He pulled Sabnok up and set him down on the ground. What are you doing here? Sabnok asked, bewildered. I thought you weren't taking this route. Actually, I already finished the race and came in first, Izuku replied. But then Sensei told us you had a 5% chance of survival, so I came to look for you. Sabnok stared at him, his eyes wide. Izuku had come. For him? He'd come to rescue him, despite all the insults and demeaning comments Sabnok had thrown at him. But before he could process this, a massive claw came crashing down toward them. Watch out! Sabnok shouted, pushing Izuku behind him and trying to shield him with his own body. But before the claw could strike, a giant black tail intercepted it, knocking the guardian back. Sabnok looked up to see a huge serpentine creature soaring through the sky. What is that? That's my familiar, Izuku explained. Suddenly, a white bird swooped down, screeching at the guardian. Is that the guardian's child? Sabnok asked. Izuku, his eyes wide, responded, Wait, hey big guy, are you the guardian's child? The white bird nodded in response. He knows the guardian's child? Sabnok thought. His gaze shifted to a sword lying nearby. Forget about that. This is my chance to attack. Hey, Guardian-san, Izuku called out, I found your child in a valley nearby. You must be upset that your child got lost, he added. As if on cue, the bird screeched again. Meanwhile, Sabnok slowly crawled toward the sword and grasped its hilt. Also, we don't want to fight anymore, right? Izuku said, giving Sabnok an intense look. What are you talking about? Sabnok growled. This is our chance to attack. Put that thing down, Izuku said, his voice firm, every word carrying weight. He smiled at Sabnok. Don't worry, everything will be all right. Sabnok sighed, reluctantly letting go of the sword and raising his hands in surrender. The guardian paused for a moment, eyeing them both, before stepping forward and lowering its head in what appeared to be a bow. The guardian is bowing its head, Sabnok said, his face filled with surprise. No, please, don't bow. Izuku said quickly. It's really not a big deal. I'm happy to help. So this is the honor student, Izuku. What an unbelievable demon, Sabnok thought to himself. Hey, Sabnok, we should get going before Cal-Ego-sensei declares both of us dead for taking too long, Izuku said. Actually, my wings are damaged so I can't fly right now, Sabnok replied. Well, in that case, Izuku said, glancing at the white bird, which nodded in response, I think it's time to cash in a favor. Back at the starting line, the sun was setting, and everyone was waiting for the two boys to return. Finally, Cal-Ego sighed and said, Everyone, we're leaving. But sensei, Izuku still hasn't come back. Eiko protested. There's no point in waiting any longer, Cal-Ego said with a tired expression. I'll ask the principal to arrange a rescue team for those two idiots. But just then, the winds picked up violently, and in the distance, they saw Izuku riding his familiar, the white bird, with the guardian of Cutthroat Valley carrying Sabnok flying toward them. Meanwhile, Alice wore a smirk, Eiko had a relieved smile, Clara was happily chanting Izuku's name, and the other students stood stunned. Cal-Ego, on the other hand, looked like he was done with his life. Finally, as Izuku and Sabnok descended from their respective mounts, Cal-Ego approached them and glared at Izuku. Explain. Izuku then recounted the series of events that led to him returning with the Guardian, though he conveniently left out the fact that his blood might be a miracle cure for Demo. For obvious reasons. Cal-Ego sighed and thanked the Guardian for putting up with his moron students. As the Guardian was about to leave, its child appeared in front of Izuku and screeched. The bird is saying that it's thankful for your help, Kame explained. You can understand animals? Izuku asked, surprised. Yes, it's an inherited magic of my clan, Kame replied. The bird screeched again and started nuzzling Izuku's chest. It's saying that it will feel sad if you don't visit again, Kame translated. Oh, don't worry, big guy. I'll come see you whenever I can, Izuku said, hugging the bird, which Eiko quickly captured on her phone. With that, the parent and child flew off, leaving behind a tired teacher and a class of excited students. Silence! Cal-Ego barked. We're leaving now. As they walked back to the classroom, Sabnok approached Izuku and said, Izuku, once again, thank you for saving my life. Sabnok bowed his head. I apologize for my rudeness earlier. It's all right, Izuku said. We can't judge each other by our first interactions. But I must say, Sabnok continued, you're an amazing person, and that's why, from today, you're my rival. He grinned. Shall we fight for the seat of the Demon King? That sounds like a goal for the distant future, Izuku chuckled. For now, let's just help each other become the best versions of ourselves. He smiled and caught up to Clara, Alice, and Eiko. Huh, you really are a strange demon, Sabnok muttered, smirking. The next day, when Izuku arrived at school, he saw that he was headlining the school newspaper for the third time in a row. This time, the headline read, Izuku Midoriya befriends the guardian of Cutthroat Valley's child, accompanied by a photo of him hugging the massive creature. Yeah, I should give up on staying out of the spotlight. Maybe it'll work in my favor somehow, Izuku thought with a tired sigh. At least today will be normal since we don't have anything scheduled. Too soon, Izuku. Too soon, Nana warned, just as someone tapped Izuku on the shoulder. He turned around to see two students who were often seen at the gates before school assemblies. You're the honor student, Izuku Midoriya, right? The one with black and white hair asked. Yeah, that's me, Izuku replied. Is there a problem? Actually, yes, said the pink-haired girl, who reminded him of Mina. The president wants to have a little chat with you. To be continued. The president of the student council, Amary Azazel, was sitting in her office, reviewing a stack of documents, when her gaze fell on the clock on her desk. I still have some time before my meeting with the honor student, she thought, leaning back and stretching her arms. With a decisive nod, she rose from her seat and walked over to a towering bookshelf in the corner of her office. Her hand moved swiftly as she activated a concealed magical pattern hidden behind a row of books, causing a hidden compartment to reveal itself. The secret shelves were filled with books unlike any others in her collection. They were vibrantly colored, adorned with cute and intricate illustrations, and written in a language foreign to her world human language. These are the secret texts passed down in my family for generations, Amary mused, her fingers tracing the spines of the books. They record events and customs from the human world, proof that humans truly exist. She selected one of the volumes with care and returned to her desk, placing the book gently before her. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself, though a faint blush crept up her cheeks. "All right," she murmured, flipping open the cover. Almost instantly, her stoic demeanor melted, replaced by a wide-eyed, flustered expression. "I can't read the letters, so I don't fully understand what's happening, but—" She turned a few pages, her curiosity evident. "It's so fascinating." Her excitement grew as she skimmed through the illustrations, but when she landed on a particular page, her face turned beet red. Her heart thudded loudly in her chest. Badump. The memory of yesterday's incident flashed vividly in her mind. Flashback. After a long and tiring day of school, most students had already gone home. Amary Azazel, however, remained, conducting one final patrol before calling it a day. "I could really use a hot shower right now," she muttered, rolling her shoulders as she entered the classroom assigned to the misfit class. The room was empty. As expected, its occupants had likely departed after their flying exam earlier. Her thoughts drifted to the headline she'd overheard from the news battler during her rounds. "Honor student saves the child of the guardian of the Cutthroat Valley and earns its respect." That's the third day in a row he's done something absurd, Amary thought, her lips pressing into a thin line. She turned to leave, her mind already considering tomorrow's meeting. "I need to meet this boy in person and figure out his true intentions." As she exited the classroom, she abruptly collided with someone. "Ah, sorry," came a male voice. She glanced up, startled, to find a green-haired boy looking at her with genuine concern. "Are you okay?" Badump. Her heart raced wildly, and for a moment, her surroundings seemed to shift. In her mind, she imagined vibrant flowers blooming and romantic music playing around them. Her cheeks flamed as she recalled a similar encounter described in the forbidden texts, a meeting that inevitably led to Elif. Hello? Are you hurt?" The boy's question pulled her back to reality. Straightening herself quickly, she pointed an accusatory finger at him. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you have gone home already?" "I forgot something in my classroom," he replied calmly, stepping inside to retrieve a notebook. When he emerged, he gave her an apologetic smile. "Got it? I'll head out now. Sorry again for bumping into you." With that, he hurried off, leaving Amary standing there, flustered and rooted in place. After a moment, she sank onto one of the classroom benches, her thoughts a whirlwind. Did he use the charming technique from the forbidden texts? She shook her head vigorously. "No, don't be ridiculous. It was just a coincidence." But as she pieced together the details, his green hair, his placement in the misfit class, realization dawned. Wait, that was the honor student. Back in the present, Amary's heart raced once more as she recalled the encounter, her gaze flicking to the book in her hands. The scene depicted in its pages was eerily similar to what had happened yesterday. It was just a coincidence, she assured herself, though her confidence wavered. No demon could possibly know the enchantments from these human texts. Still, this boy has caused more chaos in 3 days than most students manage in an entire year. I need to ensure he isn't a threat to the school's peace. I'll deal with him appropriately. Just then a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "President, Izuku Midoriya is here," came Smoke's voice, the pink girl peeking inside. Amary glanced at the book in her hand, debating whether to put it away. Then she smirked faintly. It's written in human language. No other demon could read it anyway. Setting the book down in an unassuming spot, she composed herself. "Send him in," she ordered, ready to face the boy who had been making waves in the school. After a few moments, the door creaked open, and a green-haired boy cautiously stepped inside. His sharp eyes immediately recognized her. "Hey, you're that girl I bumped into yesterday. I didn't know you were the student council president," he said, his voice filled with surprise. Then, almost to himself, he added, "But now that I think about it, it does make sense. You were patrolling the school late, probably part of your responsibilities as president." Izuku's murmuring quickly devolved into a flurry of mumbles, his words overlapping in an incomprehensible stream. Amary cleared her throat pointedly, breaking through his rambling. "I don't exactly go around broadcasting my position to everyone I meet," she remarked dryly, her tone laced with authority. "Now take a seat." Izuku nodded quickly and settled into the chair in front of her desk. "So, what is this meeting about? Did I do something wrong?" "That," Amary said, leaning forward slightly, her sharp eyes locking onto his, "depends on the outcome of this meeting." Izuku gulped under her intense stare as she continued. "In the past few days, you've made quite a name for yourself. From the entrance ceremony to yesterday's flying race, you've been at the center of a series of unusual events. So, tell me, Izuku Midoriya, what are your true intentions?" Izuku tilted his head, genuinely confused. "I'm not sure what you mean. Everything that's happened was either a coincidence or a response to situations beyond my control. The only thing I take full responsibility for is going into the Cutthroat Valley yesterday to save a classmate." "Is that so?" Amary replied, her curiosity piqued. She picked up a stack of papers from her desk. "Let's go over these events one by one. First, during the entrance ceremony, why did you think it was a good idea to read a forbidden spell in front of a room full of people?" Izuku scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. "Honestly, I didn't know it was a forbidden spell." "You what?" Amary's voice rose in disbelief. "You cast a forbidden spell without even knowing what it was?" "Well, my grandpa kind of put me on the spot," Izuku admitted. "I had no idea what to say to the crowd, and then I noticed a note he'd left for me. The words were written on it, so I just read them aloud." Amary pinched the bridge of her nose, sighing deeply. "Moving on. Later that day, you got into a fight with the student representative, Asmodeus Alice. Care to explain how that happened?" "That wasn't my fault," Izuku protested. "He challenged me because he thought I stole his spotlight or something. I didn't even attack him during the fight. All I did was use my powers to save a girl who almost got hurt in the crossfire." "So, you're claiming it was self-defense?" she asked, and Izuku nodded earnestly. "Fine," Amary said, jotting down notes. "The next day, after the familiar summoning, you nearly got into another fight. This time with a different boy. And I don't regret that," Izuku said firmly. "He was a JRK who was taking advantage of Clara's bloodline magic, and don't think I did anything bad by standing up to him. Yes, one of my subordinates saw that confrontation and informed me about that," Amary said. "I just wanted to see your thoughts on the matter." She flipped to another page. "Let's move on to yesterday's flying race. How exactly did the situation with the Guardian unfold?" "Oh, that," Izuku recounted the story, explaining how he first finished the race, then realized Sabnok might be in danger. He described finding the Guardian's child trapped in the valley, helping the young creature, and ultimately earning the Guardian's gratitude. In the end, Izuku concluded, the Guardian gave Sabnok a ride to the finish line because his wings were injured during their fight. Amary listened intently, her expression unreadable. After a moment of silence, she asked, "Why did you risk your life to save him?" Izuku blinked, caught off guard. "What do you mean?" "My question is, was there any need for you to go after your classmate when you clearly knew that the fate your classmate was going to face was the result of his own action and choices?" Amary said, now looking straight into his eyes. "You are lucky that you found Guardian's child when you did, otherwise how were you planning to face Guardian on your own?" Then she let out a tired sigh. "I am honestly trying to understand, why were you trying to risk your life for someone you just met a few hours ago?" Izuku's gaze grew serious, and he met her eyes without hesitation. "Because when you have the power to stop bad things from happening, but you don't, then those bad things happen because of you. Badump. Amary's heart skipped a beat at the intensity in his eyes and the conviction in his voice. She quickly cleared her throat to regain her composure. "All right, I understand," she said briskly. Rising from her seat, she extended her hand. "Thank you for your time. Best of luck with the mock battles." Izuku stood and moved to shake her hand. As he approached her desk, his eyes landed on a certain book. "First Love Memories? What's this manga doing here in the demon world?" he blurted out, picking up the volume. "I remember seeing this all the time in the stores while passing by one." Meanwhile, Amary was looking at him with wide eyes. "He can read it. He can read manga written in the human language. That means I can ask him to read it for not the time Amary," she yelled at herself. Now it all makes sense. His mindset is so unlike other demons. Wait a minute, what is a human doing in the netherworld in the first place? How did he cross the dash? Then she remembered hearing her parents' conversation about the possibility that the principal had visited the human world. "Don't tell me. Sullivan-sama brought a human into the demon world. I have to inform my father as soon as possible. But before that..." Her expression hardened. Standing abruptly, she grabbed Izuku's hand. The boy froze, his face pale as realization dawned on him. "Izuku Midoriya," she said, her voice sharp and unyielding. "Are you a human?" Izuku muttered under his breath. "Listen, Amary-san, I can explain." Sullivan's mansion. After Izuku's true identity was revealed in front of Amary, he somehow convinced her to continue the discussion back at his home. Though hesitant at first, Amary realized she couldn't let this news spread beyond the room and reluctantly agreed to his proposition. Izuku left the school alone after handing Clara over to Eiko, and Amary also departed earlier than usual. And now, both of them sat in Izuku's room, facing one another, and the tension between them thick in the air. "Thank you," Amary said, as Opera served her tea and stood behind her, watching Izuku with a vigilant eye, ready to intervene if necessary while Izuku remained silent, staring down at the floor. "So, you're a human?" Amary asked, her voice calm but edged with curiosity. Izuku nodded silently. "And how did you get here?" "My parents sold me to my grandpa," Izuku answered flatly, his tone devoid of emotion, as though the words held little weight anymore. "And no, it wasn't out of necessity. They didn't need money. I was just a tool to make money for them." Amary's expression softened at his words, a deep frown tugging at her lips. She could feel the sharp sting of bitterness in his voice, understanding how deep the betrayal must have cut him, being sold by his own parents. "Okay," she said carefully, "so Sullivan-sama bought you, asked you to be his grandson, and sent you to Babel's." She looked at him for confirmation, and Izuku gave a stiff nod. "Izuku, my parents work in Demon Patrol and have sent many humans back to the human world. If you want I can. But what if I don't want to go back?" Izuku interrupted, his voice suddenly harder, more intense. "What if I want to stay?" Amary frowned, caught off guard by his reaction. "Why would you want to stay here? Don't you want to go back to your own kind?" "My kind?" Izuku laughed bitterly, shaking his head. "Let me make this clear. I don't want to go back to people who sold me for money. And besides," he said, green sparks beginning to swirl around his body as his emotions surged, "I'm not like other humans. I have powers. That's why I can't go back, even if you send me back to the human world. I'm happy here. I have a family, I can go to school, I can use my powers without being locked away in a cell, and most importantly, I have friends here. Why would I ever want to go back to a world where I'd lose all of this?" Amary's sigh was heavy, and she saw the desperation in his voice, but she couldn't forget her place as a member of the Azazel family. "Even if you say that, the demon world isn't a place where humans can survive. It's too dangerous for you. Then give me a chance to prove myself," Izuku said with sudden intensity, his eyes locking with hers. Amary blinked, momentarily taken aback. "What?" "I'm asking for just one chance," Izuku continued, his voice filled with determination. "One chance to show you that I'm strong enough to survive here." He bowed deeply. Amary paused, her gaze narrowing as she thought it over. After a long silence, She stood and spoke, her decision made. Very well, Izuku Midoriya. If you want a chance, I'll give it to you. Izuku's eyes lit up in hope. Really? Yes, Amary affirmed, her voice steady. On the day of your mock battle exam, I will personally choose your opponent. If you can last the entire match without being knocked out, I'll agree that you're strong enough to survive in the demon world. Are these terms acceptable? Yes. Thank you, Amary. Izuku grinned, his confidence renewed, the weight of the conversation lifting as hope surged through him. I promise I won't disappoint. Amary stood quickly, her face flushing unexpectedly as her heart skipped a beat as well as flustered by the sudden shift in atmosphere. I should take my leave now, she stammered, turning quickly to make her exit. As Amary descended the stairs, she was met by the voice of the master of the house himself, Lord Sullivan. If it isn't the heir of the Azazel family, what brings you here? Sullivan greeted, his tone full of amusement. I had some important business with your grandson, Amary replied briskly, eager to be done with the conversation. It's getting late, so I should be going. She moved to pass him, but just as she reached the door, Sullivan's voice stopped her. You found out the truth about Izuku's identity, didn't you? Amary froze, her heart pounding in her chest. The uncomfortable silence that followed felt heavy between them. After a long moment, she turned to face him. Yes. I know Izuku is human, and that you brought him here from the human world. Sullivan's eyes twinkled, his expression thoughtful as he nodded. I see, he said. So, what will you do now? Are you planning to involve Amary and Clara in this? He asked in a serious voice. Amary hesitated, feeling the weight of the situation pressing on her. She knew she was strong and capable of handling most demons, but Lord Sullivan was a force to be reckoned with. One of the three heroes and a former subordinate of Durkala-sama, his presence alone made her wary. Taking a deep breath, she calmed her nerves, knowing that she had to choose her next words carefully, otherwise, she could risk bringing his wrath upon the entire Azazel family. At first, I was going to inform my parents right away, Amary began, her voice even but measured, but then Izuku convinced me to give him a chance to prove himself. She explained the terms she had set for him. If he fails, I'll send him back to the human world immediately. Sullivan gave a warm smile, nodding in approval. That's reasonable. He paused before adding, in that case, be prepared to be amazed. I'm sure Izuku will come out on top, no matter who he faces. Izuku's room. Izuku sat cross-legged on his bed, happily munching on snacks, his mind drifting back to his earlier conversation with Amary. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Well, that went better than I thought, he muttered to himself, popping another biscuit into his mouth. He leaned back against the pillows, letting the satisfaction of the moment wash over him. The tension from earlier started to fade away, but that peace was short-lived as a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Izuku. It was Nana. Her voice sounded unusually tired, as if she'd been waiting to talk to him all day. Please take this a little more seriously. You almost revealed your second biggest secret to a girl you met for the first time. I know, right? Izuku thought, taking another bite. Idiot. Nana's voice was laced with a mix of frustration and concern. Just be glad she turned out to be a reasonable girl and gave you a chance to present your side. Izuku chuckled softly, shaking his head. Yeah, I guess I'm lucky she didn't go running off to the nearest demon patrol. That could have been a disaster. Nana grumbled in response. You should be more careful next time. One slip-up could have cost you everything. Just then, Opera entered the room, their demeanor as calm as always. Izuku-sama, what are you planning to do now? Izuku looked up from his snacks, blinking as he stretched his arms. Well, first of all, I'm going to take a good nap. My body and mind are both wiped out. I was talking about Miss Amary's challenge, Opera said. Oh right. Opera, do you know any open spaces where I can work on my mobility and summon my familiar? Izuku asked. For mobility training, you can use the training grounds below the mansion, Opera replied. Wait, we have training grounds here? Izuku asked, his face full of surprise. Yes, although it hasn't been used in a long time. I'll prepare it for you by tomorrow, Opera said. As for summoning your familiar, I'd recommend Cutthroat Valley. It has a large and used open space, and since the Guardian has taken a liking to you, it should keep you safe. Thanks for the advice. Now, I'm going to take that nap, Izuku said, jumping onto his bed. Opera, can you wake me up when dinner's ready? I will do that, Opera said, before leaving Izuku's room. Amary's house. After a long and relaxing bath, Amary sat in her room, lost in thought about a certain green-haired boy. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that a simple meeting with a possibly troublesome student would turn into whatever this was. Honestly, part of her brain was urging her to just come clean and tell her parents everything, get it over with. But then Izuku's face flashed in her mind, and for some reason she couldn't bring herself to break his trust. She sighed in defeat and buried her face in her pillow just as someone knocked on her door. Lady Amary, are you in there? The door opened to reveal a demoness in a maid uniform with light blue hair, black horns, and blue eyes. This was Moana, the Azazel family's security demon and, in many ways, an older sister figure to Amary. Yeah, Moana, what's up? Amary asked, her voice muffled from the pillow. Dinner's ready. Lady Clara is waiting for you downstairs, Moana replied. Okay, I'll be down in a second, Amary said, quickly fixing herself up to look a little more presentable before heading downstairs. When she arrived, she was greeted by Moana, who was serving the food, and another demoness with a curvaceous figure, long shining red hair, fox ears, and 9 tails. Amary's mother and co-head of the Demon Border Patrol, Clara Azazel. Hello, Mom. How was your day? Amary greeted her as she took a seat at the table. Nothing exciting, sweetie, just the usual, Clara said with a warm smile. So, anything interesting happened at school today? I'm guessing that dealing with the new juniors must have been exhausting for the student council president. Amary grimaced. At the question, her thoughts immediately drifting to a certain troublesome junior. Yeah, juniors can be a handful sometimes, she muttered, poking at her food. They began their dinner, but Amary barely touched her food, her mind still occupied by Izuku's words. Unlike other humans, I have powers. That's why I won't be at home, even if you send me back to the human world. Mom, you've met humans before, right? Amary asked after a long pause, her voice unusually quiet. Clara raised an eyebrow, clearly curious about the direction of the conversation, but answered calmly, I've certainly met a few during my service at the Border Patrol. And do they have powers? Like magical abilities, biological enhancements, or enchantments? Amary pressed, her voice filled with more urgency than she intended. As far as I know, they don't, Clara replied, her tone matter-of-fact. Technically, it's more like they don't need these powers, since the human world isn't nearly as dangerous or harsh as the demon world. Amary nodded, but something didn't sit right. Then what was that green energy around Izuku? She thought to herself, but then suddenly, it hit her there was no charm involved in the bumping incident yesterday. Her face flushed red as she realized the truth. Without thinking, she started gulping down her food, desperate to finish so she could run off and scream into her pillow. Lady Amary, are you perhaps thinking about someone right now? Moana asked with a mischievous smile, watching her closely. Yeah, about Izuku, Amary replied absently, still lost in her thoughts. Izuku? Moana repeated, a teasing note in her voice. I don't think I've heard that name before. He's my junior at Babel's, and today, Amary cut herself off, realizing she was about to reveal too much. She looked up to find Moana watching her with a gleam of mischief in her eyes. Oh my, Lady Amary is having an affair with her junior. How scandalous, Moana teased, covering her mouth dramatically in mock surprise. It's not like that. Amary protested, her face turning bright red. I don't even know him that well. So, you want to know more about him? Moana pressed, clearly enjoying the playful torment. Amary groaned and buried her face in her hands, frustration mounting. I swear, Moana, if you don't stop. Meanwhile, Clara watched her daughter thoughtfully. Her gaze was sharp, as though she was weighing something in her mind. Suddenly, she stood up from the table. Amary, my office. Now, Clara commanded in a tone that left no room for argument. Then she turned towards Moana, who had immediately straightened up, and her playful expressions vanished in an instant as she assumed her professional demeanor. Amary will be back soon, so make sure he stays away from my office, understood? Understood, Lady Clara, Moana replied with a respectful bow. Clara then turned back to Amary. Get up. What are you waiting for? Inside Cara's office, Clara sat across from Amary, who was nervously fidgeting with her fingers, her usual confident demeanor nowhere to be seen. So, Mom, you wanted to talk? Amary asked in a small, tentative voice. Clara, seeing her usually confident daughter shrinking before her, sighed and placed a hand on her cheek. My little devil, what's going on? What's troubling you so much? It's nothing, Mom, Amary replied quickly, forcing a strained smile. I just got a little flustered from Moana's teasing, that's all. Amary tried to cover her nerves with a forced laugh, but Clara wasn't buying it. Her sharp gaze softened as she tilted her head. Let me guess. This boy. Izuku, was it? He's human, isn't he? In that instant, all the strength seemed to drain from Amary's body as she froze, wide-eyed. She had been trying so hard to keep the secret, but it seemed her mother had seen through her. How did you know? Amary asked in a barely audible whisper, her heart pounding. Clara chuckled softly, her playful tone never masking the intelligence behind her eyes. Darling, I didn't become head of the border patrol by just relying on my beauty, she teased with a smile. During dinner, you were lost in thought the entire time. Then out of nowhere, you started asking questions about humans. When Moana asked if you were thinking about someone, that boy's name just slipped right out of your mouth. I made a guess from there, and you just confirmed it, Clara explained. Now tell me what is going on and how are you related to any of this? Amary let out a long sigh, her shoulders sagging in defeat. There was no way out now. She might as well come clean. Okay, I'll tell you, she said, her voice small. But promise me you won't do anything drastic. Cara's expression shifted into a sweet yet unnerving smile. That depends on what you tell me, dear, she replied, the hint of danger in her words only adding to Amary's growing unease. Taking a deep breath, Amary began her explanation. She told her everything from Izuku's surprising feats to her agreement with him. Clara, on the other hand, listened to the entire explanation without interrupting her daughter. So you're telling me that Izuku Midoriya, a human boy, was sold to Lord Sullivan? And this same human boy was able to fight Amaryllis's son to a draw, summon an unknown familiar, earn the respect of Cutthroat Valley's guardian after saving his child, and has some mysterious power. Cara's voice was incredulous, as though she was trying to make sense of the unbelievable. And in the end, you're giving him a chance to prove himself in the upcoming mock battles? Yeah, that about sums it up, Amary replied with a tired sigh. I know it's your job to send humans back to their world, but can you please wait until after the mock battles? Just trust my judgment on this one. Why? Clara asked with a sharp gaze. Why do you want to give him a chance in the first place? I'll admit, I was unsure when I first found out about him. But the more I talked to him, the more I realized how different he is from anyone I've met before, Amary explained. And when I found out about his secret, he didn't beg me to keep it or threaten me with Lord Sullivan's power. He just asked me for a chance to prove himself. She paused, then continued, her voice softer. And then, there was also. Amary, don't hesitate. Just say what's on your mind, Clara said, her tone gentle as she reached over and ruffled her daughter's hair affectionately. Amary looked up, her voice barely a whisper. I'm not sure about this, but when he talked about being different from everyone else, he sounded so desperate. Like someone who has lost so much in life and is terrified of losing anything else. Clara studied her daughter for a moment, then let out a tired sigh. I know I might regret this, but if my little devil is ready to trust that boy, then so will I. Really? Amary's eyes lit up, her heart skipping a beat at her mother's approval. Of course, dear, Clara replied, her smile sly. Just don't tell your father, all right? You know how he gets when it comes to boys, especially ones with the potential to become your boyfriend. Yeah, Dad can be a little. Amary's face immediately flushed a bright red. Wait, what did you just say? She stammered, her heart racing. I already told you it's not like that. Please, stop acting like Moana. Kamara's grin only widened. If you say so, my little devil, if you say so. She rose from her seat, walking over to her daughter with a mischievous glint in her eye. Now, go get a good night's rest. You've earned it after such a long day. Amary stood up, heading toward the door, but Kamara's voice stopped her just before she could leave. By the way, Kamara called, her voice now serious, have you decided who you're going to choose as his opponent? Amary paused, thinking for a moment. A gleam returned to her eyes. Yeah, I think I know the answer, she said with newfound determination, then exited the room. After Amary left, Kamara's friendly expression quickly faded, replaced by a serious, calculating look. Old geezer, she muttered under her breath. What are you doing, bringing a human into the netherworld when there's so much chaos going on everywhere? Then her thoughts drifted to Izuku and everything Amary had told her about him. A human with powers? Huh? Kamara murmured. That shouldn't be possible. Is he the result of some kind of experiment Lord Sullivan was running in the human world? Or maybe an offspring from a relationship between a human and a demon? She sighed, rubbing her temples. Then, a soft, motherly smile spread across her face. But still, no matter who or what this boy is, he's surely a positive influence on Amary. Lately, she hardly acts like a girl her age. But with him, she's so fluttery, nervous, and bashful. More importantly, she's even willing to go against our family's duty to stop this boy from being deported. Her eyes gleamed mischievously as the thought solidified. In that case, Izuku Midoriya. I'd love to see what kind of person you really are with my own eyes. To be continued. Opera. Send the next wave. Izuku called out, panting heavily. He stood at the center of the mansion's underground training ground, his black tank top clinging to his sweat-soaked body and his green eyes alight with determination. At the edge of the room, Opera stood calmly beside a machine capable of launching objects of various sizes at different speeds. Right now, it was loaded with volleyballs and cranked to its maximum limit. At Izuku's signal, Opera activated the machine. 8 volleyballs rocketed toward him at high speed. Izuku's eyes narrowed, tracking their trajectories for just a split second before he sprang into action. He leaped over the first ball, slid under the second, twisted his body to avoid the third and fourth, and then, shoot-style, lunar air smash. His leg arched back in a perfect vertical roundhouse kick, infused with 45% of one for all. The compressed air blast from his kick sent the remaining ball hurtling into the back wall with a resounding thud. Great work, Izuku, Nana's voice echoed in his mind. Rumi's training must have been really effective if you're pulling off moves like that, she said, and Izuku could practically feel the sheet-eating grin in her tone. Yeah, Izuku thought with a tired smile, brushing a hand through his damp hair. Her teaching style is intense. The memory of their first meeting brought an unbidden, genuine grin to his face. Flashback. It had been 2 days since Izuku returned from his solo run and at the moment, he was alone in Gym Gamma, working on his kicks, since his usual training partners had already called it a day. Then, when he was getting ready for another round, a woman with bunny ears approached him with a thoughtful expression. Hey, Mabo. Do you need something? Izuku asked, wiping sweat from his brow. Rumi stared at him for a moment before bluntly declaring, Your kicks are sheet, and your technique is dog water. Oh, okay, Izuku stammered, too stunned by her blunt opinion to respond properly. That's why I'm going to take you under my wing and make you the second best kicker in this country, she said with a confident grin. Okay, he replied absent-mindedly, then did a double take. Wait, why? Because you'll be fighting on the front lines with me, and I'm not teaming up with someone who can't even kick properly, she stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing that, Izuku looked down and clenched his fists. She's right. I can't hold back people I'm fighting with because of my inability to do something. Then, Izuku looked at her with determined eyes. Mirko, Please help me to improve my shoot style, he said, bowing to her. But then, suddenly he received a smack on the head from Mirko's metal arm. Geez, kid, relax. I said I would train you, didn't I? She said with an exasperated expression. Then her face softened as she ruffled his hair. Listen, kid, I know you have a world riding on your shoulders right now, but you don't need to do everything all by yourself. Then she looked into his eyes and flashed a confident smile. And I don't care how hypocritical it sounds, but you can count on adults around you to save your butt. Yes, ma'am. Izuku replied with a smile, only to get smacked again. I told you to relax. And drop the formalities. Just call me Rumi, she said as she headed for the door. Your training will start tomorrow, same place, same time. Then, as she was just about to exit the gym, a devilish smile appeared on her face. By the way, I noticed those bunny ears on your costume. They actually look quite cute on you, she said and left the room laughing out loud, leaving a red-faced Izuku behind who was trying to form words from his mouth. As the memory faded, Izuku blinked back into the present to find Opera approaching with a towel. Izuku-sama, that should be enough for today, Opera said, their voice calm as they surveyed the training ground littered with volleyballs and debris. Yeah, thanks. And sorry for the trouble, Izuku replied, taking the towel and wiping his face. He hesitated for a moment before asking, So, do you think I have a chance? Opera placed a hand on their chin while their eyes flickered thoughtfully. It's hard to say since we don't know who Ms. Amary will choose as your opponent. But based on your progress and skill, I believe you'll do quite well. Thanks, Izuku beamed at him. I will take all the positivity I can right now. Opera's ears twitched slightly. Izuku-sama, you should go take a bath. I'll prepare breakfast in the meantime. Got it. Izuku nodded, slinging the towel over his shoulder as he followed Opera out of the underground training ground. Good morning, Izuku-kun. How did your training go? Sullivan asked, smiling warmly as Izuku settled into his seat at the breakfast table. It went well, I think, Izuku replied, picking up his utensils. My movements are still a little stiff, but overall, it was a solid session. That's good to hear, Sullivan said, taking a leisurely sip of his tea. So, how do you plan to spend the rest of your day? Well, Izuku began, shoveling a bite of food into his mouth. Since we don't have school today, I thought I'd go over some study materials I got earlier this week. Other than that, I don't have much planned. In that case, why not accompany Opera on their little trip to Magical Street? Sullivan suggested. Magical Street? Izuku asked curiously, holding out his plate for seconds. It's a well-known shopping district nearby, Opera explained as they refilled his plate. I need to pick up some items for the house. You're welcome to join me if you'd like. Izuku, I think it's a good idea, Nana's voice chimed in his mind. Going along could help you learn more about this world and its economy. Izuku mulled it over for a moment before nodding. Sure, I'll join you, he said. Excellent. Sullivan beamed, clapping his hands together. And while you're at it, pick up a few things for yourself. Izuku tilted his head, smiling sheepishly. You've already given me so much, Grandpa. I don't think there's anything I really need right now. In that case, what about a custom uniform? Sullivan suggested, his eyes sparkling with excitement. A custom uniform? Izuku echoed, his curiosity piqued. Yes. I'm sure you've noticed that many of your peers use custom uniforms. Why not have one made for yourself as well? Sullivan asked. That sounds interesting, so why not? Izuku said with a shrug. He turned to Opera. When do we leave? Opera rested a hand under their chin thoughtfully. We'll head out in an hour. I'll finish up the remaining chores first. Okay, Izuku replied, then looked back at Sullivan. Are you coming with us? Sullivan's expression shifted dramatically as metaphorical storm clouds gathered over his head. He slumped in his chair, whining, I wish I could, but I have important meetings today. Unless, he perked up, a sudden mischievous grin appearing. What if Grandpa skips all those boring meetings and spends the day with his grandson instead? Absolutely not, Opera interjected, shutting down the idea immediately. I'll accompany Izuku-sama, and you will attend your meetings. Sullivan clutched Izuku in an exaggerated hug, dramatically wailing, "You're so cruel, Opera. All I want is to spend time with my beloved grandson." Opera raised an unimpressed brow. "Do you really want to set a bad example for Izuku-sama by shirking your responsibilities?" Sullivan froze, then straightened his posture with newfound determination. "You're right, Opera. As a grandfather, I must be someone Izuku-kun can look up to." Adjusting his tie, he grabbed his briefcase. "Izun, Opera, I'll see you both this evening." As Sullivan left, Izuku chuckled softly. "It must be tough taking care of two children, huh?" "It's part of the job description," Opera replied smoothly, sipping their tea. "Well then, Izuku-sama, I'll see you in an hour." "Whoa!" Izuku exclaimed, his eyes wide as he took in the bustling market. "This place is incredible. There are so many unique things here." "That's to be expected," Opera said, walking beside him. "This is one of the largest markets in the netherworld. By the way, first, we'll stop to order your new uniform. Is that all right with you, Izuku-sama?" "Sure," Izuku said. As they both walked through the magical street, Izuku took notice of the various items displayed outside the shops. What fascinated him more was the fact that many of them resembled items from the human world. A lot of these items resemble things from Earth, Izuku thought. "Yeah, quite a lot actually," Nana added. "Honestly, if you drop any of these demons in our old world, no one will even bat an eye or think that they don't belong in the overworld." "It's fascinating how two entirely different worlds can have such similarities," Izuku mused. "Makes you wonder if our old world had something like the netherworld as well." "Maybe," Nana replied, her voice tinged with somber reflection. "Though I'd say we've already faced the worst demons our world had to offer." Just then, Opera's voice pulled him out of his internal conversation with Nana. "Izuku-sama, we've arrived," they announced, stopping in front of a sleek, elegant shop. Izuku hesitated as he looked up at the grand storefront. "Opera, are you sure we should shop here? This place looks really expensive." "Yes, this place is a little expensive, but that won't be a problem," Opera said in a tone that left no room for argument. "In fact, as the grandson of Sullivan-sama, you will have to visit many similar places in the future." After that little conversation, Opera and Izuku walked inside the store. As they stepped inside, the opulent interior immediately captivated Izuku. Gleaming marble floors reflected the warm light of ornate chandeliers, and rows of luxurious clothing were arranged with an almost artistic precision. Employees moved gracefully through the store, tending to customers with practiced poise. One such employee, a woman with neatly tied hair and a polite smile, approached them. "Welcome, esteemed guests. How may I assist you today?" "We'd like to order a custom uniform," Opera stated. "Of course," the employee replied, maintaining her professional demeanor. "But I must inform you, custom uniforms can be quite expensive." "That won't be an issue," Opera said calmly. "You can send the bill to Sullivan-sama's mansion." The moment Sullivan's name was mentioned, the employee's eyes widened in surprise, and her smile faltered for just a moment. She quickly regained her composure and bowed deeply. "Please wait here for a moment. I'll fetch my superior." With that, she turned and hurried toward the back of the store. Izuku shifted awkwardly, glancing at Opera. "What is going on?" he whispered. "Nothing that we should be worried about," Opera replied. "This is just how the general public reacts to Sullivan-sama's name. They don't want to offend or inconvenience him or his closed ones, even for trial matters as such." Moments later, the employee returned, this time accompanied by a tall, elegant woman dressed in a sharp black suit. "Good afternoon. My employee mentioned you're associated with Lord Sullivan. Do you have any proof of your connection?" the woman asked. Opera reached into their pocket and produced a ring adorned with Sullivan's emblem. Holding it up, they said, "I am Opera, Lord Sullivan's security demon, and this is Izuku-sama, his grandson." Izuku stepped forward and gave a small bow. "Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you." My. Polite, aren't you?" the woman said with a smile. "I'm Rose, the owner of this establishment." She glanced at her employee. "You may return to your duties. I'll personally assist our guests." With a graceful gesture, Rose led them upstairs to a private fitting area on the second floor. Once they were seated, she turned her attention to Izuku. Now then, young man, what kind of uniform are you envisioning? Do you have a design in mind? Actually, Izuku began, explaining the design he and Nana had brainstormed while waiting for Opera to finish their chores at home earlier. Rose listened intently, nodding occasionally. That's a fantastic idea. We can definitely work with that. Then she motioned to a nearby employee, who immediately stepped forward with a measuring tape and a notepad. As the employee took Izuku's measurements, Rose continued, your design has a good balance of practicality and personality. It'll suit you well. Leave the rest to us. Once the measurements were done, Rose escorted them back to the entrance. We'll deliver the finished uniform directly to Sullivan-sama's mansion, she assured with a professional smile. Then, turning to Izuku, she added, by the way, young man, I never caught your name. Izuku Midoriya, he said with a polite bow. Thank you for your help today. The pleasure was all mine, Rose replied, producing an elegant business card seemingly out of thin air. If you ever need anything else, don't hesitate to reach out. She gave him a playful wink before disappearing back into the store. After leaving the shop, Izuku and Opera continued wandering through the bustling market, crossing items off their list one by one. As they went, Opera used the opportunity to teach Izuku about the local economy, how to handle the netherworld's currency, and spot high-quality goods. He even got a quick lesson on spotting counterfeit goods and avoiding shady merchants. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the market in warm golden hues, Izuku turned to Opera with a grateful smile. Thanks for bringing me along today. I had a lot of fun, and I learned so much. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Izuku-sama, Opera replied, glancing at the sky. But it's getting late. We should head back. I still need to prepare dinner. In that case, let me help, Izuku offered, his smile widening. Think of it as a thank you for today. Opera raised an eyebrow, amused. That's a surprise. You know how to cook. I mean, I'm no expert, but I can manage something edible if my life depends on it, Izuku said, scratching the back of his neck sheepishly. In that case, I'll gladly accept your help, Opera said with a small smile. But fair warning, netherworld ingredients can be quite unique. And so, Izuku's weekend concluded with a bit of cooking and quality time with his new family, setting the stage for Amary's big challenge awaiting him in Monday's mock battles exam. Alice's house. Big brother is so amazing, Voyle exclaimed, her voice bubbling with admiration. Yeah. He's the greatest person in the world. Lily agreed, her eyes sparkling with awe as they watched their older brother, Asmodeus Alice, training with his flames. With a flick of his wrist, Alice launched another blazing fireball at a distant target. As the flames soared through the air, an elderly butler approached, bowing with respect. Alice-sama, he began, Lady Amaryllis has returned from her work and wishes to see you. Got it, David. I'll be there in a minute, Alice responded, his focus unshaken as he prepared yet another fireball, launching it at the next target. David hesitated for a moment, then spoke again, his voice tinged with concern. Forgive me for interrupting, Alice-sama, but you've been training for hours now. Perhaps it's time to take a break? You've accomplished quite a lot today. Alice, still absorbed in his training, muttered under his breath, Yeah, I know. Just one more push. With a deep breath, the flames in his hands roared to life, swirling in an intricate dance of heat and power. He compressed the energy tightly before hurling the fireball with perfect precision. The resulting explosion obliterated the target completely, turning them to char. Yeah. So cool. Voyle and Lily cheered, clapping enthusiastically as they watched their brother's display of power. That was quite a spectacular attack, Alice-chan. A cheerful voice chimed in from behind, and before Alice could even react, he was suddenly tackled into a bear hug by a tall, elegant woman with long, flowing pink hair. Mother! Alice growled, his face reddening as he struggled against her tight grip. Get off me! I'm covered in sweat. How can you not find this disgusting? Amaryllis grinned mischievously, pinching his cheeks affectionately. Darling, I'm the one who gave birth to you. Nothing about you could ever disgust me, Alice sighed, his patience already wearing thin as she continued. Still, I must admit, I've never seen you this passionate about training. What's got you so fired up? Alice straightened, a cocky smirk spreading across his face. It's because, for the first time in ages, there's someone who can actually keep up with me. And I'm not about to lose to him. But how could anyone possibly compete with you? You're the best in the whole netherworld. Voile asked, her head tilted in confusion. Lily nodded in agreement, equally perplexed. Alice crouched down and affectionately ruffled their hair, a fond smile on his face. Don't worry, girls. I'll keep working hard to stay on top just for you two. Amaryllis watched the scene unfold with a warm, affectionate smile, but her curiosity was piqued. By the way, Alice, who is this new rival of yours? Alice shot her a suspicious look. Why do you want to know? I'm just curious, Amaryllis said, pouting dramatically. I want to meet the boy who's managed to motivate my Alice so much. Alice let out a long, exasperated sigh. There's no need for you to meet him or any of my friends, for that matter. He paused before reluctantly answering, but if you really must know, his name is Izuku Midoriya. And, just so you're clear, he's Sullivan-sama's grandson. So don't do anything weird. Amaryllis gasped theatrically, feigning offense. Alice, how could you say such things in front of my precious daughters? What if they start thinking badly of me? Don't worry, Mom. We love you, Voile said with a bright smile, running over to hug her mother tightly. Yeah, me too, Lily added, following her sister's lead. My sweet little butterflies, I love you both so much, Amaryllis said, wrapping her daughters in a warm, loving embrace. Meanwhile, Alice rolled his eyes at the scene and muttered under his breath, I swear, this family is going to be the end of me, before heading inside to freshen up. By the way, Amaryllis called out to him as she walked away, her curiosity still lingering. What exactly is a friend? Alice paused in his tracks, turning back to face her with a raised eyebrow. Don't ask me, I'm still trying to figure it out myself. With that, he disappeared inside the house. Clara's house. In the spacious backyard of the Valak estate, a sprawling farm stretched across the land, its neatly arranged rows teeming with a wide variety of fruits and vegetables. Clara, as cheerful and lively as ever, moved from plant to plant, picking the ripened produce and placing it into the basket slung over her back. Her humming and soft singing filled the air, creating a harmonious melody as she worked. Nearby, her mother, Mrs. Valak, watched her with a warm smile. She had always known Clara to be energetic and full of life, traits that ran deep in their family. But recently, there was something even brighter about Clara's demeanor, something her mother couldn't help but notice. Clara, did something happen? Mrs. Valak asked, raising an eyebrow with a hint of curiosity in her voice. You seem even more cheerful than usual. Clara paused for a moment, glancing up at her mother with a playful tilt of her head. Really? She asked innocently. Then she shrugged it off, her smile widening. I'm just happy because tomorrow I'll get to play with Azaz, Ochan, and Izuku, she declared, her face lighting up at the thought. Her mother's eyes widened in surprise at the mention of Clara's peers, as this was a subject Clara rarely discussed at home. It was unusual for Clara to talk about others, and Mrs. Valak felt a tug of curiosity. Clara, who are these people? She asked and immediately noticed a different kind of glow appear on Clara's face, her smile stretching wide as she began eagerly explaining. Az is really strict sometimes, and he does scold me, but he never says anything mean or tells me to go away, even when Izuku is busy with something else. Ochan is super nice too. She brings me sweets, talks to me about clothes, and takes so many pictures of me. Clara pulled out her phone from her pocket, showing her mother a gallery of pictures, each one more adorable than the last. They were candid shots of Clara, some taken from afar, others close up, all full of charm. Oh! And then there is Izuku, and he is like the best you know. Now the glow on Clara's face was tripled. He is the first person who actually played with me. He lets me ride on his back and doesn't get angry when I play pranks on him and dash. Clara's words tumbled out rapidly, as she went on, recounting every little thing she had done with Izuku over the past week, from their playful adventures to the quiet, heartfelt moments. Mrs. Valak listened intently, a smile tugging at her lips as she observed how happy Clara was. Finally, after a few minutes of rapid chatter, Clara paused to catch her breath, but the happiness never left her face. Mrs. Valak's smile softened with warmth as she looked at her daughter. "I guess you've finally found the demons you belong with," she said, her voice full of understanding and affection. "In that case, why don't we invite them over next time you all have free time? I'd love to meet these peers of yours." Clara's eyes sparkled with joy, her face lighting up even more. "Really? You'll meet them?" she exclaimed, her voice practically singing with excitement. "Of course, dear," Mrs. Valak replied, gently patting Clara on the head. "Now, let's finish picking the rest of these vegetables, shall we?" Clara beamed at her mother's words and nodded eagerly. "Okay, Mom." With that, the two of them continued their work in the garden, the sound of their laughter and light-hearted conversation blending with the peaceful hum of nature surrounding them. Echo's house. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, and the twin moons of the netherworld bathed the night sky in their eerie light. Inside the Oni household, Eiko Oni lay sprawled across her bed, absorbed in a book. The calm evening was broken by her mother's voice calling from downstairs. "Eiko, you have a guest." "Guest? At this time?" Eiko thought to herself, puzzled. She closed the book with a sigh and headed downstairs, only to be greeted by a familiar face. "Gakko! What a surprise!" Eiko exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Without thinking, she rushed forward and pulled her friend into a tight hug. "Wait, what brings you here at this hour?" Gakko smiled, a bit sheepish, and shrugged. "Well, I was just going over some study material, but I needed a break. So I thought I'd stop by." Eiko's mother, who had been sitting on the couch, looked at the scene with a bemused smile. "Eiko, you could learn a thing or two from her," she commented casually. "Mom." Eiko groaned in embarrassment, her cheeks flushed. From the kitchen, Eiko's father's voice rang out, cheerful as always. "Come on, dear. It's only the first week of school. Don't be so hard on her." "Dad, you're home already? How was business today?" Eiko asked, walking into the kitchen where her father was preparing dinner. He gave a casual shrug. "Business as usual. Nothing exciting happens at the diner, you know." "Typical," Eiko muttered before turning back to Gakko. "So, how's school treating you?" "Good, I guess," Gakko replied, though there was a noticeable bitterness in her tone. "But nothing exciting like your class." "Wait, what class are you in, Eiko?" her mom asked, genuinely curious. "Misfit class," Eiko said nonchalantly, not sensing the subtle tension in the air. "Misfit class?" Her mother raised an eyebrow. "What kind of name is that? And what did you do to end up in such a strange class?" "Maybe it's because of the kind of people she's been hanging out with lately," Gakko said suddenly, her voice carrying an edge. Eiko turned, her eyes widening in surprise. "Gakko, what are you saying? You know Izuku and the others aren't bad people." "I don't know, okay," Gakko said, her tone sharper now. "I just don't want you to get left behind when they move up in their lives," she said as Eiko's eyes narrowed, her patience wearing thin. "Wait a minute, what's going on here?" Eiko's mother stood up, her concern evident. "Eiko, are you hanging around with bad company?" "No. Of course not, Mom." Eiko rushed to defend herself, her face flushed with frustration. "Izuku saved my life on the first day of school, and has even apologized to me for that incident. And Clara is Clara, she can't be a bad person." Gakko sighed and rubbed the back of her neck, clearly reluctant. "Izuku Midoriya is Sullivan-sama's grandson, and as is Asmodeus Alice," she said, her voice flat. At the mention of those names, Eiko's mother's face drained of color. There was a sharp clattering sound from the kitchen as a dish fell to the floor. "Izuku did save her during his fight with Asmodeus when a stray attack nearly hit her," Gakko added. "But it was their fault to begin with." "This Clara girl?" her mother asked, her voice now tinged with suspicion. "Clara Valak," Gakko said dismissively. "She's an idiot." "Take that back." Eiko snapped, glaring at her friend. Her voice was fierce, unlike anything Gakko had heard from her before. Clara might do some silly things every now and then, but she is not an idiot. Gakko flinched, caught off guard by the sudden intensity. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean it, she mumbled, her tone now apologetic. However, Eiko's gaze didn't soften. Also, Gakko, please leave, she said firmly, the words sharp. I don't want to talk to someone who's bad-mouthing my friends. Wait, Eiko, Gakko started, but Eiko cut her off, her voice cold. No, just go. I'll talk to you later, but not right now. Gakko stared at her for a moment, hurt and surprised by the sudden distance. With a defeated sigh, she turned to leave. The door clicked softly behind her, and the house fell into an uncomfortable silence. Eiko's mother let out a long, weary sigh and walked over to the couch. Eiko, come here for a moment, she said softly, motioning for her daughter to sit beside her. Eiko hesitated but obeyed, sitting next to her mother. Her mother's expression was concerned but understanding. Listen, it's not that I don't trust you, but are you sure you're not associating with bad people? Her mother studied her for a moment, her face softening as she took in her daughter's words. After a long pause, she sighed. All right, I believe you. But if anything ever goes wrong, if they hurt you in any way, you come to me. I'll show them a mother's wrath, no matter who their parents are. Eiko smiled gratefully, feeling a warmth spread in her chest. Thanks, Mo. You're the best. Her mother chuckled, ruffling her hair affectionately. Yeah. Stop buttering me up and go call your brother for dinner. With that, Eiko felt the tension leave her body, and she gave her mother a quick hug before heading toward the upper floor to call her brother for dinner. And thus, the eventful weekend came to an end, and now it was time for the mock battles exam. I know many people don't like OCs, but I am trying not to rewrite Irumakuin's story with Izuku's skin, so there will be few OCS in the story, and I hope you will like them. Oh man, it's been ages since I felt this nervous about anything, Izuku thought, staring at his reflection in the mirror, a towel loosely draped around his waist. Honestly, this feels just like the day of UA's entrance exam. A soft chuckle escaped him as memories surfaced. I was so nervous back then, scared even. I'd only gotten one for all a few hours before and had no idea how I'd manage to pass if it didn't come through for me. But you did pass, Nana chimed in, her voice warm and encouraging. And you didn't just pass, you saved someone's life. That's as heroic as it gets. Izuku smiled faintly, shaking his head. I don't know, Nana. Most of the time, I was running around like a headless chicken, panicking about what to do next. And then I completely wrecked myself at the end. I doubt anyone watching thought that was heroic, especially on the teacher's screens in the monitor room. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure, Nana teased lightly. Ochako certainly seemed to think otherwise, didn't she? She said, but immediately regretted it when she sensed Izuku's mood shift and his expression darkened, as well as the faint smile vanishing from his face. Well, I guess we'll never know, huh? He replied, his tone tinged with bitterness. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's fine, he cut in, forcing a sad smile. Really? It's been 16 years. I've accepted my reality and moved on. The smile stayed on his face, but Nana wasn't fooled. She could feel the lie beneath his words, the ache he refused to acknowledge. However, she wasn't cruel enough to call him out on it. After a few moments of awkward silence, Izuku silently thanked whatever luck he still had when Opera called out, Izuku-sama, your new uniform is here. Turning, Izuku saw Opera standing in the doorway, holding an elegant, branded bag in their hands. Thanks, Opera. Just leave it on the bed, Izuku said with a small nod. Opera complied, setting the bag down carefully. Then, as they straightened, they regarded Izuku thoughtfully. Nervous? They asked. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, looking away. Yeah, a little. I'm confident in my abilities, but I still don't know what to expect from my opponent. That's what's throwing me off. In that case, I have some advice for you, Opera said. Advice? Izuku tilted his head. Well, more like a hidden trick, Opera explained. In the rank-obsessed society of the Netherworld, showing fear to your opponent is as good as admitting defeat. That's why, when you feel fear, you need to step out, run towards that fear, and turn that into excitement. Opera-san, That is terrible advice for someone like Izuku, Nana said dryly, though she knew Opera couldn't hear. This boy already runs headlong into danger without thinking twice. Izuku ignored Nana's comment and thanked Opera, who left shortly afterward to prepare breakfast. Get ready, Izuku, Nana said softly as his gaze fell back on the bag on the bed. Today's going to be a long one. He sighed, reaching for the bag. Yeah. I know, he thought, his resolve steeling itself despite the nervous flutter in his stomach. Babel's staff room. Half an hour before the students began flooding into the school, Nibirius Caligo sat in the staff room, meticulously reviewing documents and savoring the rare, precious silence his day allowed. However, this brief moment of peace was abruptly shattered by a voice that grated on his very soul. Kalego-sensei. Bars Robin's boisterous call echoed as he strode into the room with his usual boundless, and to Caligo, thoroughly unwelcome, energy. Robin, the new trainee teacher, was loud, brash, and utterly lacking intact the perfect trifecta of traits Caligo despised most in a person. Even casual conversation with him felt like torture which Caligo wasn't inclined to endure. With a resigned sigh, Caligo glanced up from his documents, his tone sharp and clipped. What do you want? Today's the mock battles exam, right? Robin asked, leaning casually on Caligo's desk, as Caligo's eye twitched in irritation. Yes, Caligo grunted. What about it? I was just thinking it's kind of unfair, isn't it? First-year students facing off against second years when they haven't even had their first proper class yet, Robin said, and Caligo opened his mouth to respond, but someone else beat him to it. Robin-sensei, there are 2 reasons we conduct this test so early in the school year. The person who answered his question was the teacher supervisor and Caligo's senior, Dantalian Dolly. First of all, it helps us to determine the combat potential of our new first-year students. Depending on the results of this exam, we teachers could help the students in lacking areas. And second, suddenly Dolly's usual lighthearted demeanor shifted into a serious one. And second, it's to show students where they belong right now. Where they belong? Robin echoed, tilting his head. Exactly, Dolly said. This exam shows them where they currently stand compared to their peers and sets the bar for where they should aim to be by the end of the year. As for the second-year students who fail to defeat their opponents, it's a wake-up call for them to start putting effort into their combat and physical training. But the matchups are random. There'll be unfair fights, Robin pointed out. Of course, Dolly replied with a playful smile. Luck is often a factor in battles too. This exam teaches students to adapt and overcome, regardless of the circumstances. Whoa, you've thought of everything, Robin said, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Before the conversation could continue, a soft knock at the door drew everyone's attention. Standing in the doorway was a striking 9-tailed demoness dressed in an elegant black gown and a confident smile on her face. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important, Clara said smoothly as she stepped inside the room. Not at all, Mrs. Azazel, Dolly said, rising to greet her with a respectful nod. Though I must admit, your visit is a surprise. We weren't informed of your arrival. Don't worry about me, Clara said with a dismissive wave. I'm here on personal business, not official matters. But since I was passing by, I thought I'd stop in to say hello to all of you. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Mrs. Azazel, Dolly said. Please come in. Perhaps we could discuss a few things over tea. That's kind of you, but I'll have to decline, Clara replied with a polite smile. I have other pressing matters to attend to. She gave a small nod and exited the room. Not long after, there was another knock on the door, and this time it was younger Azazel standing there. Caligo-sensei, can I ask you for a favor? After leaving the staff room, Clara, accompanied by the ever-vigilant security demon Moana, made her way toward the student council office to visit her daughter. Deciding to take the scenic route, she strolled leisurely through the corridors to observe the lively activity of the school. By now, the building was buzzing with energy. Students crowded the hallways, some chatting animatedly while others rushing to their classrooms. It's so good to be young, Clara mused aloud, her voice tinged with nostalgia. No responsibilities, no deadlines, no superiors breathing down your neck. What a wonderful time of life. Don't you agree? She glanced at Moana, only to sigh when she noticed the security demon glaring daggers at passing students. What are you doing? She asked, one brow arched. Scaring off the leeches who are ogling you, Lady Kamara, Moana replied flatly in a matter-of-factly tone. Kamara sighed again. She was well aware of the stares both from boys and girls, but she didn't care enough to address them. Cut them some slack, Moana. They're hormonal 16-year-olds. Of course, they're going to look at someone as gorgeous as me. So keep your hands in check and don't do anything rash unless someone actually crosses a line. Moana hesitated, her eyes narrowing at a particularly bold group of students, before replying, "Understood, my lady." However, her posture remained vigilant as they continued their walk. The pair eventually arrived at the central hall, the liveliest section of the school. The grand space was bustling with students chatting in groups, waiting for someone, or scanning the notice board for any new information. Suddenly, the bustling atmosphere quieted as all eyes turned toward the entrance. Curious, Kamara stepped forward to see what had captured everyone's attention and saw a green-haired boy walking into the hall, wearing a white turtleneck under a black blazer with a single thin white stripe on the shoulders and sleeves marking him as a first-year student. His dark red shoes and over-the-shoulder bag added a distinct touch to his appearance. But that wasn't all. Kamara also observed the reactions of the other students towards the boy and noticed how some looked at him with admiration, others with fascination, and a few with jealousy. However, she couldn't tell if the boy was deliberately ignoring the attention or simply oblivious to it. Her curiosity piqued, Kamara stepped forward for a closer look, but before she could approach, a lime green-haired girl bolted toward the boy, her voice cutting through the silence. "Izuku-san," she called. The boy caught her with practiced ease, spinning her around before gently setting her back down. Moments later, two more students approached a blonde-haired girl who greeted him warmly and a boy Kamara immediately recognized as Amaryllis's son. "Good morning, Izuku," the blonde girl said with a smile. "Your new uniform suits you." "Wait, did she just call him?" Kamara began, her voice trailing off. "Yes, my lady," Moana confirmed. "That's the boy Lady Amary mentioned." A slow, sly smile spread across Kamara's face. "In that case, why not introduce myself?" Without hesitation, she strode toward the group and stopped directly in front of the green-haired boy. Izuku blinked, startled by her sudden appearance. "Do I know you?" he asked, his three friends instinctively stepping closer behind him. "I'm afraid not," Kamara replied smoothly, extending a hand. Kamara Zizel, co-head of the Demon Border Patrol. At the mention of her title, Izuku stiffened briefly but quickly composed himself. He shook her hand firmly. "Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am." "Oh, I know who you are," Kamara said, her eyes narrowing playfully. "Amary has told me quite a bit about you." "Did she now?" Izuku asked, his smile growing strained. Kamara tilted her head, her smirk widening as she studied him. "What's this? You look a little nervous. Is something the matter?" she teased, trying to throw a curveball at him. "Well, I'm trying to hold my composure since talking to intimidating and beautiful women isn't really my strong suit," Izuku said, trying to sound as confident as he could. But unfortunately for him, it didn't work, as Kamara just gave him an amused look before bursting into laughter. "Quite a smooth talker, aren't you?" she said with a sly grin. "Anyway, it was nice meeting you. I hope we'll meet again." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving a dumbfounded Izuku and his equally stunned friends behind. After his encounter with Kamara, Izuku and his friends made their way to their classroom. Along the way, he received several more compliments on his uniform, which he accepted with his usual mix of humility and slight embarrassment. Once homeroom concluded, Nibirius Cal-Ego led Izuku and the rest of the misfit class to the school gym, where the other first-year students, along with their second-year students, were gathered on opposite sides of the field. Scanning the massive gym, Izuku quickly noted the layout spacious, with wide open areas designed for combat and high ceilings to accommodate aerial maneuvers. His gaze shifted to the stands, where a few teachers had taken seats. Among them, he spotted Kamara, her 9 tails curled elegantly around her chair. Beside her was the blue-haired demoness he had seen earlier. When his eyes met Kamara's, she smiled at him with a playful and knowing expression on her face. Startled, Izuku quickly averted his gaze, his cheeks heating slightly. From the corner of his eye, he could see her laughing softly, clearly amused by his reaction. His attention then shifted to Amary, who stood at the forefront of the second years like their leader, flanked by the student council members. She raised an eyebrow at him, clearly curious about his interaction with her mother. Before Izuku could dwell on it, the sound of a magical amplifier crackling to life drew his attention to the center of the gym, where Dantalian Dali stood. "Welcome to today's mock battle exams," Dali announced, his booming voice carrying across the room. "I, Dantalian Dali, will oversee this exam alongside Nibirius Kalego-sensei." He gestured to Caligo, who stood stiffly beside him, arms crossed and his expression as stern as ever. "Before we begin, let me explain the rules," Dali continued, his voice taking on a serious tone. "In today's exam, first-year students will face their seniors in one-on-one matches. Each match will last 15 minutes, and first-years can win by either knocking out their opponent or remaining standing until the timer runs out." His gaze shifted to the second-years, who shuffled under the weight of his scrutiny. "Naturally, killing your opponent is strictly forbidden," Dali added in a sharp tone, "as is intentionally inflicting life-threatening injuries. Finally, outside interference of any kind will result in immediate disqualification. So weapons and magic are still allowed," Izuku noted as he mentally catalogued the information. "Makes sense. Otherwise, someone like Sabnok would be handicapped by the rules. Now, before we start, does anyone have any questions?" Dali asked, and Izuku hesitated briefly before raising his hand. His gesture immediately drew attention, whispers rippling through the crowd. "Yes, Midoriya? Are there any restrictions on the arena we'll be fighting in?" Izuku asked. "I mean, are there defined boundaries we have to stay within?" Dali shook his head. "No, not really. As long as you don't leave this building, the entire gym is your playground." "Thank you," Izuku said, nodding thoughtfully. "Just as I thought," he mused. "In a world of magic and bloodline abilities, creativity and adaptability can decide the outcome of a fight. Luckily for me, I could use this to my advantage." "Any other questions?" Dali scanned the students, but none spoke up. "Very well," he declared with a wave of his hand. "Take your seats until your name is called. Let the battles begin." 2 hours had passed since the start of the exam, and by now, of the students had already completed their matches, with the majority of them ending in favor of the second-year students. At first, Izuku had assumed that the 15-minute matches would drag on forever, leaving him stuck waiting for hours. But to his surprise, nearly every match ended well before the time limit. Most wrapped up under the 3-minute mark. The longest match, however, had stretched to 5 minutes, one involving a tall, brown-haired student who was relentlessly chasing after a senior. The senior, meanwhile, had casually started singing a song during the match, and, in a bizarre turn of events, managed to win by the end of it. Izuku observed that the matches involving the first years were mostly lopsided. The few students who had won their matches were mostly paired up against second years who didn't seem all that interested in combat at all. It was clear that the seniors held a significant advantage, especially since they were using powerful spells that Izuku knew he and the other first years wouldn't be learning for quite some time. Now the exam was nearing its conclusion. Only 14 students remained, of course, including Izuku and the misfit class. As he watched the final few matches unfold, Izuku couldn't help but reflect on how things had gone for his classmates. And well, surprisingly enough, not as disastrous as some might think. The results from the misfit class could be divided into 3 categories. The first category consisted of the students who didn't care much about the exam and performed half-heartedly. Agar's, for example, had simply slept through his match and lost by default, while Jazz, on the other hand, had tried to steal from his opponent but lost interest when he realized the student had nothing valuable. Instead of backing off, he attempted to attack only to quickly lose after a swift and well-placed counterattack. Kame had strongly refused to strike his female opponent, only to be knocked out when she didn't hold back and landed a powerful kick to his face. And someone named Person Soy hadn't even shown up to their match and had to forfeit by default. Then, there were those who had tried to win but had simply been unlucky. Shax had faced Johnny, the strict and no-nonsense student council member. Despite his best efforts to steal his opponent's senses, Shax lost when Johnny unleashed a surprisingly strong magic attack, catching him off guard. Aloser, while academically smart, was more of a thinker than a fighter. His match had ended in defeat when his opponent overwhelmed him with physical combat. Elisabetta had been disappointed by the pairing with a female opponent, but she soon discovered her charm worked on women, just not as effectively. It was a small victory, but it made her smile a little. Eiko, on the other hand, had faced Smoke, another member of the student council, and lost almost instantly when Smoke used her bloodline ability to knock Eiko unconscious. The final group, however, were those who had won their matches with relative ease. Alice, unsurprisingly, had defeated his opponent instantly, using his fire manipulation to overwhelm them in the blink of an eye. Corcel had been just as impressive, freezing her opponent before they had a chance to do anything. Gap, meanwhile, had been downright terrifying. As soon as the match began, he had rushed his opponent with incredible speed, and with a wind blade at their throat, it was all over before anyone could blink. Sabnok's victory had been just as easy. He had created a massive hammer, used it to squash his opponent in a single blow, and that was that. And despite the impressive victories of the rest of his classmates, it was Clara's match that Izuku found most enjoyable and satisfying. "Clara Valak," Dali-sensei called out, and the bubbly girl happily skipped onto the field. He pressed a button, and several names flashed on the screen before stopping on one. A second-year boy stood up from the crowd, a sadistic grin plastered across his face. He swaggered onto the field, his eyes fixed on Clara. "You're that Valak girl who got my brother in trouble, aren't you?" he sneered. Clara tilted her head, her usual clueless smile firmly in place. "Who?" Her genuine confusion only deepened the boy's scowl. "You don't even remember him?" His voice dripped with irritation. "Well, no matter. I was planning to crush you anyway." The tension in the room spiked suddenly. A chilling pressure swept through the gym, sending shivers down the spines of students and even some teachers. Eyes turned to the source, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku sat motionless, his face unreadable, but his aura spoke volumes. His gaze locked onto Clara's opponent, and the sheer weight of his presence was enough to make several students gulp audibly. If not for the distraction, they might have also noticed the equally angry expressions of Eiko and Alice, who were seated nearby. Kamara, however, observed this with growing fascination. While her daughter Amary was startled by Izuku's sudden shift, Kamara's gaze sparkled with intrigue. As a co-head of the Demon Border Patrol, she had encountered many humans in her time. Some were arrogant, some were ignorant, and some were too scared to even speak a single word. But none had exuded this kind of terrifying aura, which made this boy much more fascinating in her eyes. Without a word, Izuku stood and moved 2 rows forward, taking a seat directly in the front beside Crossel. The ice demoness stiffened, unsure whether to shuffle away or simply flee. "Midoriya," Kalego's sharp voice broke the tension. The stern teacher loomed nearby, his expression unreadable. "Do not interfere in their match." Izuku turned his head and offered a smile, a calm, unnerving smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Of course not, sensei. Why would I ever do that?" A straight-faced lie. Kalego could respect that. "Good," he said curtly, though his eyes lingered on Izuku for a moment longer before turning towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, Clara turned to Izuku, her grin wide and mischievous. "Izuku-an, don't worry, I've got this." The oppressive atmosphere evaporated in an instant. Izuku gave her a small nod. "Good luck." "Moving on," Dali announced, motioning for the match to begin. "Participants, ready yourselves." Clara's opponent sneered, pointing a finger at her. "You really think you can hide?" Before he could finish, Clara leapt into the air. "If your brother wants a snack," she chirped, tapping her pockets. A fully stocked vending machine appeared in a puff of smoke. "Tell him to get it himself." She dropped the vending machine directly onto her opponent, crushing him beneath its weight. The gym fell into stunned silence before Dolly declared, "Winner, Clara Valak." Clara skipped back to her seat, beaming. "See, I told you." Izuku nodded and patted her head. "Great job, Clara." He then stood, shrugging off his blazer and handing it to Eiko. She took it with wide eyes and a slight blush. Her reaction mirrored that of many others in the gym as they caught a glimpse of Izuku's fitted turtleneck, which emphasized his lean, muscular frame. Oblivious to the attention, Izuku made his way to the field, stretching his arms and shoulders. "Now, your opponent," Dolly began, only to be interrupted by Caligo. "Wait," Caligo said. "Midoriya, there's someone who wants to issue a direct challenge. It's up to you whether to accept or face a random opponent like everyone else." Izuku subtly glanced at Amary, who gave him a small nod. "So this is the challenger she prepared for me," he thought. "I accept the challenge." "Good," Caligo said. "Challenger, Amary Azazel, step forward." "What?" The hall erupted into chaos. Why is the president of the student council challenging a first year? This has to be a mistake. Ignoring the uproar, Amary calmly walked onto the field and extended her hand toward Izuku. Izuku took it, gripping it firmly. "Don't hold back." Her lips curled into a faint smirk. "I wasn't planning to, but thanks for the heads up." They moved to their starting positions, both radiating an aura of confidence that silenced the murmurs in the crowd. "Is he insane?" one student whispered. "He just told Amary Azazel, a rank 6 demoness, to not hold back." Sabnok scoffed, folding his arms. "Idiots. My rival is about to give her the fight of her life." "Yeah, sure," another student muttered. "He's dead meat." Clara, meanwhile, waved a massive banner with Izuku's name on it. "Izukuan's gonna win." Kalego's voice cut through the chatter. "Silence, brats. Both participants, ready?" Izuku and Amary nodded, their gazes locked. "Then begin." Caligo barked. "Then begin." Amary moved first, a blur of speed as she lunged at Izuku with a punch aimed squarely at his face. Quick as lightning, Izuku sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow, and retaliated with a punch of his own, but Amary effortlessly deflected it. The two exchanged blows in rapid succession, each attempting to gain the upper hand. Amary was fast and powerful, but Izuku was relentless. For now, he relied on his danger sense, weaving and ducking to evade her strikes while looking for openings to attack. For 5 intense minutes, they continued their back and forth, neither landing a decisive blow. Meanwhile, the spectators were in awe, stunned that a first-year student with no rank was holding his ground against a rank 6 demoness. "Go, Izukuan!" Clara cheered loudly, waving her banner. "Get her, Izuku!" Eiko shouted, equally enthusiastic. Alice, meanwhile, watched with a calm expression. As a trained fighter, he could tell this was just the beginning. Back in the field, Izuku blocked another punch and leaped back to create distance as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. "This isn't working," he thought, clenching his fists. His arms throbbed from blocking Amary's strikes. "Time to change tactics. Let's try shoot style." Channeling 30% of One for All into his legs, Izuku surged forward. He pivoted mid-stride, unleashing a powerful roundhouse kick aimed at Amary's head, which she managed to block, but the force of the impact made her wince with her arm trembling slightly from the impact. Izuku's lips quirked up in a brief smirk. Finally, a solid hit. At that moment, Mirko's words echoed in his head, "Don't give your opponent time to breathe or think, especially the strong ones. Otherwise, you'll be the one eating dirt at the end." Taking the advice to heart, Izuku pressed his advantage. He unleashed a relentless barrage of kicks, each strike pushing Amary further onto the defensive. The rhythm of his attacks was relentless, forcing her to block and evade with increasing urgency. In the teacher's stand, Kamara's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of surprise crossing her face upon seeing her daughter on defense like that. Up until this point, there were very few demons who had actually managed to give her daughter a serious challenge, even without her bloodline magic. But right now, a human boy was keeping her on her toes. Amary, meanwhile, was growing irritated with each kick as every attack carried enough force to sting, and the continuous barrage left her no room to counter. Her patience finally snapped. She swung her leg up to intercept his next kick, forcing him back, and then launched her own flurry of kicks in retaliation. But Amary didn't stop there, and just like Izuku, she kept assaulting him with her legs until she found an opening and feinted left, then swung her leg at his ribs. But to her surprise, Izuku had already anticipated that, as he smirked at her before jumping into the sky. Channeling 50% of One for All into his leg, he unleashed, shoot-style, Lunar Arc. An axe kick came crashing down, missing Amary by a hair as she flew backward to avoid it. The ground beneath his foot shattered, cracks spidering out from the impact. "Ha! That's what I expected from my rival," Sabnok bellowed, a wide grin splitting his face. Back in the air, Amary was catching her breath, as she only managed to dodge that attack by a hair's length. But unfortunately, Izuku wasn't going to allow that. Because right now, he was above her, and his leg was arched back. And before she could realize what was going on, Lunar Roundhouse, a horizontal roundhouse kick slammed into her face and sent her crashing into the ground. Gasps filled the arena, and the members of the student council were literally stunned. Amary Azazel, their leader and probably one of the strongest students in the school, was getting smacked around by a first-year student. They were also sad at the boy who dared to kick their president in the face, but the sensible part of their brain knew that there was a reason their president issued that challenge, and they could see why. Going back to Izuku, who was in the air, immediately rushed after her to get another hit in when suddenly his danger sense activated. But unfortunately for him, it was already too late, because before he could do anything, he received a gut-wrenching punch in his abdomen, which sent him directly to the other side of the court. Landing on all fours, he struggled to catch his breath when his danger sense flared again. Right, he heard Nana's voice in his head and rolled to his right, and in the next moment, Amary's leg slammed to where he was before. Realizing that Amary wasn't going to stop now, Izuku quickly got back up on his feet, though the effects of that punch were still affecting him. Then he subtly glanced at the clock and realized that he only had to keep up for 5 minutes. So once again, he decided to take a risk and change his fighting style. But before that, Izuku took a deep breath and surged the 50% One for All through his body, due to which his body and hair started glowing as green lightning crackled around him. And before Amary could make her next move, Torino style, Izuku launched himself on a nearby wall. Then another, and then he kept bouncing from wall to wall with increasing speed. To the spectators, it was a fascinating sight as all they could see was a ball of green energy bouncing around the room. So this was the intent behind that question, Dolly thought with a smile. What a fascinating young man. Meanwhile with Amary, what in the dash, before she could understand what was going on, she received a kick in the face. Then in the back. Then in her abdomen. Then to her side. Then in the back of her head, and it continued again and again. And in this very moment, Amary had lost all of her patience because not only it was annoying to constantly get hit like that, but for some reason, his attacks were stronger and were piling much more damage now. So finally, she made up her mind and decided to use her Bloodline ability, which she was avoiding for his sake. But no, he had to push her to the limits, which also made her kind of happy that he had the conviction and power to back his words. So one final time she took a deep breath and, romanticist, suddenly her hair changed from red to glowing pink and her eyes held a new kind of fire in them. The Azazel family bloodline magic, romanticist, king of delusions. By believing in their own strength without question, the user draws out their full potential. Romanticist is the mightiest buff magic of the Azazel family, serving as the ultimate self-hypnosis. It unleashes their power without restraint, amplifying their physical and magical capabilities to incredible heights. However, it is a double-edged sword should the user waver or feel fear. The magic can backfire, leaving them vulnerable. With her bloodline magic activated, Amary stood motionless in the center of the field. Izuku's relentless kicks continued to land, but this time, she didn't flinch. She absorbed each blow, her sharp gaze locked on him, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And finally, she saw her opening. For a moment the seemed to freeze for both of them, as their eyes met, and in the next moment, her foot connected with Izuku's ribs. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bones echoed through the arena. The force of the kick sent Izuku flying across the court, his body ragdolling along the ground before coming to a stop. Silence fell over the room, the sound of broken ribs hanging heavily in the air. All eyes turned to Izuku, watching anxiously to see if he could stand. Amary began walking toward him, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Izuku struggled to push himself off the ground, his breaths shallow and labored. "Midoriya, can you?" Cal Ego started, but Izuku cut him off with a shaky thumbs up. Slowly, he got to his feet, one hand clutching his injured side. Then, through the pain, he flashed a determined smile. "Nice hair," he wheezed. "But I think red suits you more." Amary let out a laugh, shaking her head. "I'm amazed you can still joke in this state," she said. Her tone turned serious. "But it's over now." Izuku glanced at the clock and saw only 60 seconds remained on the clock. "Not yet," he replied, releasing a sudden surge of smoke from his body. "What the hell?" Amary muttered as she was enveloped in a thick white fog. "Do you really think this will hide you from me?" she called out, annoyed. Then with a single sweep of her leg, she dispersed all the fog on the field, but then she realized her opponent wasn't there anymore. Then the realization hit her that the fog she dispersed was settled on the side of the ring. She started looking around, trying to find him. "Really, Izuku, you're going to hide from me now, after facing me in such a brutal fight?" she asked, trying to bait him out. "Who said anything about hiding?" She turned at the sound of his voice, her eyes widening as she spotted him sliding out of the smoke. His 2 fingers glowed abnormally, pressed under his thumb, and his confident smirk only deepened. "Air flick, 80%, he said. The air bullet struck her shoulder with immense force, sending her crashing into the arena wall, leaving a gaping crater in her wake. Once again, the hall went into complete silence as they tried to deal with their shock. Especially the student council members, who had their jaws wide open when they saw Izuku actually manage to get a good hit on Amary in her romanticist form. Not even they had managed to do it yet. Then they looked at Izuku and noticed that he was clutching 2 broken, heavily wounded fingers in his hand, while his eyes were still locked on Amary with intense focus. Just then from the rubble, Amary stood. Her glowing pink hair was as vibrant as ever, her predatory gaze fixed on him. Without hesitation, she began walking toward him, and Izuku did the same. But before they could clash again, the buzzer blared. Dali stepped forward, his voice cutting through the tension. "Time's up. Winner of the match, Izuku Midoriya." As soon as Izuku heard those words, relief flooded his body and his knees buckled, but just as he was about to fall to the ground, someone came from behind and caught him in their arms. "Good job, Izuku-kun," Sullivan said warmly. "I'm proud of you." "Grandpa!" Izuku exclaimed, smiling weakly. He immediately regretted it as pain flared through his ribs and body. "You saw the fight?" "Of course I did," Sullivan replied, beaming. "But I was so nervous, Opera had to hold me back to keep me from interfering." As if remembering something, Izuku separated himself from Sullivan. "Wait here a moment," he said, walking toward Amary, who sat surrounded by her student council. "Wow, he really did a number on you, huh?" Smoke remarked, her sharp eyes scanning Amary's battered form, focusing on the dislocated shoulder she was clutching. "That be," Johnny growled, his fists clenched in barely contained anger. "Just say the word, President, and I'll—" "Please don't pick a fight with me," came a strained but calm voice. The group turned, startled, to see Izuku Midoriya approaching. He was clutching his left side, his uniform torn and stained with dirt, yet he wore a tired, apologetic smile. "I just did what any good opponent would do and gave it my all." "You?" Johnny's glare intensified. He surged forward, hand outstretched to grab Izuku's collar, only for Smoke to step in, blocking him with a sharp, warning gesture. "He's right," Smoke said firmly. Amary was the one who challenged him. He honored that challenge. There's no need for bad blood. "But he hurt the president." Johnny's voice rose in protest. "It's our job to—" "Johnny!" Amary's authoritative voice cut through the tension like a blade. Her sharp gaze silenced Johnny immediately, and her tone left no room for argument. My challenge to Izuku was a personal matter. The student council has nothing to do with it. Now, all of you, go and manage the students. I need to speak with him privately. Reluctantly, her subordinates nodded and dispersed, though Johnny shot Izuku one last glare before leaving. Izuku watched them leave, then carefully approached Amary. He lowered himself to the ground beside her, grimacing at the strain. You know, he began lightly, his voice tinged with exhaustion, I never thought you'd be the one to challenge me. Honestly, I didn't plan on it, Amary admitted, her lips quirking in a faint smile. But when I thought about it, I realized something. No one else could understand the reason or the emotion behind this battle the way I could. So, in the end, I decided to step up myself. And now, here we are, broken ribs and dislocated shoulder. They exchanged a glance, and as if on cue, laughter bubbled up between them. It was quiet at first but grew louder, cutting through the tension that had lingered after their fight. Onlookers, however, were utterly baffled. The sight of two demons who had nearly torn each other apart mere minutes ago now laughing together as if nothing had happened left everyone scratching their heads. But then, their laughter was interrupted by a melodic voice. My, you two are getting along well, came Kamara's amused tone as she approached, her tails swaying elegantly. Mom, please. Amary groaned, burying her face in her arms, her cheeks flushing pink. Wait, Mom? Izuku blinked, startled. I was, like 80% sure she was your sister. You really are a sweet talker, Kamara chuckled, clearly entertained. Her tails flicked in approval. Then, with a graceful snap of her fingers, a large magic circle appeared beneath Izuku and Amary. Golden light radiated outward, bathing them in its gentle warmth. And this, Kamara said with a sly smile, is your reward for passing the exam. The healing magic washed over them, and Izuku immediately felt the sharp pain in his ribs vanish. His broken fingers were whole again, and the soreness in his chest faded to nothing. You healed us, Izuku began, but as he tried to stand, a dull ache in his body made him wince. Not so fast, young man. Kamara's sharp tones stopped him in his tracks. I healed your major injuries, but the remaining bruises and pain will stay as punishment for going overboard during the exam. Her piercing gaze flicked between the two of them. Am I clear? Yes, ma'am, Izuku and Amary replied in unison, both wincing slightly under her stern glare. Before the conversation could continue, Kalego's voice rang out over the field. Line up. It's time to assign your ranks. To be continued. All right, brats. It's time for you to get your ranks, Cal-Ego announced with his usual sharp tone. Get in line. At his command, the students immediately scrambled to form a line. Meanwhile, Izuku hung back, casually taking his place at the end of the line. He figured it was safer to go last just in case something absurd happened, again. You really know how your luck works, huh? Nana's voice teased lightly in his mind, amusement clear in her tone. As the line shuffled forward, Kamara turned to him with a polite smile. Well, it was nice meeting you, Izuku. I hope we'll cross paths again soon. Same here, Izuku replied sincerely. Kamara then shifted his attention to Sullivan. There's something important I'd like to discuss with you, if you don't mind. Not at all, Sullivan said with a warm nod. Opera, please escort these lovely ladies to my office. I'll join you shortly. Turning to Izuku, Sullivan added, Izuku-kun, Grandpa has some work to do, so I'll see you later. Take care. Bye. See you back at home. Izuku called after him before noticing Amary approaching. I must take my leave as well, she said, then leaned in close, her voice dropping to a whisper. Meet me after school tomorrow. I have a favor to ask of you. Izuku blinked in surprise. A favor? From Amary? He had no idea what she might want, but he wasn't about to refuse. All right, he agreed, nodding. Before he could ponder further, a sudden force knocked the air out of his lungs as he was tackled to the ground. Gotcha, Izu-chan. Clara cheered, sitting triumphantly on his back. Clara, what are you doing? Get off him! Eiko yelled, pulling Clara away from Izuku. Izuku groaned, struggling to catch his breath. Clara's expression quickly morphed from playful to panicked as she noticed his discomfort. Izuku, are you okay? Clara cried, immediately activating her bloodline ability to produce medical supplies. Bandages and ointments began piling up around her. It's fine, Clara. Really? Izuku reassured her, forcing a small smile. I'm just a little sore. Are you sure? She asked, her worry still evident. Positive. No need to fuss, he said gently. Well, now we know for sure you were holding back during our brawl, Alice remarked, narrowing his eyes. To be fair, you were doing the same, Izuku countered. Fine, Alice sighed. But next time we fight, I don't want you holding back. Sure thing, buddy, Izuku said, though his smile was slightly strained. He wasn't entirely convinced Alice could handle a 100% punch, and he didn't want to find out the hard way. As their banter wrapped up, the rest of the misfit class swarmed around him. Dude, that was so cool, Shaq said excitedly. Yeah, seriously, Jazz added. If I'd known you were such a badass fighter, I would have put all my chips on you. Izukudano, I would like to spar with you someday, Garp said earnestly. It would be a great opportunity to test our strengths and improve. That was really impressive. You almost managed to woo me, you know, Elizabetta teased with a playful grin. Before Izuku could respond, their homeroom teacher's voice cut through the chatter. Hey brats. Stop goofing around. You lot are the only ones left. Sure enough, only the misfit class and Caligo remained in the gym. Without delay, they formed a single line in front of an oddly smug-looking, three-eyed owl. One by one, they received rank badges from its stomach pouch. For now, the class ranks were divided into 3 groups. The first group included students who earned the Aleph, first, rank, Kame, Agars, Garp, Elizabetta, Aloser, and Shax. Next came the BT second, rank, consisting of Crossel, Sabnok, Eiko, and a platinum-haired student Izuku was struggling to keep in sight. Jazz and Clara earned the Gimel, third, rank. Lastly, Asmodeus Alice stood alone with the Daleth, fourth, rank, the lowest rank required to graduate from Babel's academy. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. He stepped forward and stood before the ranking owl, ready to receive his rank. Hey little guy, don't bite my hand, all right? Izuku said, crouching slightly as he addressed the ranking owl. It stared back at him with its usual stoic, emotionless gaze. Don't bother, Caligo said flatly. The ranking owl hasn't uttered a single word in centuries. I doubt that's going to change anytime soon. Izuku nodded and cautiously reached toward the owl's pouch, his hand hovering just above the opening. I really hope nothing absurd happens this time, he thought nervously. Izuku, Nana's voice echoed in his mind, laced with exasperation. You've been through enough to know better than to tempt fate like that. What do you mean by? Before Izuku could finish his thought, the ranking owl suddenly released an ear-splitting cry and shot into the air, its wings flapping wildly. Hey! Stop that! Where the hell are you going? I didn't even get my badge yet. Izuku groaned, watching as the owl flew off. Then he noticed everyone staring at him, their faces a mix of shock and confusion. Guys, I swear I didn't do anything weird with that bird. Izuku-kun, what's that? Clara asked, pointing at his hand. Huh. Izuku glanced down and froze. A gleaming gold ring had appeared on his middle finger. That can't be. Sabnok's eyes widened as a memory surfaced, a prophecy etched into the scroll of prophecy. He shall make one and all of his servants. He shall form blood pacts and heal all demonkind. He shall descend from a foreign realm, and wear the golden ring of Solomon on his right hand. No way. Is that the golden ring of Solomon? Sabnok thought, his heart racing. But then he hesitated. No, I'm overthinking this. I've never heard of the ring of Solomon appearing like that. Meanwhile, Izuku was desperately tugging at the ring, his face scrunched in frustration. Why won't this thing come off? Someone help me. He stepped toward his classmates, but they all instinctively recoiled, their expressions a mixture of fear and awe. What's wrong? He asked, glancing around nervously. That's because. Eiko stammered, her trembling hand pointing toward his shoulder. Izuku turned his head slightly and froze. A shadowy, demon-like entity was perched on his shoulder, its form flickering and smoky, like living darkness. Nana, am I hallucinating, or is there really something that looks like Tokoyami's dark shadow on my shoulder? Izuku asked, his mental voice tinged with panic. Unfortunately, you're not hallucinating, Nana replied with a weary sigh. Before Izuku could process her words, the shadowy figure opened its mouth and let out an agonized, ear-splitting scream that reverberated through the entire school. A few minutes ago. Sullivan's office. So, what do you want to talk about? Sullivan asked, his ever-friendly smile in place as he gestured for Clara to sit. You already know why I'm here, Clara replied, her gaze locked on him. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she glanced over her shoulder at Moana, who had been standing quietly behind her. Go outside and ensure no one interrupts us. Moana nodded without a word, casting a brief glance at Opera before stepping out and closing the door behind her. Sullivan waited for the click of the door before speaking again. Alright then. What's on your mind? Clara didn't waste time. Is that boy really human? She asked bluntly. Oh, straight to the point. That's what I've always admired about you, Sullivan said with a chuckle. And to answer your question, yes, as far as I know, Izuku is human. Then how do you explain that absurd power of his? Clara pressed. He wasn't using any kind of magic tool, and humans aren't born with natural or bloodline magic either. So what was that? Sullivan leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. I don't know how or where he got that power, he admitted, tapping his fingers against the armrest. I even combed through overworld records. There hasn't been a single reported case of powered individuals in over 2 centuries. You've asked him about it, I assume? Naturally, Sullivan replied. But he seemed uncomfortable discussing it. He did promise to share more once he was ready, so I didn't push him. You didn't push him? Clara repeated, raising an eyebrow. Of course not, Sullivan said firmly. The last thing I want is for him to feel cornered here in the netherworld. But forget about that for now, after all, I'm more interested in knowing your thoughts on him. Clara leaned back in her chair, her fingers idly stroking one of her tails as she considered his question. A small smile tugged at her lips. If I had to put it into words, she began, her tone was filled with a hint of intrigue. I'd say he's charismatic and mysterious. Sullivan leaned forward slightly, genuine curiosity lighting up his expression. Care to elaborate? He asked in a soft tone. He knew that 9-tailed demons such as Clara were highly respected for their instincts, intuition, and sharp minds in the netherworld, and he was curious to hear Kamara's thoughts on Izuku. Clara looked at Sullivan and let out a small chuckle. I don't think I need to explain the charisma to you, she said. His way of conducting himself, the way he interacts and treats those around him, and that reassuring smile of his are simply magnetic. She leaned forward, a hint of excitement in her voice. Just take a look at how many people have been drawn to him. Even someone as proud as Asmodeus has become part of his inner circle. Yeah, he does have that kind of effect on people around him, Sullivan replied with a pleased smile. Kamara's smile faded, her brow furrowing. That's what's so confusing, she admitted, her tails flicking restlessly. How can someone with such a calming aura carry such a strong scent of anger, sadness, and longing? And he hides it so skillfully, acting as if nothing bothers him. It's so well hidden that most wouldn't notice, but it's there. Always. Her fingers tapped the desk as her thoughts shifted to Izuku's abilities. Then there's his power. During his fight with Amary, she had a clear advantage in physical strength, but he still managed to corner her and even forced her to use our bloodline magic. And that final attack of his. She trailed off, her eyes narrowing. It was powerful enough to make me question if I should intervene. But that's not even the half of it, Clara said. Not only was he able to keep up with her physically, but he was matching her in terms of skill too. And I don't mean to boast, but Amary has been honing her skills since she was 6 years old. So how come this human boy, living in a peaceful world without any recorded incidents of powered individuals, knows how to fight so skillfully with his powers. That's why I have concluded that the boy is a walking enigma, and as long as my daughter trusts him, I won't mind him living in the netherworld, Clara said, regaining her elegant posture. And the way things are going on right now, we could actually use someone with that kind of power. Sullivan's warm demeanor shifted as his eyes narrowed, his voice taking on a rare edge. Clara, let me make one thing clear: I don't want my grandson to become a pawn in whatever games you crowns are playing. I understand your concerns, Lord Sullivan, Clara replied calmly, but please trust me when I say that I have no intention of using your grandson as a pawn in any of the games that the crowns may or may not be playing, she thought to herself. Besides, he is far too unpredictable for anyone to effectively utilize him at this point. Before Sullivan could respond, an agonized screech shattered the moment, reverberating through the air. What in the netherworld was that? Clara exclaimed, her ears twitching in irritation as she instinctively covered them. Sullivan was already on his feet. We'll find out. Let's go before it deafens us all. Izuku, make that DMN thing stop, Alice yelled, covering his ears against the ear-piercing screech. But how? Izuku panicked, glancing at his classmates, many of whom were on the ground, writhing in agony from the sound. Leave it to me, my rival. I'll silence this beast for good, Sabnok declared, marching toward Izuku with determination. To his credit, the shadowy figure did stop screaming. However, before Sabnok could celebrate, the smoky entity reached out and placed a hand on his face, causing him to collapse instantly. What the hell? Izuku's panic deepened as he rushed toward Sabnok. Sabnok, answer me. Are you okay? Cal Ego, fed up with the chaos, approached from behind, his expression colder than usual. He reached out to grab Izuku's shoulder. Stand still, Deku. Let me take a closer look. However, in the next instant, Cal Ego was stunned. It appeared as if his hand had disappeared, but it was just an illusion created by a demon who warned Cal Ego not to touch Izuku. No, it's an illusion, Cal Ego realized as the smoky figure glared at him. The threat. I see. Undeterred, Cal Ego stepped back and assessed the situation, his expression grim. This is an item that needs to be purged, he decided, raising his arm. But before he could strike, Izuku's danger sense activated. With a jolt, Izuku leaped several meters back. Before he could ask his teacher what his intention was, his grandpa showed up on the field along with Clara. Really, Cal Ego? Clara said, crossing her arms and giving him a sharp glare. Your solution was to blow off your student's arm. He was going to do what? The students yelled in unison, staring at their teacher in shock. Cal Ego averted his gaze, clearly displeased but unwilling to argue. I thought it was an item posing a threat to the students, he explained tersely. It needed to be removed. Nevertheless, your method was unjustified and extreme, Clara replied, still giving Cal Ego a stern look. You are a teacher, and you should be coming up with solutions that don't involve hurting your students. Cal Ego sighed, clearly frustrated but unwilling to push the issue further. Yes, I understand. Meanwhile, Sullivan approved his grandson. Be careful, Grandpa, Izuku warned, sounding worried. I don't know what happened, but this thing immediately took out Sabnok. Oh, don't worry about me, Izuku-kun, Sullivan reassured him. Grandpa is very strong. And then as soon as he reached Izuku, the black smoky entity tried to attack him. Watch out! Izuku cried out in warning, but to his surprise, Sullivan simply placed one hand on the smoky thing's mouth and muttered, Here, eat up. And then the smoky demon started to expand, growing larger and larger until it finally went back inside the ring. It went back, Izuku said as he curiously examined the ring. Sullivan dusted off his hands, smiling as if nothing had happened. Izuku-kun, that's the Ring of Gluttony. It's a magic item designed to store its user's magic. But when it's starving, it starts consuming magic indiscriminately. Consuming magic? Izuku studied the ring nervously. Is it safe for me to keep wearing it? Absolutely. Sullivan reassured him. Once it's fed enough, it'll be harmless. Poor thing must have been crying out from hunger. Sabnok groaned as he sat up, his strength partially restored thanks to Clara sharing some of her magic. To think it could drain so much magic from someone. The principle really is incredible. One thing to note, Izuku-kun, Sullivan added cheerfully. Once you put on that ring, it can't be removed. That's oddly convenient, Nana remarked dryly. No kidding, Izuku thought, sharing her skepticism. But what about his rank? Caligo asked, breaking the momentary calm. You're his teacher, aren't you? Kamara said with a raised eyebrow. You have the authority to decide. Caligo let out a sigh and said, Tisk, fine. He brought his hands together and closed his eyes. Suddenly, his hands started to glow, and in the next moment, a badge appeared in his hand. Izuku Midoriya, Caligo said, based on your performance in the familiar summoning, flying race, and mock battle, I am bestowing upon you Gimel, 3rd rank with the authority as your homeroom teacher and overseer of these exams. He said, placed a golden-colored badge in Izuku's hand. Now let's take a picture to remember this moment, Sullivan said and produced a flying camera. Everyone say, Devil. Devil, everyone said in unison and clicked the picture. And thus, after a long and exhausting day, Izuku finally returned home. Sullivan's mansion. Later that evening, after a long and tiring day at school, Izuku sat down to a peaceful dinner with his family. Opera, can I get another serving, please? Izuku asked, his voice still filled with exhaustion from the day's events. Opera nodded and served him a generous portion of food. Izuku, don't you think it's strange that the amount of food you're eating has tripled in just 1 week? Nana's voice sounded in Izuku's mind, a hint of concern in her tone. Izuku paused for a moment, staring down at his plate. He had just finished his 5th full serving of food. Now that you mention it, he thought, my appetite has increased dramatically. I don't think I've ever eaten this much before, even in my past life. Do you think we should be worried about this? Nana asked, a flicker of concern still lingering. I'm not sure, Izuku replied after a brief pause. Maybe we should wait a few weeks and see if we notice any other changes in my body. You're right, Nana agreed. There's no need to jump to conclusions. Besides, the food here is so much better than what you had to survive on for the past 16 years. Izuku smiled at Nana's words but decided to end the conversation there. He didn't want to spoil the peaceful atmosphere of their dinner by dwelling on the past. Instead, he focused on the present, savoring each bite of the delicious meal, grateful for the warm and loving family around him. Meanwhile, Sullivan sat quietly, his gaze flickering between Izuku and the empty space beyond the dining table. How can someone with such a calming aura also carry such strong sense of anger, sadness, and longing? His mind kept circling around these words as he observed the young teen in front of him. Kamara was right. I can't tell if something's bothering him or not. But there must be some truth to her words. Kamara wouldn't dare to deceive me, Sullivan mused. Perhaps I should ask him about it. Hey, Grandpa, Izuku suddenly spoke up, breaking Sullivan's train of thought. Today during the mock battles, I saw a few floating cameras. Do you think I could get the footage from some of the battles, at least the ones my classmates were involved in? Sullivan raised an eyebrow. Well, I can certainly try, but what's your interest in the footage? He asked, genuinely curious. You see, Grandpa, Izuku explained, rubbing the back of his neck, I want to review the footage to understand my classmates' abilities better and figure out how I can improve my own performance. Plus, if they ever need help, it'd be good to know how to assist them. Izuku paused, then added, also, all the bloodline abilities and magic I saw today were fascinating. I was hoping to get a chance to analyze them, he asked with stars in his eyes. Analyze? Sullivan's brow furrowed slightly. Yeah, it's just a hobby, Izuku admitted with a slight blush, producing a notebook from his bag. He handed it over to Sullivan, who took it with curiosity. Flipping through the pages, Sullivan was surprised at the thoroughness of Izuku's observations. Most of the notes were speculative, but they were well thought out, almost shockingly accurate for someone so new to the world. After a few moments, Sullivan handed the notebook back to Izuku. That was quite impressive. Really? Izuku asked, eyes wide with excitement. You don't think it's creepy or anything? Of course not, Sullivan chuckled. On the contrary, Once you understand the role magic plays in their abilities and learn more about our world, your notes will become even more useful. Thank you, Grandpa, Izuku said, beaming. The conversation shifted, and they continued chatting about the events of the past week. Izuku shared his observations, and the evening passed peacefully as they enjoyed each other's company. As dinner wound down, Izuku stood up, stretching his arms with a groan. Thanks for dinner, Opera, he said, still sore from the day's battle. I think I'll head to bed early tonight. Here, Opera handed him a small vial filled with a glowing green liquid. Apply this before you sleep. It'll ensure you wake up without any aches tomorrow. Izuku accepted the vial with a grateful smile. Thanks, Opera. I'll be sure to use it. Good night, Grandpa. Good night, Opera. Good night, Izuku-kun, Sullivan called after him. Since you'll be starting your real classes tomorrow, make sure to get plenty of rest. Izuku nodded, then headed upstairs to his room. Once he was gone, Opera turned to Sullivan. Izuku-sama has adapted to life here faster than I expected. And in such a short time he's done so much. Sullivan chuckled softly. Izuku does have a knack for finding trouble, doesn't he? He smiled fondly at the thought. But this is only the first week of school. With him here, I'm sure we'll witness many more intriguing events in the future. To be continued. After the previous day's whirlwind of events, Izuku was back in his school uniform. The only difference now was the golden ring in his hand and the golden ring resting in his hand and a golden badge he wore like a pendant around his neck. Grandpa Opera, I'm heading to school, Izuku called out, slipping on his bright red shoes. Wait a moment, Izuku-kun, Sullivan said, his voice warm as he approached. I have something for you. Izuku paused, raising an eyebrow. Another gift? He asked, his tone half wary, half curious. Well, you could call it that, Sullivan chuckled. Why don't you take a look for yourself? He extended his hand, placing a dark-colored ring into Izuku's palm. Izuku turned the ring over in his hand, his eyes quickly catching two distinct details. First, the craftsmanship was exquisite. Each curve and etching on the band was intricate and mesmerizing, unlike anything he had seen before. Second, the symbol engraved on it was unmistakable. It was the skull of a long-beaked bird, the same emblem that adorned Sullivan's fur coat. The symbol represents me and my household, Sullivan explained. That's why I want you to have it. This ring will show everyone in the netherworld that you're under my protection. Trust me, it'll come in handy in all sorts of situations. Izuku's throat tightened. He glanced up at Sullivan, uncertainty flickering in his emerald eyes. Are you sure you want me to have this? He hesitated, gripping the ring tighter. By now, he understood just how significant his grandpa was in the netherworld. Wearing this ring would be like carrying Sullivan's name and authority wherever he went. Absolutely, Sullivan replied without a hint of hesitation. His reassuring smile melted Izuku's doubt, and with a steady breath, Izuku slid the ring onto his index finger. It suits you, Sullivan said warmly, patting Izuku's shoulder. Now, hurry along, you don't want to be late for school. Izuku nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips as he flew off toward school. Walking through school had always been a peculiar experience for Izuku. At Aldra Junior High, the stairs had been seared into his memory, disgust from his classmates and pity from the few teachers who bothered to notice him. He had grown accustomed to those looks, even if they stung every time. UA was a world apart. Initially, no one paid him much attention. Everyone was too absorbed in their own goals, their own ambitions. That anonymity had been a strange relief. But everything changed after the sports festival. The whispers began, carried on the hushed currents of the hallways. Students called him insane for the way he'd destroyed his body in his match against Todoroki. He couldn't blame them, after all, only he and Shoto truly understood what had happened in that moment. Now, walking through Babel's felt different yet again. The stairs weren't rooted in disgust or pity anymore. They weren't even confused or fearful. Respect, something he never thought he'd garner, shone in the eyes of his peers. Teachers smiled and nodded as he passed them. Even more unervingly, students in the corridors were sneaking glances at him, not mockingly, but curiously, almost admirably. He even noticed a few lingering stares from both boys and girls, which made his cheeks heat slightly, but he decided not to focus on it and continued walking. Still, Izuku shook his head and forced himself to focus. He couldn't afford to get caught up in the newfound attention. The last thing he wanted was to let his recent successes inflate his ego. The last thing he wanted was to start acting high and mighty and start resembling a certain blonde-haired friend of his. By the time his thoughts finally quieted, he was standing outside the classroom door. Fortunately for Izuku, the rest of the day passed like a normal school day would, well, as normal as things could be in the netherworld. He even discovered that some subjects, which sounded downright horrifying on paper, had surprising practical value in their own right. Take torture class, for example. During art torture, March-sensei spent the entire PRD lecturing about demon anatomy and the pressure points that could bring out the maximum amount of pain. Knowledge like this would have been so useful during my solo hunt, Izuku thought. Interrogating all those assassins was exhausting. I doubt other heroes or the public would have approved of you using torture techniques, assassins or not, Nana chimed in dryly. And by then, I was way past the point of caring about that, Izuku sighed, trying to shove away the haunting image of a woman exploding in his face. Anyway, the next class is botany. I wonder what kind of unique plants they have in the netherworld. I'm hoping for something pleasant and beautiful, but considering this is literally hell, I'm not holding my breath, Nana quipped in a tired voice, earning a chuckle from Izuku. Something funny? Eiko asked, noticing his sudden amusement. Nothing, just remembered something, Izuku said with a small smile before refocusing on the paper in his hands, much like the rest of his classmates. At the moment, the Misfit class was on a 15-minute break before their final lesson of the day. They were seated in the classroom, browsing through lists of optional subjects to choose their optional courses for the term. So, found anything interesting? Alice asked from beside him. I think I'll join Momonoki-sensei's magic theory class and Dali-sensei's demon history, Izuku replied. Honestly, Izuku had a lot of trouble choosing between various interesting options in front of him, but in the end, he decided to go with magic theory and demon history. A class on magic theory was a no-brainer. His curiosity about magic and bloodline abilities had skyrocketed after the mock battles. So taking a subject that can help him understand the logic behind those just felt natural to him. As for demon history, he figured understanding the netherworld's past might come in handy, given his decision to live here. What about you? Izuku asked. Magic theory is a definite, Alice said, stroking his chin in thought. As for the second, I'll have to think about it. Izuku nodded before turning to his other two friends. Eiko, Clara, have you found your calling? He asked with a smirk. Izuku-and look, Clara exclaimed, shoving her selection paper in his face. Let's see. You've only marked one subject, and that is Stockton, Izuku read aloud, blinking in surprise. Oh, poor girl, Alice said, feigning pity as he glanced at Clara. You don't even know how to read, do you? I know how to read. Clara pouted. I do know how to read. Clara pouted, puffing her cheeks. Then pick a subject you can actually pass. Alice shot back. Izuku-and, help. Clara hid behind Izuku, glaring at Alice. Alice is bullying me. No, I'm not. Alice retorted, and the two immediately started bickering. These two, Izuku thought, shaking his head fondly. His attention was soon drawn to Eiko, who looked troubled as she stared at her selection form. Concerned, Izuku slid into the seat next to her. What's wrong? Something bothering you? Eiko hesitated, offering him a strained smile. It's nothing you need to worry about. Eiko, Izuku said firmly, you can always talk to me about anything that's bothering you. You know that, right? He smiled warmly. I'm always here to help. Eiko's cheeks flushed as she twirled a strand of her hair. But it's just. She hesitated, then sighed. I'm not sure what to do about the Stockton class tryouts. Izuku tilted his head. What about it? Every year, all the girls participate to determine their Stockton levels, Eiko explained, her voice dropping. Even my cousin did it a few years back. I still don't get it. What's bothering you exactly? Izuku asked. I don't want to do it, Eiko admitted, her tone laced with frustration. I'm not interested in the subject, and I don't feel comfortable being judged on something like that. Then don't do it. Simple as that, Izuku said, shrugging like it was the most obvious answer in the world. It's not that simple, Eiko said, shaking her head. It's a tradition. All the first-year girls do it, and if I don't do it then it won't change a demon thing, Izuku said as seriousness returned to his voice. You not joining in some made-up tradition is not going to turn your life upside down. Eiko clenched the hem of her skirt, staring at the ground. You don't understand. Yes, you are right, I might not understand what the big deal is about this, but that doesn't mean you have to force yourself to do something you don't want to, Izuku said. Eiko didn't reply this time. Instead, she just stared at the ground with a restless expression in her eyes. Izuku looked at Eiko with concern-filled eyes. From his own personal experience, he could tell that she wasn't very good with the entire self-confidence thing, and right now, she was torn between listening to his advice or giving in to this peer pressure thing. And that's why he really wanted to help her but wasn't sure how. Why not compliment her? Nana suggested in his mind. Compliment? Izuku echoed. Yeah. Encourage her. Say something you would have wanted to hear back when you were quirkless. Understanding dawned on him. Got it. Thanks, Nana. Hey, Eiko, Izuku said gently, lifting her chin so she met his gaze. You don't need any of that to impress someone. You're already charming just as you are. Suddenly Eiko's face turned scarlet as she looked away, fidgeting with her fingers while staring at the ground. And then, just as Izuku was wondering what was going on with Eiko, he heard Nana cackling in his head. Nana, what did you do? Izuku growled in his head. Me? No, buddy, it was all you, Nana said, cackling harder than before. As he was bickering with Nana, suddenly he heard a thud and a muffled groan behind him. He turned around only to see Shax lying on the ground while clutching his chest. That was so smooth, it hurts my heart, he hummed. Beside him, Elisabetta giggled. You really know how to encourage a girl, she said, winking at Izuku. It was then that Izuku realized what he had just said. Oh, he quickly turned around and while rubbing the back of his neck, said, Eiko, I am sorry if I didn't realize. No, it's fine, Eiko mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper. Before the awkwardness could deepen, the warning bell rang, signaling the start of botany. So everyone scrambled to gather their things and leave for the class. Izuku was about to do the same when he noticed Eiko was still standing there, casting shy glances at him. I should solve this problem before it gets any more awkward, Izuku thought as he walked toward Eiko. Shall we? He asked, flashing a friendly smile. Eiko returned his smile, nodding as they headed to their final class of the day together. Students of the Misfit class, it's a pleasure to meet you all. A petite woman with golden blonde hair greeted warmly, her voice as lively as the spring breeze. My name is Stola Susie, and I welcome you to the Botany Tower. Today, Susie continued, gesturing to a small sapling planted in the middle of the room, we'll be using magic to make flowers bloom. To do this, simply hold your hand over the sapling and say Quan Quan. She demonstrated with practiced ease. Her hand hovered over the sapling, and her soft chant was barely audible. A gentle light enveloped the plant, and a moment later, it transformed into a stunning pink flower. She plucked the flower and held it up for everyone to see. And just like that, you can use your magic to shape your own flower. Then after distributing a sapling to each student, she instructed them to begin. All right, everyone, let's see what you can do. As soon as class began, Izuku produced his analytics notebook and started observing his classmates' plants with curious eyes. And sure enough, they didn't disappoint him as they all bloomed various kinds of flowers. Eiko, who sat beside him, was among the first to succeed. She held up a delicate flower with green and blonde petals. Izuku, everything okay? She asked, noticing his intense focus. You're oddly interested in flowers all of a sudden. I was just thinking about how the flowers seem to represent their creators, Izuku mused, gesturing toward Alice and Sabnok. Alice's flower blazed like a flame, its fiery petals radiating heat and an aura of pride. Sabnok's, on the other hand, was a ferocious-looking vine that had already begun gnawing on its pot. Like Alice's fiery bloom, it screams pride and ambition. And Sabnok's, well, it seems too eager to break its shackles and achieve whatever goal a plant could have. That's actually a good way to put it, Eiko said as she and Izuku shared a chuckle at that. Good observation, Midoriya, Suzy said, walking over with a pleased smile. It's refreshing to see a student putting thought into the exercise beyond the surface. She jotted something in her notebook. For your insight, I'm awarding you an extra point. Thank you, Sensei, Izuku replied, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Of course, Suzy added with a knowing smile, you'll still need to bloom your own flower to earn the rest of your grade. Got it, Sensei, Izuku replied, stepping up to his assigned sapling. He paused for a moment, his gaze falling to the golden ring on his finger. The intricate design now featured a dial engraved with 4 distinct markings. His mind wandered briefly to the previous night, recalling his conversation with his grandfather. Flashback. Izuku lay in his bed, his stomach full and body far less sore than it had been earlier. His eyes felt heavy, the perfect condition for a restful night's sleep. He was just about to drift off when a soft knock on the door interrupted his peace. Izuku, are you awake? Came Sullivan's familiar voice. Izuku groaned, sitting up reluctantly. Yeah, I'm up. The door creaked open, and Sullivan stepped inside, offering a sheepish smile. Sorry to disturb you, but I realized I forgot to tell you something important. Izuku rubbed his eyes and nodded, trying to shake off the last remnants of sleep. What is it? He asked, his voice thick with drowsiness. You remember how I told you the ring you're wearing can store magic from the host or anyone around it? Sullivan began, and Izuku gave a tired nod of confirmation. Well, that was just the first part of its function. The second part is even more interesting. It allows you to use the magic that's been stored. Izuku's eyes went wide as his mind caught up with Sullivan's words. He shot out of bed, suddenly wide awake. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that? That's right. Sullivan grinned, clearly enjoying his grandson's reaction. With this ring, you'll be able to wield magic, just like anyone else. He then took Izuku's hand in his own, muttering a quick incantation under his breath. The ring responded immediately. As Sullivan stepped back, the ring's appearance changed, revealing a small dial with 4 distinct markings. Since you can't control magic the way demons do, I've added different modes to the ring, Sullivan explained. These modes will help you regulate and use the stored magic. Want me to explain them? Izuku's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly, eager to understand every detail. Sullivan chuckled at his grandson's enthusiasm and continued. The ring now has 4 modes: Devil, Demon, Ifrit, and Pandora. Each mode increases the spell's power by 5 times that of the previous one except for Pandora mode. His expression turned serious, and Izuku's excitement shifted to curiosity. Izuku, listen carefully. Pandora mode is dangerous. Don't use it unless you absolutely have no other choice. It's a last resort kind of power. Izuku absorbed the gravity of Sullivan's warning, nodding firmly. Understood. When can I try it? Now, hold on, Sullivan laughed softly, shaking his head. Don't be in such a rush. Get some rest for tonight, and you'll have the chance to test it out tomorrow in one of your classes. He gave Izuku an encouraging pat on the shoulder. For now, let's just get some sleep. You'll need your energy for what's ahead. With that, Sullivan gave his grandson one last smile before leaving the room, the door clicking shut behind him. Izuku frowned as he looked at the dial on the ring, mentally preparing himself. Well, demon mode should be fine, right? He asked Nana in his mind. I think we'll be fine, as long as you don't go to Pandora mode, Nana replied. Got it, Izuku thought, nodding to himself. He switched the dial to demon mode and placed his hand gently over the sapling. He took a deep breath and began to chant, Qua, but suddenly his mind went blank. Midoriya, are you having trouble with the spell? Suzy's voice cut through his thoughts as she approached him. Izuku blinked, embarrassed. Sorry, Seth. I'm just not sure what kind of flower I want to bloom. Suzy gave a gentle smile and nodded understandingly. That's okay. If you're having trouble filling the flower with your personality, how about trying to focus on a wish or a desire? Those can be strong emotions too. Try focusing on that for now, she suggested. With a nod, she moved on to assist the other students. Wish or desire, huh? Izuku thought, pondering her advice. As he stood there, his thoughts began to drift to a conversation he'd had with a certain little girl before heading to the first war. Deku, what are these flowers? They're so beautiful, just like my hair. Amary exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Izuku smiled warmly, ruffling her hair. They're white dogwood trees, and yes, the flowers on them are beautiful just like you. Amary giggled, her face lighting up with joy. Thank you, she said, looking up at him with wide, hopeful eyes. Can we come here during your summer break? I want to go on Nick. Izuku raised an eyebrow, teasing her gently. Do you mean a picnic? Amary nodded eagerly. Nijire-chan told me about it. She said it's a lot of fun too. Izuku chuckled. Why not? We can definitely go on a picnic. We could even bring Mirio-senpai along if you want. Amy's face lit up with excitement. Really? Pinky promise? Izuku held out his pinky with a smile. Pinky promise. Izuku's smile faded as he returned to the present. Sorry, Amary. I couldn't keep my promise to you, but I'll make sure to honor it as best as I can. His hand hovered over the sapling as he focused his thoughts on her wish on the moment they'd shared. Then, with that memory in mind, he whispered softly, Quan Quan. The sapling glowed brightly, and then started to grow. And then it kept growing at an incredible rate. It stretched and expanded, breaking through the glass ceiling of the botany tower and creating a dome of white flowers above them. The tower was quickly enveloped in the blooming branches, the petals shimmering like stars in the afternoon light. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. Sheet, he muttered, his gaze following the path of the massive tree that had erupted from the small sapling. The glass ceiling cracked and shattered as the tree's growth continued unabated, sending shards scattering across the floor. Watch your language, Midoriya, Suzy called, her voice surprisingly calm as she approached him. Can you explain what just happened here? Izuku scratched the back of his head sheepishly. I'm not sure, sensei. I just followed your instructions. Suzy furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Well, as far as I know, you didn't use excessive magic, so it must have been your desire that caused this, she said slowly. The magic responded to the emotion behind your wish. It must have been something very strong for it to manifest like this. Suzy said and then clapped her hands. Either way, I don't mind having this tree here. It's giving the tower a distinct look, don't you think? She said with a smile. Midoriya, A+ for blooming such a beautiful flower. Thank you, Izuku replied with a strained smile. Let me help you clean this mess. Izuku's face flushed slightly at the praise, though he couldn't help but offer a strained smile. Thanks, sensei. Let me help you clean up this mess. Suzy raised an eyebrow but smiled. Oh, that would be quite helpful, thank you. And as for the rest of you, she called out to the other students, this concludes your first class. You're all free to go. Izuku, still in awe of what had just happened, glanced around at his classmates, many of whom were staring in wide-eyed surprise at the massive tree towering in the center of the tower. Amary's office. Amary stood by the window of her office, her gaze lingering on the beautiful white flowers that adorned the botany tower. The sight was calming, and for a moment, she allowed herself to enjoy the peaceful view. However, the tranquility was interrupted by a knock on her door. Come in, she called out, not taking her eyes off the flowers. Izuku stepped into the room, offering a warm smile. Good evening, Amary. How was your day? Amary turned to face him, her expression narrowing as she crossed her arms. It was going fine, that is, until someone decided to grow a diamond tree through one of the faculty buildings, she said, her eyes narrowing with playful annoyance. Izuku winced, giving a sheepish smile. Yeah, my bad. Amary sighed dramatically. Izuku, how do you always find yourself in these situations? Guess it's just my luck, Izuku shrugged, looking a little embarrassed. Anyway, you needed a favor, right? Yeah, about that. Amary set a book, a human manga, on the desk in front of him. I want you to read this to me. Izuku blinked, surprised by the request. Sure. Amary raised an eyebrow, clearly not expecting him to agree so easily. Wait, just like that? No questions? No complaints? Not really, he shrugged. Besides, you're really not asking me to do something absurd here. I just have to read a book to you, Izuku explained. So, shall we? Amary stared at him for a moment, trying to come up with any objections, but she couldn't think of anything. With a small sigh, she nodded. Fine, start with the first volume of First Love Memories. 2 hours passed in what felt like the blink of an eye. Izuku finally finished reading the last chapter, setting the book down with a satisfied stretch. Wow, that was fun, he said, taking a bite of the cake that Amary had brought for them. I didn't expect it to be so interesting. Amary, who had been listening intently, nodded with a smile. Yeah, I agree. And I must say, you're quite a good storyteller yourself. Thanks, Izuku said with a modest smirk. I didn't realize I had this talent as well. Amary tilted her head, looking thoughtful. By the way, when the heroine mentioned something about achieving her dreams, was she talking about her ambitions? Izuku shrugged. You could say that, yeah. So, that means she's going to tear apart anyone who gets in her way and throw them aside? Amary asked eagerly, looking a little too excited about it. Izuku chuckled, shaking his head. No, I don't think she's going to throw anyone, though that would make an interesting scene. Is that so? Amary's enthusiasm faded slightly, and she pouted in disappointment. Izuku noticed and decided to change the topic to lighten the mood. By the way, Amary, he said, his tone shifting to something more thoughtful. Do you have any goals? Any big dreams for the future? Amary was quiet for a moment, her gaze drifting to the side as she considered the question. Then, a confident smile spread across her face. Dreams, huh? She repeated. I'm very proud to be a demon, and I want others to be proud to be demons too. That's why I want to improve this school and make it a place where any demon would want to attend a house of learning and growth. That's my ambition. After I graduate, I'll be helping with my father's work, and I know what I need to do to get there. Izuku's gaze softened as he listened, and he couldn't help but look at her with admiration. Her conviction and determination were impossible to ignore, and it made his heart feel warm in a way he couldn't explain. Amary caught the look in his eyes and felt an unexpected flutter in her chest. For a brief moment, she wasn't sure how to respond. What about you, Izuku? She asked after a moment, her voice gentle but curious. What's your dream? As soon as the question left her lips, the atmosphere between them shifted. Izuku fell silent, and an uncomfortable stillness filled the room. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice quieter than before. Honestly, I have no idea, he admitted with a humorless laugh. He stood up and walked toward the window, staring out at the setting sun with a distant expression on his face. Ever since I was a kid, all I ever wanted was to be a hero, someone who could save everyone with a smile. I believed it so strongly, no matter how many times I was pushed back or told I wouldn't get anywhere. I kept going, believing that one day I could do it. And eventually I did. I got my chance to become the hero I always dreamed of being. But the price I paid. His voice trailed off, and he stopped himself, realizing he'd said too much. He let out a breath. Sorry, I didn't mean to dump all of that on you. It's all right, Amary said, deciding to lighten the mood. I guess you're just getting into the habit of spilling your secrets to me. Izuku chuckled, a little embarrassed. I guess you could say that, he said, smiling at her. It's just, I don't know how to explain it, but you feel like home to me. He laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. That sounded a lot less cheesy in my head. Don't you think, Dash? He looked up and noticed Amary was blushing, her face partially hidden behind the cup of tea she was sipping. Her lips were curved into a small smile, but there was an unmistakable blush coloring her cheeks. Izuku, you really are a smooth-talking being, Nana's voice echoed in his head. Shut up, Shimura, Izuku groaned, slightly flustered by the comment. Amary cleared her throat, trying to regain her composure. Anyway, Izuku said, attempting to move past the awkward moment. As I was saying right now, I don't know what my dream is. Amary thought for a moment, Then her eyes lit up with an idea. Then why don't you just focus on climbing the ranks for now, she suggested, a confident grin spreading across her face. And if you need a goal, Amary Azazel, challenge you to stand at my side. Izuku's eyes sparkled with determination. He grinned confidently and looked at her. Amary, I accept your challenge. But fair warning, start making a place for me there now, because I'll be standing by your side in no time. And so, another day came to an end, leaving Izuku with a newfound goal to pursue. To be continued.